A lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
What's up, everybody? Guess who's hosting a new podcast? No Mercy with Stephen A. Smith. Listen as I pull back the curtain on everything beyond the world of sports, interviewing influential guests, outspoken celebrities, and thought leaders across the political, financial, and social spectrum. You know me, I'll give you my unbiased opinion. A No Mercy episode drops every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. No Mercy with Stephen A. Smith, a presentation of Cadence 13 and Odyssey Studio, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to your podcast.
The United States Deputy Sheriff's Association is a national nonprofit and the largest non-governmental provider of services to law enforcement. The USDSA assists city, county, state, and federal agencies with free safety equipment donations and officer survival training, along with cash donations to families of law enforcement officers who perish in the line of duty, college scholarships for the children of law enforcement, a citizen awareness program, and more. For more information on the USDSA and how you can help, visit usdeputy.org.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to our awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football, live and on demand, wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Meet Ed, movie buff, animal lover, safe driver.
5 years of driving an ambulance teaches you a thing or two. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. When I see a car trying to rush past a turning bus, I get concerned. You see, when big vehicles turn right, they have to swing wide to make the turn. And that's a lesson you don't want to learn the hard way. When trucks and buses turn, let's you and I wait.
It's our roads. It's our safety.
Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Prime rib roasts and fresh turkeys. But which to choose? A delicious problem. Save for real at Real Canadian Superstore.
Some terrific things start with a T. Like Thornhill Toyota. Totally on trend, yet entirely timeless. And they want your trade-in. Come use the value of your current vehicle toward the one you really want. It's time to Toyota. Get a stretch lease of up to 64 months on all 2022 and 2023 models. Plus, up to 1% loyalty rate deductions are available. Don't forget, we pay top dollar for your trade, too. Visit thornhilltoyota.com for details. Come for the history, stay for the future. Thornhill Toyota, Dufferin North of Steeles, a division of Wayne's Auto Group.
Everything you talk about is on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Only a few. The Blue Jays won just 67 games. Then, the only consistency was in the frustrating mistakes they made.
And Fisher dropped the ball.
But now, we've seen potential grow into possibility. Youth combined with a skill set that other teams both envy and fear. Stepping up to every challenge.
Swinging a high fly ball.
Now, they're set to take
Deep left field.
the next step.
Screaming down the line.
And another.
And gone.
And another.
Here we are, no turn away now.
This is what next level is all about. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
From Rogers Center in downtown Toronto, this is the American League Wildcard Series. The Toronto Blue Jays will play host to the Seattle Mariners in Game 2 of the best of 3. Once again, it's a pleasure to bring you to the broadcast booth. I'm Ben Wagner, next to Arden Swelling and Show Ali. Behind the scenes today, Brett Armstrong, David Siss, and Tom Young will help bring you the broadcast. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Feed your wild side, baseball fans. The Blue Jays season is on the line. Following Saturday's shutout loss, Toronto must win. And the storyline has a twist in the script. One pitcher was let go after pinning a Cy Young Award-winning season. The other was sought after for this moment. Seattle got Robbie Ray, and the Blue Jays went all in on Kevin Gausman. Those two will square off next in Game 2 of the American League Wildcard Series on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Looking for stories about Black culture, Black news, all Black everything? Then listen and subscribe to the podcast Beyond Black History Month. From influential newsmakers like Soledad O'Brien.
I try to use Twitter to explain this thing is not good, but let me explain to you why it's not good. And let's talk about what framing is.
To why Game of Thrones fans can believe in dragons, but not a Black Targaryen. Or Valerion, technically. Find Beyond Black History Month on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
If a natural disaster comes knocking, how prepared is your family? You can't just close the door on earthquakes, floods, or hurricanes and hope they go away. That's why it's important to make a plan now. Ready.gov/plan has the tools and tips you need to prepare your family for an emergency. So if disaster shows up at your doorstep, you'll be ready. Visit ready.gov/plan and make a plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
The listening you love is on the free Odyssey app. Your trusted local radio stations, coverage of your favorite teams, live news from your hometown, and millions of podcasts on demand. Best of all, you can completely customize your listening experience. Follow topics you care about, like leagues and teams. Pause or rewind your local sports and news, and add shows to your queue to catch up later. There's a lot to listen to, so get started and download the free Odyssey app today.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar.
And Luis Castillo, 7 1/3, 5 strikeouts, no walks, but he blanked the Blue Jays and then passed it to Andres Munoz, and that set up Seattle's first postseason victory since 2001. Welcome to Rogers Center. We are indoors this afternoon, and it is a raucous place. These fans have been ready for the better part of 2 hours, getting ready for the first pitch from Kevin Gausman as he leads the Blue Jays onto the field. I'm Ben Wagner next to Arden Zwelling. And Arden, it looked like the Blue Jays came out, and offensively, it looked like a club that hadn't taken BP in 5 days because they hadn't.
Yeah, no kidding. The Blue Jays are absolutely dominated yesterday by Luis Castillo. But, I mean, I am so focused on this pitching matchup here today. I can't. Seattle Mariners, and Kevin Gausman replaced him days later, each of them on 5-year contracts, that we would be here 10 months later with Robbie Ray trying to pitch his team to the next round, Kevin Gausman trying to pitch his team to tomorrow. I would have said that is a highly unlikely script. Sounds like a captivating movie. Where can I go see it? We're going to watch it today.
We love storylines, and we certainly love a twist. The money, not that different. The year's the same. 5 for Robbie Ray going to the Pacific Northwest, and 5 for Kevin Gausman settling in to the tune of $110 million, leading the Blue Jays onto the field. Let's get to the starting lineups brought to you by Timbermart. When it comes to home improvements, Timbermart has the right advice and the right products at the right price, so you won't find yourself out in left field in your next DIY project. Timbermart is Canada's building center. Kevin Gausman wrapping up his warm-up tosses. He'll face Julio Rodriguez The standout center fielder for the Mariners, Ty France at first base. Eugenio Suarez, the third baseman, bats third. We'll see him here in a moment. Cal Raleigh clobbered a home run. He'll go behind the plate and catch tonight. Mitch Haniger, the right fielder. Adam Frazier, the second baseman. Carlos Santana will DH today in left field. Jared Kelnick and the shortstop, J.P. Crawford, rounds out the order against Kevin Gausman. George Springer, Bo Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. You know the top third of the Toronto batting order. Alejandro Kirk will DH today. Teoscar Hernandez and Matt Chapman with Danny Jansen behind the plate. Quentin Merrifield moving out of the number 9 spot. And the return of Santiago Espinal, activated off of the injured list for this series. He gets his first start at second base. Rogers Center is certainly alive. It is a must-win today for the Toronto Blue Jays. Blank 4-0 in the opener. Kevin Gausman set. He's ready for his first postseason pitch with Toronto, and it's a fastball, a touch low on Julio Rodriguez for ball 1. Yesterday, the leading candidate for the Rookie of the Year in the American League went 1 for 3. He was hit by 2 pitches and scored 2 runs for the Mariners. The 1-0 from Gausman hit high in the air, out to right field. Hernandez drifts to his left in front of the track. He's there, makes the catch, and we've got 1 down. There is no shortage of energy early on here at Rogers Center. We're buttoned up. 68 degrees Fahrenheit inside, 20 degrees Celsius, 11. A little bit chilly outside. Feels like a crisp fall day in downtown Toronto. 11 Celsius, that's 51 Fahrenheit. Our first pitch was sent to the plate by Kevin Gausman at 4:08 Eastern. 1 up and 1 down. The batter is Ty France. First baseman had a great start to the season, then injured. Swings to the first pitch, rolls it right out to Espinal, hustles to his left, clanks off his glove and shoots behind him. And France will reach on a fielding error. He hit that ball hard, wrapped it quickly out to the second baseman. Espinal had to track to his left, but he didn't make a play he should have made.
That is a play that Santiago Espinal has made 99 times out of the last 100 opportunities. I am shocked that this ball got by him. Looks like a guy who hasn't played in 2.5 weeks, and that's exactly what he is. Maybe a little bit of nerves early on, too. Now it's up to Kevin Gausman to pick up his second baseman.
Missed 13 games with the Blue Jays with an oblique issue. The Blue Jays felt that Espinal was fortunate. He shut it down in Philadelphia when he felt the tweak high in his rib cage, about the 10th rib. He's back in the lineup today. A runner at first, 1 out. Eugenio Suarez swings at the first pitch and fouls it back for strike 1.
Ben, when that ball was hit, I was so sure Santiago Espinal was going to make the play that I was already writing 4-3 on my scorecard. That is a play he always makes.
He is so sure-handed. It doesn't matter, a ball hit right at him or with range to both sides. The right, and he had to move to the left, the glove hand side, but didn't field it cleanly. A runner at first. Gausman straightens high. We're just underway in downtown Toronto. Gausman deals, and it swoops the slider low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. This is the first inning, being brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Right-hander straightens up. Suarez waits patiently on the right side. He swings and misses at a fastball, and it is 1-2. Eugenio Suarez had a big average in this season, but he's got some might. 31 home runs for the Mariner third baseman. 87 driven in the regular year. A couple of hits yesterday, including the one that got the Mariners a 1-0 lead when he dropped a double near the line and right. The 1-2 pitch down to the dirt. Smothering stop made by Danny Jansen. He's behind the plate today working with Gausman.
I think it's so imperative today, Ben, that the Blue Jays get off to a hot start and avoid getting punched in the mouth like they were yesterday. For the Blue Jays to score first today would absolutely be huge. Before a quick, crisp first inning from Kevin Gausman and this defense would be even better.
Scott Service had the quip pregame. He said he wants to put a little bit more air in the tires. The pressure is on Toronto. The 2-2, swing and a miss. Got him with a splitter. The defining pitch for Kevin Gausman grabs his first strikeout in the postseason for Toronto.
Eugenio Suarez just could not pick up this splitter from Kevin Gausman, and Gausman knew it. That's why he threw him 3 straight to finish that plate appearance and got his final 2 swinging strikes with that pitch. Kevin Gausman just saying, I know how I can pick up Santiago Espinal here without letting Seattle put the ball in play.
A runner at first, 2 outs in the first. Here's the first Seattle player in club history to hit a home run in his first postseason at bat. A 2-run homer yesterday for Cal Raleigh. Left-handed hitter at the plate. Gausman deals. And a fastball zips over the outside corner. Strike 1. Raleigh hit 27 home runs in the regular year. He's been battling a sore thumb, but he was behind the plate yesterday handling triple-digit velocity from Luis Castillo and Andres Munoz. And he swung the bat great all day. The 0-1. Down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike on Raleigh.
Early velocity from Kevin Gausman, too. Seen him up to 97 a couple of times here, sitting at 96. He's clearly feeling the energy from this crowd.
It is the first time in the postseason that he's pitched an elimination game. He's had the pressure of a must-win situation back when he's with the Orioles. Right-hander rocks idle. And the 1-1. The fastball's just a touch high. 2 balls and 1 strike. 7th postseason game for Kevin Gausman. He pitched in the postseason with the Orioles 3 different times. Early in his career in 2014. In 2018, he worked out of the pen with Atlanta, just a couple of innings. 2 games last season, a start and a relief appearance with the San Francisco Giants. Second baseman's deep. Expecting Raleigh to pull. The 2-1. Right down the middle at 96 miles an hour. And the count evens at 2-2. A flurry of rally towels circling down below and all around Kevin Gausman. 2 down in the first. The 2-2 is a little low. Splitter just missed the bottom part of the plate. The Mariners won 90 ball games, did it in dramatic fashion in their route to the postseason. Cal Raleigh delivered the biggest swing in regular season history for the Seattle Mariners last Friday night. His walk-off home run in the bottom of the 9th punched the ticket to the postseason. Runner goes 3-2, down and in, ball 4. Raleigh with a patient at bat. Takes the 2-out walk, and there's runners on at first and second here in this first inning.
Yeah, Gausman just overthrows this splitter at the end of that plate appearance with Cal Raleigh. Missed the zone. It was ball to ball. When his splitter is at its best, it starts as a strike and then moves to ball, but this splitter never started in the zone. So Cal Raleigh lays off of it, and a little bit of a pain in the Blue Jays side so far through the first game and an inning of this series, Cal Raleigh.
Runners aboard at first and second, 2 down for Mitch Haniger. Right-handed batter with an open stance from the stretch. Gausman peeks back at second a couple of times and brings it home. And the fastball's low for ball 1. Haniger, a big part of this Seattle Mariners ball club, had limited time this year because of a significant ankle sprain that cost him about half the season. Getting 246 when he was on the diamond, 11 home runs, and 34 driven in. Postseason assignment yesterday, went 1 for 4 with a double. No score in the first. The 1-0. Fastball in the inside corner up at ease. Evens the count at 1-1.
That's such a nice fastball down in the zone from Kevin Gausman. For him to be effective, he has to mix in those fastballs down so that Seattle can't just say, well, if the pitch is down, it's obviously a slider, so I'm not going to swing. He has to locate fastballs for strikes down in the zone. That'll open up the top half of the plate for him as well.
Runners aboard at first and second, getting significant leads. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. And it's 1-2.
And then you tunnel a splitter right off of it. So you go fastball up, splitter down. Mitch Haniger, not sure what to do. If I take this pitch, might be a called strike. Swings through the splitter. That is bread and butter stuff for Kevin Gausman.
Early returns, no ill effects after that cracked nail. Shut his last regular season start down early. 1-2 the count. 2 on for Seattle here in the first. The pitch. Down to the dirt. Scooping attempt made by Jansen as the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. No finger issues whatsoever. That cracked nail, we reconfirmed it with John Schneider talking in his office before the ball game today, and he was very direct in his response. A flat out, is there an issue? The answer, no. Gosman set. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. He got him with a splitter. A couple of strikeouts for Kevin Gosman. And with it all on the line, Gosman deals a scoreless first, trying to get the Blue Jays one step closer to Game 3. This is Game 2. No score after our first half inning, and the Blue Jays are coming up. You're listening to the American League Wild Card Series. Blue Jays baseball is served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
What's up, everybody? Guess who's hosting a new podcast? No Mercy with Stephen A. Smith. Listen as I pull back the curtain on everything beyond the world of sports, interviewing influential guests, outspoken celebrities, and thought leaders across the political, financial, and social spectrum. You know me, I'll give you my unbiased opinion. A No Mercy episode drops every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. No Mercy with Stephen A. Smith, a presentation of Cadence 13 and Odyssey Studio, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to your podcast.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how. With honest conversations that let them know what we expect. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be shared with friends or family. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Top of the first inning, the Blue Jays get their first at bat in Game 2. George Springer, Bo Bichette, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. are coming up. A good afternoon from a buttoned-up Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. With Arden Swelling, I'm Ben Wagner. Robbie Ray returns to Rogers Center for the first time since his last start as a Blue Jay, where he would go on to win and secure the Cy Young Award in the postseason awards in the American League. He went a different direction. So did the Blue Jays. He returns in the postseason, and the lefty's first pitch cut on and missed by Springer for strike one. It was a career renaissance with Toronto for Robbie Ray. He changed himself in fear of free agency, found a home through the 2020 offseason, and then through 2021. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 on Springer. Everything changed from his physical look to his arm slot, the repertoire, it all developed, but he found a groove last season with Toronto, working with the front office and Pete Walker. The 0-2, Springer swings and misses, and he's down quickly on strikes. One away.
Yeah, I don't know. This might be a touch dramatic, but in a sense, the Blue Jays built Robbie Ray. Today, they're going to try to destroy him. Nobody knows Robbie Ray better than these Blue Jays. They turned his career around. If I was the Blue Jays ahead of this game, I have Pete Walker leading the hitters meeting. I have him telling my hitters exactly what makes Robbie Ray tick, what rattles him, what throws him off, what he likes to do to get himself out of trouble. I want all of that information in my hitters' minds.
Big strikeout numbers again for the lefty. Here's Bo Bichette, and he lines the pitch off to the right. That's the first grunting fastball we hear from the left-hander, Robbie Ray.
I miss those.
This is a guy that is featuring power versus power. Bo Bichette at the plate. Robbie Ray, who led Major League Baseball last season with 248 strikeouts. The 0-1, swing and a miss. Bichette expanded the zone a little bit, went a little higher in the strike zone. The ball was still a strike, but he's behind 0-2.
I just remember last season, sometimes you'd get to the ballpark on Robbie Ray's side session day at like 3 p.m., and he's grunting in the bullpen.
The 0-2 pitch bounced towards third, foul.
And you hear the grunts around the empty Rogers Center in the middle of the afternoon. Pete Walker, Robbie Ray, probably throwing to Alejandro Kirk, grunting and just filling the Rogers Center with grunts.
And in full uniform doing so.
Yeah.
He's got a ball in his hand. He's dressed to the nines. The 0-2. Fastball down and in. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Bo Bichette. Bo went 1 for 4 in his first postseason game at Rogers Center yesterday. No score in the first. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Went over the slider. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the afternoon for Robbie Ray.
And Robbie is just maximum effort in everything that he does. I used to say he's like a high-leverage reliever that throws 7 innings. Because last year he was all fastball slider. This is before he started throwing the sinker that he uses a lot more this year. It was fastballs and sliders at maximum effort for 6, 7, sometimes 8 innings at a time. It's remarkable that he held up through that AL Cy Young season and then again this year because he doesn't take anything off Ben.
I asked Scott Service, the Mariners manager, about Robbie Ray, and he said he is the epitome of power. Here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Takes the first pitch, a slider down and in for ball 1. The Mariners first got a look at Robbie Ray and maybe what they could harness. When the Mariners were in Buffalo, New York, that was the series last year where the Mariners traveled in their one and only matchup against the Blue Jays. Robbie Ray pitched one of those games. The 1-0, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Scott Service was telling me before the ball game today, he remembered Robbie Ray and the sound, not the grunt, not the max effort, not the ball slamming into the glove of Alejandro Kirk. But the dugouts are so close to the field, he could hear the baseball cutting through the air on its way to the plate. Guerrero lines a pitch off to the right foul, and it's 1-2. He said, that's when you know there's something. There's something that's different with anybody that's on the mound. And Robbie Ray was the guy that piqued his attention. And then meeting him over Zoom, and he knew the Mariners were all in. And you get the entire package when you bring somebody into your franchise for 5 years. And he loved what he got to know about Robbie Ray in the offseason. 1-2. Sliders down and in. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And listen, the resume speaks for itself. Last year with the Blue Jays, he struck out 248, leading Major League Baseball. Only one other Blue Jay in franchise history struck out more. And in back-to-back seasons, that guy won 2 Cy Young Awards in Roger Clemens. 2-2. Down and in. Vladdy's laying off the slider, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, he had a bit of power himself, the Rocket. I asked Danny Jansen before the game today, I said, what are you looking for from Robbie Ray? He said, I'm looking for something hard. And I said, Danny, the fastball and the slider are both hard. He said, I know.
The payoff pitch. Fastball bounced on the ground out to the second baseman, flagged by Frazier in the outfield turf. Upright and on to first with the throw. Guerrero bounces out, and the Blue Jays are down 1-2-3. We are scoreless through our first inning of play at Rogers Center. You're listening to the American League Wild Card Series. Blue Jays baseball is served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy Paint Applicators, and GRK Screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
I'm Listening reminds you that you are not alone and that talk saves lives. There's a new national hotline for mental health-related distress, 988. When you call or text 988 from any phone, you will be connected directly with trained counselors in over 200 crisis centers nationwide. They can get you the help you need anytime, anywhere. 988, the new National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Talk saves lives. And with 988, talking is only 3 digits away. Find out more at imlistening.org.
This is the AL Wildcard Series.
The hopper down to the third baseman. Chapman throws to first to finish the ball game.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Time for the second inning being brought to you by DoorDash. Get $5 off your order when the Blue Jays score 5 runs only on DoorDash, the official on-demand delivery platform of the Toronto Blue Jays and the home of Alec Manoah's favorite restaurants. Terms apply. See app for details. No score, Blue Jays and Mariners. Adam Frazier, Carlos Santana, and Jared Kelenic. 3 straight left-handed batters against the right-hander, Kevin Gausman. Blue Jays played straight up. Chapman starts in, even with the third base bag. The pitch, Adam Frazier. Fastball at the knees on the outside corner. Pinpoint location from Gausman with that 95-mile-an-hour heater on the 7-year veteran, Adam Frazier. Started in Pittsburgh, played for a patch in San Diego, now with the Mariners. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. Was in the clubhouse earlier this morning, chatting with the Seattle second baseman, and said, what was the key for the Mariners' victory? Is it something you guys discovered on Alec Manoah? He said, no, it's what we discovered about ourselves. The quick start. Everybody took a collective breath after we scored that first run. The 0-2, muscled out a play off to the left. No balls and 2 strikes.
Well, that impacted the atmosphere in the ballpark, too. That took away Toronto's home field advantage, took the crowd out of it to get at Alec Manoah that early, then to have Luis Castillo and come back out and shut down the Blue Jays quickly in the bottom half of that first inning.
That was one of the things that he thought. Watching the Blue Jay at bats, he felt Toronto was pressing. The 0-2, soft liner right towards Bichette. Leaping catch by Bo. Bo Bichette climbs the ladder, positioned perfectly, elevated at the last moment that he could, went as high as he could reach, and he snatched it out of the sky. 1 down.
That is a terrific play by Bo Bichette. As you said, he is positioned perfectly. He does not have to move horizontally at all, but he has to time when he moves vertically because this ball was moving at a very strange rate of speed, so Bo had to hesitate, had to wait before he leapt, and then made the jump at the absolute perfect moment to grab it at the apex of his vertical.
Frazier would have had a double. Gausman instead gets an out. First pitch in there for a called strike on Carlos Santana.
And Kevin Gausman was pointing right at Bo Bichette after that out was made too. He was fired up.
1 down, bases empty. No score in the second. The switch hitter, Carlos Santana on the left. Gausman's 0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. We know the slider is good. The splitter is elite. The fastball is in command today for Kevin Gausman.
And it is 97. Robbie Ray's is too. These guys are just trading 97s right now.
The 0-2 pitch. Tapped away foul by Santana to stay alive. Carlos Santana has been a massive influence in his clubhouse. Not only providing accountability, challenging the young players, holding them up to the major league standards, he's also brought a lot of fun. The circle dance, the carousel that they do after the ball games was ignited by Santana. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Guess what? Gosman's going back to get another punch out. His third of the afternoon with the splitter.
3 splitters and a fastball to Santana in that plate appearance. And Gosman did it all there. He got a called strike with his splitter. He got a swinging strike with his splitter. And he got a swinging strike with his four-seamer. Gosman's dialed in, Ben.
2 up and 2 down. Jared Kelnick at the plate. Another left-handed batter. The pitch. Fastball pops the glove of Danny Jansen for strike 1. Defensively, Whit Merrifield starts in left today. George Springer, consecutive postseason starts for Toronto in center field. Teoscar Hernandez, once again, roaming in right. Gosman brings home the 0-1. And it's right at the bottom of the knees. A great pitch from Gosman again. He looks as crisp as any start in the regular season. He's brought his best to his first postseason start with Toronto.
If Gosman's going to land that splitter at the knees like that today, it's going to be a long day for Seattle hitters because you have to respect the pitch at that point. You can't just take it and assume it's going to dive beneath the zone for a ball because Gosman might just ring you up with it.
The 0-2 pitch. Splitter in the dirt. Low let it go, high let it fly. Kelnick, a patient approach after seeing a couple of these splitters.
This is where Gosman needs to come back with that 97-mile-per-hour heat down in the zone.
Kelnick has struggled at the plate recently. Finished the regular season 1 for his last 23. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He didn't use the heat. He dropped it right under the barrel of Kelnick with the splitter. A pair of strikeouts and a perfect second for Kevin Gosman. Midway through 2, nothing across at Rogers Center. You're listening to the American League Wild Card Series. Blue Jays baseball is served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Looking for stories about the Black community and you don't want to wait until, February? Then check out Beyond Black History Month, the podcast that tells inclusive stories year-round. Like how today's labor movement is connected to the civil rights movement, and why Black neighborhoods keep getting hit with water crisis after water crisis.
We're still being charged for water that we can't use.
Listen and subscribe to Beyond Black History Month on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
Unlike other health concerns, mental illness is not always easy to see. Depression won't show up on an eye chart, and you won't find PTSD by looking at a thermometer. Sorting out a mental health concern takes professional diagnosis and treatment. Anxiety won't just go away under a bandage. If you or a loved one has a mental health concern, call 1-800-662-HELP for free and confidential information and treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/support.
Cast booth here at Rogers Center. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. With Arden's Welling, I'm Ben Wagner. The Blue Jays will get their second crack at Robbie Ray. Both pitchers bringing elite stuff today. Kevin Gosman, a great fastball and splitter combination early. We've seen a heavy dose of the sliders and an upper 90s velo with the four-seamer from Robbie Ray. They'll work on Alejandro Kirk, Teoscar Hernandez, and Matt Chapman here in the second.
Hey, these fellas came to pitch today, Ben. We are seeing some serious power, some serious country hardball going on right now at Rogers Center.
The Brentwood, Tennessee native rocks and brings home the 1-0. A fastball called strike on Kirk. He thought that pitch was a little high and double checks with the veteran umpire, Todd Titchener, who's working in his 11th postseason series. The 1-1 pitch to Kirk. Swinging a ball hit up the right field line, slicing towards the pole and foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Kirk.
Think Alejandro knows Robbie Ray's approach pretty well, Ben?
This is the guy that the Blue Jays engineered with him on the mound. Alejandro Kirk, a low squat, a stout frame, shoulder to shoulder into the top of the knees. They said, this is your battery mate. Throw it at his chest. 1-2, fouled back. 1 ball and 2 strikes in this Kirk versus Ray combination.
Kirk caught him 17 times last year. Would have caught him more if Kirk hadn't spent time on the IL with that hip issue. But Robbie and Alejandro really found something together, very similar to what Alek Manoah and Alejandro Kirk have found this season.
Ray with his hands together in front of the buckle, rocks into the 1, the 1-2, fouled back off to our right. The battle continues, and it looks pretty evident where Robbie Ray wants to attack Alejandro Kirk. Good, hard fastballs up and in on the top inside corner of the zone.
Yeah, for as well as Kirk knows Robbie, Robbie knows Alejandro pretty well too. So he knows Kirk's weak areas of the plate. Of course, Kirk knows what Robbie likes to do with 2 strikes.
1-2. Fastball sails wide. Evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Robbie Ray is not the same guy as you saw with the Blue Jays, where he was a 4-seam and slider guy. He has mixed in at times a 2-seamer. He'll feel out that pitch and work it in to deepen the repertoire. The 2-2 ripped up the left field line. That's a base hit going all the way to the corner. Kirk turns the corner at first. He'll dig to second. And the Blue Jays are threatening with their leadoff man in the second. In scoring position.
That was the slider from Robbie Ray, and coming out of that left-handed arm slot. If he doesn't bury that and get it really in to Alejandro's kitchen, Kirk can just stay with it and line it into the left field corner as he did. And you know Kirky hit it hard, hit it well, and hit it to a good part of the ballpark when he is motoring into second base standing up.
The Blue Jays are threatening early. They didn't have very many opportunities yesterday, and the Mariners 4-0 win. Toronto went 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. Teoscar Hernandez steps in, and he takes a first pitch slider for a called strike 1. Hernandez 1 for 8 in postseason play with Toronto. He was part of the pandemic crew that went to Tampa Bay, knocked out in 2 straight losses against the Rays, and he went 0 for 4 yesterday. Wrapped up the season swinging a hot bat. 0-1. Down and in. 1 ball and 1 strike on Hernandez.
Blue Jays yesterday waited until the 9th inning to get their first extra base hit. Matt Chapman hit that double off of Andres Munoz. Kirk getting it going a bit earlier today, the 4th batter to face Robbie Ray, gets the Blue Jays a double.
Only 1 time did a Blue Jay reach third base in yesterday's loss. They've got it set up with a leadoff double here in the second. No score early. The 1-1 to Hernandez. Down and in. 2 balls and 1 strike on Teoscar. He wrapped up the regular season not only putting the ball in play, but collected 18 extra base hits of the last 35 knocks that he had to wrap up the regular season. Kirk stands at second. Hernandez looks out. The 2-1. Swinging a high fly ball. Deep left field. Kelnick back at the wall. It's gone! Blue Jays 2, Mariners 0. An absolute blast from the bat of Teoscar Hernandez. A soaring shot high and deep over the wall in left field that dropped into the 100 level.
Teoscar Hernandez yesterday, Ben, saw 9 pitches in the ball game. 7 of them were sliders. He steps in against Robbie Ray here for his first plate appearance. First 3 pitches are sliders. 4th pitch, another slider. And Teoscar said, not this time.
Matt Chapman swings and misses at the first pitch from Ray.
I know what you're trying to do to me, Seattle Mariners. I know you're giving me a steady diet of sliders. Teoscar stayed back on it and hit it high and deep to left field.
The 0-1, swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. The count doesn't matter right now. This fan base is energized. The entire country has come under one roof right now. 2-0 Toronto. The 0-2, up and out.
You know that ball was a no-doubter. The Rogers Center light show started going before it had even fallen into the seats. Everyone knew that was gone.
The 1-2 is high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. I've had that joke played on me before. It's a very uncomfortable feeling. The 2-2. Chapman pokes it out of play to the right. Stays 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Teoscar got nothing but sliders. So far, Matt Chapman has gotten nothing but fastballs, 5 of them, and I do not blame Robbie Ray. Matt Chapman was one of MLB's best hitters against left-handed sliders this season. He hit .462 against them.
The 2-2, check swing, a strike called off the outside corner. Chapman challenges the call, turning around looking at Todd Titchener, the home plate umpire, as he gets rung up. There's one away.
Make it 6 fastballs in that plate appearance for Matt Chapman. Robbie Ray saying, I read the scouting report, Matt. I know that you had an 11.54 slug against left-handed sliders this year. I'm not throwing it to you. I'm only throwing them to Teoscar Hernandez, who struggled against sliders this year. Huge credit to Teoscar for understanding how he was going to be attacked and countering that game plan.
2-0 Blue Jays. Danny Jansen digs in. Takes a slider low, ball 1. Blue Jays light him up here at Rogers Center on the 2-run home run for Teoscar Hernandez. The 1-0. Fouled back. 1 ball and 1 strike on Jansen. Danny DH'd yesterday. Back in the lineup behind the plate here in game number 2.
And hey, we learned some things about Robbie Ray last year, and one of them was that he gives up some homers. 2nd most allowed in baseball this season.
1-1 fouled back.
32 bombs against Robbie Ray this year. It is a weakness of his. He will give up homers. His final start of the regular season, he gave up 3 to the Oakland Athletics.
He was hit hard and hit long over his last handful of starts. The 1-2. Jansen sizzles one into left field, down for a base hit. Kelnick races to his right to cut it off in front of the warning track. Jansen turns the corner at first and checks in with a sharp single. Yesterday, all throughout the ball game, you were waiting on just one big hit. The Blue Jays, anytime they made contact on the Mariners, started their rally with 2 out. Today, it starts with a leadoff double in the 2nd inning, and immediately Teoscar Hernandez plants one in the seats. And the Blue Jays have a 2-0 lead. Yes, the strikeout of Chapman, but immediately more solid contact.
And it's Danny Jansen extending it. I mentioned I was talking to Danny before the game, and I was like, man, Luis Castillo was nasty yesterday, wasn't he? And he says, I thought I saw him kind of well. And then I remembered, you know what, Danny? You did hit a bomb 380 feet to center that just didn't go out. He just missed that pitch in the 7th, fell behind 0-2, battled back 3-2, got a good pitch to hit on the plate, felt like he just missed it.
Here's Whit Merrifield. Fastball just outside for ball 1, and a throw goes over the reach of Ray. He got a glove on it to let it trickle into the middle of the diamond where J.P. Crawford backs up the play.
And this is a moment where this crowd can get on Robbie Ray. Things are spiraling a little bit on him. A throw to the mound just went awry. This crowd can be an impact and a factor right now.
The 1-0. Over for a called strike. That calms down the chance of Robbie here in the ballpark. The fans are into it. and the fans are on it with Robbie Ray. The 1-1. Anthony's a called strike. We thought the heater might have been a little bit low. He's behind 1-2.
That's just a really good pitch from Robbie Ray. Good swing decision by Whit Merrifield. Even if he does swing at what was a strike, he's not going to do anything with that pitch. He's got to be patient, got to battle here, try to get to something he can drive.
2-0 Toronto in the second. The 1-2. Down and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yesterday, a single in the 5th inning for Whit Merrifield, participating in his first postseason game. All those years with the Kansas City Royals, never got an opportunity to reach the postseason, something that had been grinding him after they thought they were going to call him up in that monumental 2015 season. Went, reported the ball club, never got activated by the Royals. Royals told him they didn't want to make a roster move. Days later, they made a roster move, and that really angered Whit Merrifield. He so desperately wanted to be in the big leagues and part of a winning team. The 2-2. Poked off the end of the bat. Grabbed at first base by France. Spins around, goes to Crawford at second for 1. Turned to first in time. A double play. The Blue Jays bounce into 2. That'll retire the side. But it's the first 2 that got it started and got it loud inside at Rogers Center. The double by Kirk, and he strolled in on the home run by Hernandez. 2-0 Toronto after 2. This is Blue Jays baseball in the American League Wild Card Series. Blue Jays baseball is served up by Jack Link's Bean Snacks over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
I'm Listening reminds you that you are not alone and that talk saves lives. There's a new national hotline for mental health-related distress, 988. When you call or text 988 from any phone, you will be connected directly with trained counselors in over 200 crisis centers nationwide. They can get you the help you need anytime, anywhere. 988, the new National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Talk saves lives. And with 988, talking is only 3 digits away. Find out more at imlistening.org.
Game ready, Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Feed your wild side, baseball fans. Blue Jay fans are certainly going wild here at Rogers Center on the Teoscar Hernandez 2-run home run. It started with loud contact on Alejandro Kirk's leadoff double. Teoscar Hernandez got a slider spinning up in the zone, and he torched it into the seats in left. Blue Jays a 2-0 lead. J.P. Crawford, Julio Rodriguez, and then Ty France out to face Kevin Gausman. And Aaron Awalk extended his first inning, and he was sharp in a 1-2-3 second. The pitch to Crawford. Fastball a little bit outside for ball 1. Crawford, originally a Philadelphia Philly, traded to Seattle, now in his 4th year with the Mariners. Batting 9th on the left side. The 1-0. Check swing. Pitch is over for a called strike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
How invigorating would a quick Kevin Gausman inning be right now? Getting Robbie Ray back into that Rogers Center pressure cooker quickly.
The 1-1. Swinging a blooper over third base. Next to the line. Chapman going back underneath it. Makes the catch. It doesn't matter if he's coming in, going right, going left, going back. Matt Chapman is a wizard with the leather. An over-the-shoulder grab, running up the line and left into foul territory, tracking down out number 1.
Ben, we've been watching Matt Chapman all year. We've seen him go like 100 meters in the shift after foul pop-ups. We've seen him at the Coliseum in Oakland do it for years. This one was just a lazy Sunday jog in the park for him. A tough play for most third basemen. For Matt Chapman, this one was automatic.
One down to start the third. Julio Rodriguez at the plate. Blue Jays 2, Mariners nothing. The pitch. Bounce to the plate for ball one. A remarkable rookie season for Julio Rodriguez, first player in Major League Baseball history at 21 years of age to hit 25 or more home runs and steal 25 or more stolen bases. He hit 28 home runs in the regular year and swiped 25. The 1-0, swinging a line drive right at second base, caught by Espinal, 2 down. That was a hard line drive, but the Blue Jays second baseman, all he had to do is go into a catcher's crouch and receive it. He'll get credit for framing stats.
111 off the bat, directly at Santiago Espinal, just flashes the leather. And this is what I'm saying, Ben. 5 pitches, 2 outs for Kevin Gausman. If you can get back in the dugout with 7 or 8, force Robbie Ray back onto that mound, huge for the Blue Jays.
Lightning right back in the hands of the Blue Jays. A 2-0 lead. Ty France, the hitter. The pitch. Swinging a liner off to the right. Foul, strike one. I chatted with the Mariner first baseman before the ballgame today and just said, what was the mood like in your dugout? And he said, what was the mood like in our dugout? The mood in the ballpark. This place was electric. He said, I loved it. It's the first time I've ever had that sensation. The 0-1. Chipped out a play off to the right. No balls and 2 strikes. I said, well, how did you kind of grab your emotions with so many of you going into the postseason for the very first time? And he said, actually, for me personally, it was the anthem. Just that calming effect minutes before the first pitch that brought me back level. Then I knew I was ready to play the game. France in the batter's box. Nobody on. 2 out. The pitch. Tapped away foul at the plate. Stays no balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, visiting players feed off the energy here as well. We saw it throughout the regular season when teams that don't play before big crowds show up for these weekend series at Rogers Center with tons of people in the place. The roof open, they feed off of it. Luis Castillo said he fed off that energy as well.
The roof is closed this afternoon at Rogers Center. Blue Jays leading 2-0. The 0-2 to France. Tapped away foul again, and the battle continues as one man is driving up this pitch count in the third. This is a big moment for the Seattle Mariners franchise. Their cousins going into Major League Baseball with the Blue Jays in 1977. It was 21 years between postseason berths in the Pacific Northwest. 0-2. Fastball's outside at 99 miles an hour from Kevin Gausman. That is top flight velocity from the right-hander.
I'm trying to remember if we've seen 99 from him this season, Ben.
I don't know that I remember seeing 9s. I've seen a couple of 8s. That might have been the best. The 1-2. And he spiked the fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Credit to Ty France for making Kevin Gausman throw some pitches. J.P. Crawford and Julio Rodriguez saw 5 total. Now Gausman about to throw his 7th to Ty France.
2 down, nobody on. Blue Jays leading early. 2-2. Just outside. Just missed with the splitter. That has been the 1-2 punch from Kevin Gausman early. Fastballs and splitters. He does possess the slider.
Yeah, this is a big-time battle from France, who's taking tough pitches and fouling off tough pitches as well.
Another payoff. Ground ball out to second. Waiting on it. Espinal clean with the hands this time. On to first to retire the side. A 1-2-3 third for Kevin Gausman. He's retired 7 in a row. The Blue Jays have a 2-0 lead midway through the third inning. This is Blue Jays baseball in the American League Wild Card Series, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Ready to improve your bottom line? The Room can match you with a top financial analyst. Trusted by small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, The Room's virtual financial analysts are highly trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Drive business growth with a virtual financial analyst from The Room. It's like listening to all the financial programs rolled into one. Get started today at trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Do you ever wonder about dreams or deja vu, that feeling on a first date?
Yes. The spark is real.
Maybe about where the aliens are, if they exist.
The universe could be infinite. So where is everybody?
My name is Mike Simpson. My podcast is called I've Got Questions. How do some animals change color? What's the best cure for the hiccups? Do you wash your denim?
I usually wait 4 to 6 months.
Kind of feels like a long time. Search for I've Got Questions on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. New episodes on Thursdays.
This is the AL Wild Card Series.
Here's a swing and a deep fly ball off the bat of Danny Jansen, and he bangs it off the second deck.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
We're back inside the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth at Rogers Center today, where the Blue Jays have a 2-0 lead over the Mariners in Game 2 of a best-of-3. The Blue Jays must win today to force a decisive Game 3 with the Mariners. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. The number 9 batter, Santiago Espinal, will lead off the home third. George Springer stands out on deck as Robbie Ray rocks and deals. First pitch, a little bit low, ball 1.
Had to feel good for Santiago Espinal to be a part of 2 of the 3 outs in the third inning after that first inning error. Always good to turn the page on something like that.
1-0. Swinging a line drive, base hit into left field, rippling its way up the line, banging off the retaining wall, kicked shy of the track. Kelnick retrieves it, and the Blue Jays open up another at-bat with an extra base hit. The first in the postseason for Santiago Espinal. A leadoff double, and the Blue Jays once again on Robbie Ray.
He turned the page on that first inning error defensively, and now he's on to a whole new chapter. Espinal lacing this sinker into the left field corner, just like Alejandro Kirk did against a slider in the second. Kirk took that slider to the left field corner to open the second with a double. Espinal opens the third with another.
Blue Jays threatening with Springer at the plate. The pitch, pulled foul. Skip past the chest of Luis Rivera, the third base coach. Strike 1 on Springer. Espinal wasting little time to get comfortable in the batter's box after not getting an at-bat in 13 games. Injured himself in Philadelphia, quickly landed on the injured list, never got active in the regular season. He's at second. The 0-1. Springer fouls it back. No balls and 2 strikes. George 0 for 1. One of the 2 strikeouts in a perfect burst against Robbie Ray. Nice to see Springer back in the lineup, both swinging the bat, playing defensively. He was hit by a pitch in the 8th inning yesterday. X-rays came back negative. The 0-2. Springer takes in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
The Blue Jays faced Robbie Ray in May of this year. It was a sinker-heavy day for Ray. Used it like 44% of the time. He went 6 innings, gave up only a run. That 1 run, a George Springer solo shot off a sinker.
25 home runs out of that leadoff spot. The 1-2. Down and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 25 home runs as the Blue Jays leadoff hitter. That's a new franchise record. The Blue Jays have seen back-to-back home run records established out of that top spot. Marcus Semien as the leadoff man, and he moved around the order last year, hit 24 as the first batter with Toronto. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with the slider. Springer's down on strikes for the second time. Blue Jays 2, Mariners nothing.
That's just a classic, devastating Robbie Ray slider at 90. It starts belt high for George Springer, finishes at his ankles. So much movement on that pitch at such a high velocity. So hard to hold the bat back for Springer in a 2-strike count.
Here's Bo Bichette. Runner at second, 1 down. Ray fires. And the fastball in the inside corner starts Bo off with strike 1. Bo Bichette wrapped up the regular season as the American League lead in hits with 189. Back-to-back seasons leading the AL in hits. The 0-1. Swinging a high fly ball out to center field. Rodriguez moves to his right. He's underneath it, and there are 2 down. Leadoff double by Espinal. Still positioned in scoring position. Round 1 between Robbie Ray and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. taken by the left-hander. Vladdy bounced out. A couple of hops to the second baseman.
Vlad's 0 for 5 in the series so far. He went 0 for 4 against Castillo yesterday. Still trying to reach base for a first time on the weekend.
Right-handed hitter stares out. The pitch, fouled back. Strike 1 on Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Robbie Ray had a front row seat to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and his ability last season, finishing second in the MVP balloting. Still had a very nice year for the Blue Jays, hitting .274 with 32 home runs and 97 driven in. The 0-1. Guerrero takes a fastball that's borderline, his benefit to even the count at 1-1, and a pretty big swing pitch there. Vladdy could have very clearly been down 0-2.
A lot of situations this year where that call is not gone Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s way. We've seen him storming off from the plate, frustrated that he didn't get the call, but he does here. It's 1-1.
2-0 Toronto in the third. 1-1. Swinging a hot shot up the middle. Base hit left center field. Espinal's coming around third. He's going to score. RBI base hit for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. His first hit of the postseason makes it 3-0 Toronto.
Robbie Ray throws that sinker. He's looking for an inning-ending ground ball. He's looking to sneak this pitch under Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s bat. He gets the ground ball, but Vladdy hits it 114 miles an hour. You better be positioned perfectly to keep a ball scorched like that on the infield. The Mariners playing it straight up, so this ball just skips up the middle. Espinal scores easily from second. There's the big moment from Vlad that we were all waiting for.
3-0 Blue Jays. The out-of-town scoreboard in the playoffs is being brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto brought home the championship trophy in 1992. Jonas for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch all the playoff action at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. Download the new app or visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. The Blue Jays have 3 runs and a 3-0 lead over the Mariners. In Cleveland today, they have no runs scored between the Rays and the Guardians into the 15th inning. That is a remarkable series. The pitch to Alejandro Kirk. Fastball's outside for ball one.
No longer the case, Ben. Oscar Gonzalez has just walked it off for the Guardians with the home run off Corey Kluber.
The 1-0. Kirk pops it out of play off to our right. 1 ball and 1 strike. That must have just happened. I mean, it just happened. And of all people, Oscar Gonzalez.
Off Corey Kluber in the bottom of the 15th.
Vladdy's at first. The 1-1. Kirk popped it up on the left side. Crawford, the shortstop, on the skin portion of the diamond. He's there, makes the squeeze to retire the Blue Jays. Back on the board in consecutive at-bats. Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s first postseason RBI makes it 3-0 Toronto. This is the American League Wild Card Series and Blue Jays baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Mike Shinoda.
Mental health isn't just like, it's not a state of being. It's almost like, think about it like fitness, or think about it like something where you've got a scale of like, how are you doing right now? And so there's an awareness. Mental health is all about being aware of, how am I doing today? Like if you say on a scale of 1 to 10, how healthy are you? And that's your state of mind.
More at imlistening.org. Talk saves lives.
There are absolutely no waves allowed in the playoffs. The action's on the field, and we're here for every moment. Blue Jays postseason baseball on Sportsnet 590 The
Fan. This fourth inning is being presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and even make a bet while the game is still being played. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Kevin Gausman has been electric starting today for the Toronto Blue Jays, and there's been lightning in the bats early for Toronto. Teoscar Hernandez followed a double by Alejandro Kirk, cranking it over the wall and left. Hernandez with the home run, his first of the postseason. 2-0 Toronto, and then Vladimir Guerrero Jr. cashed in a leadoff double from Santiago Espinal, and it's 3-0 Blue Jays. Eugenio Suarez opens the fourth for Seattle and takes the first pitch over for a called strike one.
Just to pick up that Guardians result, Oscar Gonzalez walks off the Rays. The Guardians have won that series. They will play the New York Yankees in the ALDS.
Fastball in the inside corner, 1 ball, 1 strike. That's right. That's a game winner and a series clincher in the American League Wild Card Series. The Guardians won the American League Central Division. They got the third place wild card team and knocked them out with essentially 2 swings. 1-1. Fastball's just a little bit outside on Suarez, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Yesterday, it was Jose Ramirez with a go-ahead home run and a 2-1 win for Cleveland. And today, Oscar Gonzalez sends Cleveland to the next round of the postseason.
Cleveland scores 3 runs in the series and sweeps it.
2-1 over for a called strike.
The Blue Jays have 3 runs in 3 innings today.
Not only in that series, but in 24 innings. More than actually 2 games.
2.5 games.
Yeah. 3-0 Toronto on 5 hits. Suarez at the plate, the 2-2. Chopped away foul at the plate. Stays 2 balls and 2 strikes on a Eugenio Suarez.
And for those wondering, that does not impact the potential start time of a potential third game in this series. It would take 2 other series to be completed today for the Blue Jays start time to be bumped back from 2:07 to 4:07.
4 games will be played today. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with a splitter. Suarez down on strikes. 5 have gone in the glove, courtesy of Kevin Gausman.
So if the Blue Jays and Mariners play tomorrow, if they are one of 3 games tomorrow, the game between the Blue Jays and Mariners will start at 2:07. If the Blue Jays and Mariners are one of 2 games tomorrow, the game will start at 4:07. And if the Blue Jays and Mariners are the only game tomorrow, that game will start at 7:07.
You got that? Did you find the dusty spot on your dashboard? Scribble all that down.
It's Thanksgiving plans at hand here, Ben.
Cal Raleigh in the box. Swings and misses. Strike 1. There's a lot at stake. I mean, brunch plans, lunch plans, travel plans. We know this. If the Blue Jays hold on and force game 3, everybody is bringing their luggage. The next stop would be Houston for the winner of this series. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes on Raleigh. Gausman lost him in a lengthy battle back in the first inning. Raleigh grabbed the walk. 2 were left on by Seattle. Since then, Gausman has gone on to retire 8 straight. Right-handers 0-2. Tapped off foul. Rattled in and out of the glove of Danny Jansen. Couldn't corral it. No balls and 2 strikes on Cal Raleigh. Power for Raleigh is no surprise, but he has changed as a hitter. Become more disciplined over the course of the season. Challenged by his manager to take less selfish approaches at the plate. Think about the bigger picture, moving runners, getting runs home without the big wallop. The 0-2, check swing, and the fastball's just outside. No appeal down to the third base umpire. That's Andy Fletcher. Jerry Meals is in the middle of the diamond. He's the most experienced umpire on this crew, and he is the crew chief. Brian Knight is the first base umpire. Lance Barrett is up the right field line. Roberto Ortiz on the left line. 1-2. Swinging a pop-up, foul ground, first base side. Guerrero next to the screen in the front row. Watches it sail off into the outstretched hands of Blue Jay fans. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Cal Raleigh. Blue Jays had 92 wins in the regular season. The Mariners posted 90 victories. Ames won 90 or more ball games like the Blue Jays in back-to-back campaigns. There are only 5 teams to do that this season. 2 out of the National League, including the Cardinals, who were stunned yesterday by the Phillies in a 6-run ninth. And the Dodgers, who are sitting idle. 1-2. Fastball just inside. An emphatic jump away from the inside corner by Raleigh. That pitch wasn't that tight. But it was a ball, and it evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Raleigh is battling here. He fell behind 0-2 on 2 swinging strikes. Now about to see his 6th pitch of the plate appearance.
Left-handed hitter. Espinal deep at second base. The 2-2 is a fastball right down the middle. Strike 3 called. Back-to-back strikeouts for Gausman. Already strikeout number 6 for the right-hander.
That's what Gausman can do when he lands that fastball down in the zone. Hitters think it's a splitter. They think it's low. They think it's going to drop beneath the zone. And Gausman just lands it. This one at 97 again for a called 3rd strike at the thighs of Cal Raleigh. Lots of 97 today from Kevin Gausman into the 4th inning.
Mitch Haniger at the plate. Righty on righty. Gausman misses outside with a slider. That's ball one. The Blue Jays lead 3-0. Mariners batting in the fourth. Infield back, outfield lineup straight away. 1-0 is low at 96 miles an hour. 2 balls and no strikes.
And this is throwback Kevin Gausman, Ben. We aren't seeing any sliders here today. Kevin's thrown just 3 of them. It's been all fastball, all splitter. He's not messing around. He is going back to his roots.
Getting ready for his 60th pitch in this game. The 2-0. Swinging a high fly ball out to deep left center field. Springer's on the run. He reaches out and he makes the catch. Deep to his right, into the left center field alley. Springer runs underneath the drive of Mitch Haniger. And Kevin Gausman has retired 10 in a row with a little help behind him. A 1-2-3 fourth inning. Blue Jays lead after 3.5, 3-0. This is Blue Jays baseball in the American League Wild Card Series. Served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowes.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from The Room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If a natural disaster comes knocking, how prepared is your family? You can't just close the door on earthquakes, floods, or hurricanes and hope they go away. That's why it's important to make a plan now. Ready.gov/plan has the tools and tips you need to prepare your family for an emergency. So if disaster shows up at your doorstep, you'll be ready. Visit ready.gov/plan and make a plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
We're back inside the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Blue Jays lead 3-0. The big swing today, a 2-run home run from Teoscar Hernandez. The first runs of the postseason. Hernandez swings at the first pitch, and he drills it. Left center field. That ball is gone! Teoscar Hernandez with his second home run of the game. Four 0 Toronto.
Okay, Teoscar. We see you. First time around, he waited out 4 Robbie Ray sliders before taking them deep. This time around, first pitch heater from Robbie Ray. And Teoscar Hernandez takes him all the way back to deep left center field. What a bomb. And Robbie Ray's out of this ball game.
And a curtain call for Teoscar Hernandez. Rogers Center absolutely loves every morsel of what they are consuming here in downtown Toronto. Teoscar Hernandez with a pair of home runs. Scott Service makes an early trip to the mound, and he'll bring in Matt Brash from the bullpen in this pitching change. It's brought to you by Certainty, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. Certainty Pro all the way. One man knocked out Robbie Ray in his return to Rogers Center. Teoscar Hernandez with a 2-run home run, and then the very first pitch in the fourth inning into the 100 level in left center field. It's 4-0 Toronto, and the Blue Jays have a new pitcher for Seattle to work on as we go right over to our left and find Show Ali with this pitching change.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we get to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, some audio to listen to. Let's hear from a Blue Jays legend, Jose Bautista. He was on the Fan Morning Show with Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert on Friday. Jose knows better than most about playing in front of this very raucous Rogers Center crowd.
Well, they better hold on to their hats tonight because it's gonna be bumping in Rogers Center. The whole city is gonna be a buzz. I know that everybody's gonna be tuned in if they're not at the stadium, but there's gonna be a new level of energy and kind of excitement around Rogers Center tonight. So they better be ready for it.
Can it be like startling or paralyzing? Like, can it work against you, or does if the fans are on your side, especially at Rogers Center and the unique feel Rogers Center can provide, like, is it like an immediately useful bit of energy injected into your veins, or can it kind of work against you sometimes?
Yeah, it can go either way, but I think if you reflect on it and you accept it and you don't try to fight it and you see that it's there and they're all there rooting for you, I think it can definitely give you a boost. So hopefully they soak it all in and they don't run away from it, and they see it as positive energy. They're going to enjoy the hell playing out of a stadium full of Blue Jays fans.
That is Jose Bautista speaking with Ailish and Justin on the Fan Morning Show. Let's check in on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard quickly. Rays at Guardians. This one over in the bottom of the 15th inning. Oscar Gonzalez walking it off with a solo bomb against Corey Kluber. That sends the Guardians to New York to take on the Yankees on Tuesday. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Back for more action here in the fourth inning. Here's Ben Wagner and Arden Twelve.
One of 5 Canadian-born players in this series takes over the pitching, and that is Matt Brash. His first pitch to Matt Chapman is low and away for ball 1. Brash is from Kingston, Ontario, drafted by the Padres in the 4th round in 2019. Right-hander's pitch to Chapman, picks the inside corner, and it's 1-1. Robbie Ray has been knocked out of this ball game. Ray won a Cy Young Award with the Blue Jays last season. Put together one of the more dominant campaigns. The 1-1, fouled back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Blue Jays were very wishy-washy when pressed about how much interest they had in signing Robbie Ray, how many years they would go if they offered him a free agent contract, how much money he would demand. Essentially, Robbie Ray took the best deal, and he found a 5-year deal with the Mariners. A 1-2 pitch from Brash. Check swing roller foul, first base side.
And welcome back to Toronto, Robbie. 3+ innings, 6 hits, 4 earned on the 2 home runs by Teoscar Hernandez. 3 of them on those 2 home runs. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. also drove in Santiago Espinal in the 3rd. Robbie Ray leaves to jeers from the Rogers Center crowd.
Chapman pops up the pitch, up the line and right, back from first, underneath at France. Makes the play, and there's 1 out here in the 4th inning. The Blue Jays a 4-0 lead.
Scott Service into his bullpen early here in the 4th inning. He's going to ask them to log some innings from here on out. Don't know how warm Matt Brash was able to get in that Mariners bullpen. He had to get ready in a hurry, and he's now at the epicenter of Rogers Center on the mound, trying to deal with this crowd, trying to deal with this Blue Jays lineup that's trying to continue adding on.
Danny Jansen digs in, swings and misses at the first pitch for strike 1. Yesterday, the Blue Jays had 7 hits. 6 of them were soft singles. Today, the Blue Jays have 6 hits, and they have got 4 very loud extra base hits. Check swing by Jano, takes down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike on the Blue Jay backstop. A couple of home runs for Teoscar Hernandez. A leadoff double by Alejandro Kirk. Santiago Espinal did the same thing. Kirk's two-bagger came in the second, in the third for Espinal. Jansen swings and misses at the 1-1.
And look, it's not tomorrow yet. The Blue Jays still have a job to do. But if there is a tomorrow, forcing the Mariners to get 15 outs from their bullpen today would be huge.
The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Brash gets the punch out. He's got two away here in the fourth. That will bring up Whit Merrifield. Matt Brash from Kingston, Ontario, now 24 years of age. Picked up out of Niagara University in Lewiston, just south of the border into Western New York. The pitch to Merrifield. Outside ball one. Brash has had an outstanding season. He's making his first postseason appearance. Up and down a little bit. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Blue Jays thought they were going to see Brash earlier in the year. Made 39 appearances and 5 starts with the Mariners. At times he has looked as dominant as anybody. 1-1. Slider taken outside on a check swing, called for going around. That'll put Merrifield in the hole, 1-2.
The list of Toronto Blue Jays hitters with 2 home runs in a single postseason game. Jose Bautista, Game 6, 2015 ALCS. Danny Jansen, Game 2, 2020 Wild Card. And now Teoscar Hernandez here today.
Pitch outside from Brash. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Merrifield. The list is that.
It's a short one.
It is. Into the wind, the 2-2 is low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Merrifield was the guy that told me before the ball game today, just looking for that big hit. Blue Jays knew that they could piece together big innings. Didn't want to have Raleigh start with 2 outs. And boy, did that ever echo through the chambers in the clubhouse. Nobody out in the first Hernandez home run. And he pulls a pitch on a bounce down to third. Backhanded by Suarez. Throws inside at first. Tag applied on Merrifield's shoulder by France. Had to leave the bag. And that will retire the side. A leadoff home run from Teoscar Hernandez. That jettisons Robbie Ray out of this ball game. And the Blue Jays, after 4, have a 4-0 lead over the Mariners. It's Game 2 of the American League Wild Card Series in a do-or-die situation for Toronto. And we move to the 5th with Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
I'm Listening reminds you that you are not alone and that talk saves lives. There's a new national hotline for mental health-related distress, 988. When you call or text 988 from any phone, you will be connected directly with trained counselors in over 200 crisis centers nationwide. They can get you the help you need anytime, anywhere. 988, the new National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Talk saves lives. And with 988, talking is only 3 digits away. Find out more at imlistening.org.
This is the AL Wildcard Series.
And it is gone! A 3-homer game for Bo Bichette
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
This fifth inning is being presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can bet on things like player props, totals, or game outcomes across many different sports. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. With the co-host of At the Letters podcast, Arden Zwelling, I'm Ben Wagner. The Blue Jays have a 4-0 jump on the Seattle Mariners. It is a win or go home situation for Toronto. They must force a Game 3 if they want their season to continue. Adam Frazier looks out at Kevin Gausman. First pitch of the fifth. Gausman picks the outside corner with strike one. He dropped the splitter on the outside edge for the left-handed batter. Adam Frazier and Kevin Gausman, they go way back. 0-1. Broken bat, humpback liner. Back from short goes Bichette. Can't retreat quickly enough. It drops into left field. And again, Adam Frazier continues his hitting against his former competitor, both in the big leagues and even in college baseball. At Mississippi State, where Adam Frazier was a standout, and of course, one of the powerhouses in collegiate baseball in the States, LSU, where Kevin Gausman was on the mound. So when we talk about a history between these two, this is a long road of history.
Yeah, you're talking decades here, not just in the major leagues. That snaps Kevin Gausman's hitless streak as well in the fifth inning.
A leadoff base hit here in the fifth, the first surrendered by Gausman. Carlos Santana at the plate. Takes a splitter low for ball one. Gausman had retired 10 in a row. Today he has fanned 6.
And that's how it happens, isn't it? A little 76-mile-an-hour flare into no man's land and shallow outfield. It's not like that ball was squared up. It's not like it was driven. It was babbipped.
So is the season for Kevin Gausman. The 1-0. Pumps a fastball over on Santana. 1 ball and 1 strike. When you talk about BABIP luck, Kevin Gausman's face pops up. One of the most unluckiest hitters or pitchers, most unlucky pitcher that the Blue Jays had this season. 1 ball and 1 strike on Santana. A runner at first, nobody out. The pitch drops low. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Kevin Gausman had a .363 batting average on balls in play this season. MLB average was .289. So you want to talk about unlucky. That's 74 points of batting average over league average.
Two-1. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And you'll see pitchers without good stuff who get beat up and give up a ton of home runs have really inflated BABIPs because they're giving up lasers and they're giving up lots of hits. That's not the case for Kevin Gausman. Kevin Gausman's striking everybody out. He isn't walking anybody. He just got severely unlucky on balls in play.
Nobody out, runner at first. The 2-2. Splitter low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Luck is certainly on his side today. The fastball is great. The splitter has been just falling off the table. So you can just stuff the storylines about the sore finger and the fingernail crack right into the square file. He is fine and pitching great. 3-2. In the air out to center. Backing up Springer. He's on the run, getting to the wall, leaps in the air, and it's off the top of the fence. It's down and in play. Frazier held for a moment at second base, races to third on a double off the very top of the fence by Carlos Santana. It was oh so close from going out of the ballpark. But the very top of a 10-foot wall kept it down and in play. Springer got back, elevated as high as he could go, but that soared over his reach. And now for the first time, the Mariners are threatening.
Pete Walker making a mound visit here, and Springer was kicking himself in center field for not coming down with this one. He just miscalculated his jump a little bit. he might have had an opportunity at this. We know George Springer can get up there, but the ball ticks just beyond his outstretched glove in center field, bounces off the wall, collected and thrown back in quickly to hold Frazier from scoring. Frazier got a decent jump, as you said, hesitated around second, so he'll be at third. Santana will be at second. Nobody out. Gausman's first test of the game.
We might have an umpire review about that being a home run.
Crew chief review of potential home run.
That's the voice of Jerry Meals, the second base umpire and crew chief. They just want to have New York confirm that that's not a home run. We had a great vantage point here. One, looking at it with the naked eye. Two, on a couple of replays, when we saw Springer's outstretched arm and that ball just eluded him.
Yeah, unless I'm missing something, there is no way in the world this is a home run. It clearly bounced off the top of the wall.
Field is confirmed. The ball's in play.
I guess I appreciate them confirming it. Better safe than sorry. But yeah, from where we are, Ben, over 400 feet away, that was obviously not a home run.
Nobody out. A double off the top of the fence for Carlos Santana, his first hit in the series after an 0-for-5 start. Frazier stands at third. Blue Jays with a 4-0 lead. We're in the fifth. Before there was Julio Rodriguez, the star prospect was Jared Kelenic, 23 years of age. It's been a rocky arrival in the big leagues for Kelenic. Here's the pitch. And it dropped over the outside corner, strike one. Frustrated that he was promoted earlier in his career out of the pandemic season. Had some big hits early last season after making the opening day roster, but that was just a flash. Option back, and he's ridden the shuttle over the last couple of seasons. The 0-1. Hit in the air out to center. In comes Springer along with Merrifield. This will drip to Whit Merrifield. The catch is made. Runner is tagging at third, heading down the line, and will score on a sacrifice fly. Frazier tagging at third, coming across on a sacrifice fly from Kelenic. Mariners are on the board, and it's 4-1 Toronto.
Kelenic hit that to the right part of Toronto's outfield because it was either going to be George Springer collecting it with that banged up right elbow that we've spent so much of the season talking about, or Whit Merrifield collecting it, Whit being a true second baseman and not a proper outfielder. So Whit got it back in a hurry, but he doesn't quite have the arm strength of a true outfielder. So Matt Chapman cut it off, kept Santana at second base. Run scores.
3-run lead for Toronto here in the fifth. The number 9 hitter is J.P. Crawford. The pitch on the outside corner. Good splitter again from Gausman. It doesn't matter right-handed or left-handed. The hitters are stunned by this splitter today.
Now, if it was Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in left field, we might have had a play at the plate then.
Lourdes Gurriel Jr. still on the injured list. He's missed 27 games for the Blue Jays with a hamstring issue. The 0-1. Chopped off the plate, and that rolls up the first baseline foul. Injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Pereira Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. They're cleanup hitters. Visit bplawyers.ca. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. came back to Toronto to get rid of that nasty weather in Baltimore. See if he can get on the field, run some bases. Worked out on Wednesday when the Blue Jays were wrapping up the regular season with the doubleheader. Worked out yesterday and on Thursday. 3 straight days of workouts. 0-2. A comebacker right to Gausman. Snatches a look back at second. The runner freezes. A throw to first in time to retire Crawford 2 away.
Yeah, I saw Lourdes doing some running here at Rogers Center again today, this afternoon, working on his first to thirds, testing that hamstring. He took live batting practice yesterday off of Matt Gage and Julian Merriweather. Blue Jays say they're confident that Lourdes would be available for a potential ALDS, which would start against the Houston Astros in Houston on Tuesday. Of course, the Blue Jays first have to get there.
It would take a win today and a win tomorrow after they were blanked yesterday in the opening game of this series, 4-0. Now a 4-1 Toronto lead. We're in the 5th inning. Runner at second, 2 out. Julio Rodriguez at the plate. The pitch from Gausman. Hit on the ground sharply on a bounce. Down to third. The vacuum is there. On to first. Chapman retires Rodriguez and retires the side. 1 run, 2 hits, and a runner left in scoring position for Seattle. Midway through the 5th, it's the Blue Jays 4 and the Mariners 1. This is the American League Wild Card Series. Blue Jays baseball is served up by Jack Lake's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Ready to improve your bottom line? The Room can match you with a top financial analyst. Trusted by small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, The Room's virtual financial analysts are highly trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Drive business growth with a virtual financial analyst from The Room. It's like listening to all the financial programs rolled into one. Get started today at trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
Looking for stories about the Black community and you don't want to wait until, February? Then check out Beyond Black History Month, the podcast that tells inclusive stories year-round. Like how today's labor movement is connected to the civil rights movement, and why Black neighborhoods keep getting hit with water crisis after water crisis.
We're still being charged for water that we can't use.
Listen and subscribe to Beyond Black History Month on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
This is the AL Wild Card Series.
Winning run at second, the 2-2. Swing and a miss to finish the ball game.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
72 strikeouts in 64 innings of relief for the Mariner. That is in this ball game courtesy of Certainteed. Certainteed Pro all the way. Who is the right-hander? Well, it is Paul Sewald. It was pitched very well out of the bullpen for the Mariners. They'll face Santiago Espinal, George Springer, and Bo Bichette. The Mariners are clearly going to bullpen their way through the rest of this game after Robbie Ray was knocked out after 3+ innings in the start for the Mariners. Oscar Hernandez with a couple of home runs. Blue Jays had a 4-0 lead. The M score on a sacrifice fly in the top half of this 5th. So 4-1 Blue Jays. Espinal doubled and scored back in the 3rd. The pitch, low and away. That's ball 1.
And you know it's the postseason because Scott Service is going to his closer right now. His closer during the regular season, Paul Sewald. It's the ball in the 5th inning and his team's down by 3.
Pitch Espinal picks the inside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Mariners bullpen logged 40 saves this season. Half of them belong to Paul Sewald. 20 saves and 25 opportunities. But pitching here in the 5th. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2. And it's not necessarily the matchup against Santiago Espinal. It's trying to get through George Springer and Bo Bichette. It's the top of the order.
That is
like the Blue Jays, the Mariners look at lineups in terms of pockets.
That is absolutely why Sewald is in this spot.
1-2, soft line drive up the middle, a base hit into center field. Espinal with a big turnaround first. Hustles back to the bag. He's 2 for 2 in his return to the lineup. Not only the postseason, but the lineup for the Blue Jays after missing the final 2 weeks of the regular season.
Yeah, what a turnaround from that first inning error by Santiago Espinal in the second batter of the game. He just lines the Sewald slider back up the middle. But this is postseason baseball. Throw your little bullpen roles out the window. I don't care if you were our closer, our 8th inning guy, our setup guy, our lefty specialist. I'm Scott Service, and I'm using you when I need you, when the leverage presents itself. Scott Service, he's saying that leverage is right now. I can't let this lead get any bigger.
Here's George Springer. Swings at the first pitch and lines it off to the right. Strike 1. George 2 for 3 yesterday in the series opener. 0 for 2 tonight. Down on strikes against Robbie Ray.
But I made this point earlier. If the Blue Jays are going to force a game 3 and force Scott Service into using leverage relievers here, that is to their benefit.
0-1. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes.
If there were a game 3, the Blue Jays would feel good about getting into Seattle's bullpen early and tiring out some of these leverage arms.
Only used 1 yesterday for the final 5 outs of the ball game. Long hold, the 0-2. Springer check swing and a pitch down and in. Did he go? He did. And a dejected George Springer falls down with his hands on his knees, frustrated by getting rung up by the first base umpire, Brian Knight. Shakes his head side to side as he returns to the Toronto third base dugout.
Getting a look at the replay here, and Springer did go around. Not sure if he's dejected because he feels like he held up or because he knows that he went around, but that was the right call made on that pitch. And here comes John Schneider.
Blue Jays manager out to chat with the home plate umpire, Todd Titchener. I have no idea what the Blue Jays skipper might have been challenging, but they seem to be on the same page as this conversation concludes. John nodding his head up and down, Todd Titchener doing the exact same thing. Could this be about the check swing? Could it be about something that Sewald is doing on the mound? Not sure. Espinal with a good lead at first. There's 1 out here in the 5th. The pitch to Bo. On the inside corner, called strike 1.
There is a runner on, and Sewald does have a little bit of a front foot tap in his delivery. But I've been watching pretty closely, and I feel like he is coming set consistently before he delivers.
The 0-1 to Bichette. Swinging a line drive. That's sinking down the right field line. Base hit! Going all the way to the corner. Headed towards third. Espinal gets the stop sign. It's a double for Bo Bichette. Second hit of the postseason for Bo Bichette, trying to set up a 5th inning rally for the Blue Jays.
How many times this season have we seen the American League leader in hits do exactly this? Ride a fastball the other way up the right field line. Bo Bichette has that great opposite field line drive approach. This is a classic Bo Bichette piece of hitting. Luis Rivera at third base knew he had speed in Santiago Espinal. He was watching that ball all the way and waited and waited and waited to put up the stop sign until the last possible moment. He was considering sending Santiago Espinal home.
Well, absolutely no hesitation on what to consider in this matchup with first base open and 1 out. 4 fingers extended by the manager, Scott Service of Seattle. An intentional walk to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. That will load the bases.
Remember what Aaron Boone said when faced with a similar choice? Pick your poison. Scott Service has chosen his.
The sacks are packed. Alejandro Kirk in the batter's box. 1 down. The pitch. Down low, ball 1.
And Kirk, an obvious double play candidate, the slowest Blue Jays runner. Guerrero can move, but not exactly fleet of foot either. The flip side of that is that Kirk, one of the most patient and discerning Blue Jays hitters, he is not going to go after anything outside the zone unless you absolutely fool him. That happens so infrequently.
Yeah, I think 117 miles an hour in the average exit velocity off the bat of Vladimir Guerrero Jr., factoring into the mind, too. Some of the swings. The 1-0. Kirk takes in the dirt, and that gets over the head of Raleigh. Here's a play at the plate. Espinal scores! It's another dash to the dish. Espinal scores on a head-first dive. And the Blue Jays extend their lead. It's 5-1 Toronto here in the 5th.
Paul Sewald just does not have his feel right now. First pitch of the plate appearance, slider in the dirt. Second pitch of the plate appearance, fastball that sails up and over Cal Rowley's head. Rowley got a glove on it, maybe could have caught it, but he was not expecting the ball to be up over his head, so he couldn't. Santiago Espinal dashing home from third, head first slide, aggressive base running, and the other runners move up as well. Bo now at third, Vladdy at second.
The infield in. The 2-0. Kirk takes the slider low. 3 balls and no strikes. Cal Raleigh was all the way down on one knee, and he just flat out whiffed on that pitch. Vladdy at second. Bichette stands at third. 1 out. The 3-0. No green light, but a fastball over for a called strike. Toronto 5, Seattle 1. Home 5th. 3-1. Low and away, ball 4.
Guess who?
Teoscar Hernandez is bringing this crowd to life. Already a 2-home run game for Teoscar Hernandez. He crushed a soaring 2-run shot in the second inning. And he hit a missile to left center field on the first pitch that he got in the fourth. Hernandez at the plate. The pitch. Takes a slider strike. Bichette, Guerrero, Kirk, all aboard. The 0-1 to Hernandez. Fouled away at the plate.
Another slider. The game plan is evident. If we know the game plan, Teo knows the game plan. Sliders, sliders, sliders. It's been his kryptonite all year. It's in a hole now, 0-2. It's going to have to try not to expand as Sewald tries to get him to chase.
The 0-2. Hit him and hit him. Hernandez, stunned by impact in the batter's box, just turns around, looks at his teammates. The reaction from Cal Raleigh, I don't think he was sure what happened in that play. He turned around like he had to retrieve the baseball. Hernandez knew exactly what happened. It plunked him, and the Blue Jays have a 6-1 lead.
Paul Sewald does not have a feel on this mound. How many pitches have we seen him miss here, Ben? The sliders in the dirt to Kirk, the one above Rowley's head, as you said, down on a knee, not expecting an elevated fastball, or at least not that elevated in that spot. Now 0-2 to Teoscar Hernandez with the bases loaded, and he drills him with a heater. Paul Sewald has to regain his composure here and find his feel for the strike zone. And this Blue Jays crowd needs to get all over Paul Sewald right now and ramp up his anxiety.
Pete Woodworth, the pitching coach, made a quick mound visit. Paul Sewald has pitched the Mariners into very, very choppy seas. The bases loaded in this 5th inning. Still 1 out. 6-1 Toronto. The pitch to Chapman. Inside, that nearly hit him. Sewald with that 3/4 arm slot has everything running to the arm side. He just hit Hernandez to knock in a run. He nearly plunked Chapman. The 1-0. In for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike on Chapman. Chatting the last couple of days with the Blue Jays Gold Glove third baseman. He was so happy to participate in a series. Felt like he's made for multiple games in the postseason. The 1-1 is hit high in the air out to center field. Playable for Rodriguez. Guerrero back at third, tagging. Catch is made. Throw goes to third. Guerrero speeding down the line. He scores. And the Blue Jays have a 7-1 advantage over the Mariners.
Yeah, the crowd thought that Matt Chapman got it, but he just missed this fastball from Paul Sewald. The Blue Jays will take it all the same, trading out for a run here as Diego Castillo starts throwing in the Seattle Mariners bullpen.
Big velo loosening up for Seattle. Chapman with a sacrifice fly, 7-1 Blue Jays. A 3-run fifth inning. Danny Jansen trying to keep the line moving. Checks a swing at a fastball. Did he go? He did on the appeal to first.
There is not a filled seat in the Rogers Center right now. Everybody is standing.
The 0-1, a little squibber inside the first base bag and up the right field line. Kirk's coming around third. He's going to score. Hernandez stops at third on an RBI double from Danny Jansen. 8-1, Toronto on top, and rally towels are going crazy.
What are we used to seeing from Danny Jansen all season long? Pull, pull, pull everything to left field. What does he do here when Paul Sewald gets him to expand against a slider tailing off the plate? He just rides it up the right field line and sends it into right. The Mariners shifting him to the left because of course you would against Danny Jansen, but this one just goes against that infield alignment. Jansen reaches second, and Paul Sewald's walking off the mound.
Off the cup into the bat, the Blue Jays knock home another run with Danny Jansen's first postseason double. He's 2 for 3 at the plate with another RBI. The Blue Jays have an 8-1 lead over the Mariners, and we have a pitching change brought to you by Certainteed Pro all the way. With this pause of the action, let's go to our left and visit with Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. Let's get to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We mentioned this final a few times. Rays at Guardians at Progressive Field, where Oscar Gonzalez has sent Cleveland off to face the Yankees in the ALDS starting next Tuesday.
The 15th, Corey Kluber. This is his third inning of work. The right-hander's pitch. A swing and a high fly. Deep left center field. It is gone. Hello, New York. Oscar Gonzalez sends the Guardians to the division series. A mob scene at home plate. A towering solo homer to left center to end this marathon incredible playoff game.
That's the call from Tom Hamilton at WTAM in Cleveland. According to ESPN's Marley Rivera, it was the longest postseason game by innings in either team's history, which is pretty wild. It also set a record for the longest scoreless postseason game in Major League history back in the 14th inning. So, mercifully, the fans at Progressive Field get a win and also get to go home ahead of the ALDS, which starts on Tuesday. Cleveland had an ERA of 0.38 over these two games, allowing just the one run in both games combined. And today there also have been 3 home runs so far. Teoscar, Oscar, and Teoscar, all hitting home runs so far this Saturday. Padres at Mets is one of the later games. First pitch flies in that one, 7:37 p.m. Eastern, 4:37 p.m. Pacific. Blake Snell will go for San Diego. Jacob deGrom will go for New York. We'll join that game in progress after Jay's talk with Blair and Barker. Phillies at Mets. Philly took a 1-0 series lead over St. Louis. Today, first pitch flies at 8:37 p.m. Eastern, 5:37 p.m. Pacific. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. Back to the action. We're at Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. Here's Ben Wagner and Arden Zwelling with the call of the game.
All right, thanks so much, Joe. It's the 15th career postseason appearance for a one-time Tampa Bay Ray who got stung in that walk-off heartbreaker in Cleveland with the Guardians moving to New York for the division series. Now Diego Castillo makes his first postseason appearance with the Mariners. The Blue Jays have an 8-1 lead. Whit Merrifield gets hit in the helmet. A breaking ball hits Whit Merrifield and jettisons his cap right off his head. Merrifield is dazed in the batter's box, clearly frustrated after Paul Sewald got a couple of batters hit and was erratic in the zone. The first pitch unleashed by Castillo was a direct hit into the helmet of Whit Merrifield. The Blue Jays manager, John Schneider, out, trying to calm down Whit Merrifield. The trainer, Jose Ministral, going through the protocols, making sure there's no brain injury. The crowd is incensed here at Rogers Center.
John Schneider had to stop Whit Merrifield from going to first base. He was trying to take his base right away, and Schneider had to say, hold up, talk to the trainer. Let's go through the tests. Give it a second. Make sure you're okay. You just took an 89-mile-per-hour pitch off the helmet. And while Whit Merrifield was talking to Jose Ministral, John Schneider getting a few words in with home plate umpire Todd Tickner saying, hey, man, that's the second guy they have hit this inning. George Springer was hit at the end of last night's game. When is enough enough?
Here's the 10th batter of this inning. The Blue Jays have scored 4. 8-1 lead. Castillo to Espinal. A slider strike. Santiago Espinal is the one that jump-started this rally. His leadoff single. He came in on a wild pitch, the first of 3 runs. Bases loaded. The pitch. Pulled down to third, foul. No balls and 2 strikes. Teoscar Hernandez. He's the runner at third. Danny Jansen delivered the double. He's at second.
And Castillo can get wild. He had a 10% walk rate this year. Doesn't always have the best command of the strike zone. Paul Sewald earlier in this inning clearly didn't have a feel for the strike zone.
The 0-2. Chopped away foul at the plate.
Seattle Mariners are not trying to hit Toronto Blue Jays. I just think they are wild on that Rogers Center mound right now.
Second batter in the postseason, Diego Castillo, has tagged. Through 59 appearances in the regular season, he only hit 2 batters. It's unraveled on Seattle here in the 5th. The 0-2. Espinal takes down and away. 2 down, bases loaded. The Blue Jays have doubled up their score. They led 4-1 coming into the bottom of the 5th. Now an 8-1 lead. The 1-2. Pulled foul again. That's weakly hit over the postseason script on the apron on the third base side.
How long has this half inning been then?
Not as long as that other one. That was the 7th. This is the 5th. The 1-2 pitch. Espinal grounds it out to the shortstop. Crawford charges in, wings a throw to first in time to retire Espinal and the side. The Blue Jays got 10 men to the plate, score 4 more runs in a wild one here at Rogers Center. The Blue Jays move into the 6th with an 8-1 lead over the Mariners. In the wild card series, Game 2 continues right after this with Blue Jays baseball served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Oh
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowes.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We're inside the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Well, the Blue Jays will make a change defensively moving into the 6th inning. Raimel Tapia will replace Whit Merrifield in left. I think 2 reasons for that. One, that spot in the batting order, and now coming around later on in the ball game, which should be a much different situation, but also because of the days that Whit Merrifield still had on his face after he was leaving the field. John Schneider was right out and made the change defensively. So Tapia taking over in left. Blue Jays have an 8-1 lead over the Mariners. Ty France will lead it off. The pitch by Kevin Gausman is turned around and up the middle, a base hit into center field.
Yeah, very understandable decision. You get the upgrade in left from Merrifield, who is not a true left fielder. Tapia was out of the lineup because Robbie Ray, the lefty, was starting. Obviously, Robbie Ray out of this game. Get Merrifield out, make sure he's okay, upgrade your defense. That spot in the batting order not coming back around for a while. Merrifield and John Schneider had words in the dugout afterwards. Won't speculate what they were about, but Merrifield's hot.
Runner at first is France, held by Guerrero. Blue Jays pretty much playing it straight up defensively. Eugenio Suarez at the plate. The pitch by Gausman on the inside corner with a good slider. Starting the 3rd time through the lineup. Interesting to see if Gausman stays with the fastball splitter combination or if we see some sliders running away from dangerous right-handed hitters. The 0-1. Suarez takes a fastball high. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Interesting to see how John Schneider and Pete Walker handle the situation as well, as Gausman goes a 3rd trip through, pitch count climbing ever so much. We'll see how much rope he has. We'll see if another runner reaches base this inning, if someone gets up in the bullpen, and who that someone is.
1-1, fouled back. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Gausman's on 78 pitches now. Nobody warming in the Blue Jays bullpen. Obviously, the Blue Jays have a 7-run cushion, which is nice, but it's also an elimination game. And it's also the postseason. You don't want to let the Mariners get even a sniff of re-entering this contest. So I would expect some pretty good relievers coming out of the Blue Jays bullpen.
7-run lead for Toronto here in the 6th. The 1-2, Suarez pulls it foul. Stays 1 ball and 2 strikes on Eugenio Suarez. The 6th inning is being presented by Bet365. Just download the app and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favorite sports book. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. The 1-2. Fastball's inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Credit Kevin Gausman. It was a long break during just an absurd bottom of the 5th inning for the Blue Jays when they brought 10 batters to the plate. and scored 4 runs. He's come back out here after, 30 minutes, maybe even 40, throwing 96.
He's had upper 90 velo all day. Looks fresh. The 2-2. Line the other way. That's a base hit. Trickling its way into right field. Suarez pushes a single to right. France jogs to second. And the first 2 are on to start off this 6th inning.
The France single was well struck. This one from Suarez was not. They both count the same. I would expect some action to begin in that Blue Jays bullpen. John Schneider has to try to make this move 1 batter too early rather than 1 batter too late. Even though Kevin Gausman has been magnificent here today, you want to extinguish any hint of a Mariners rally.
1 run on 4 hits. That's been it against Gausman today. The lefty Tim Meza is starting to loosen up, with Adam Frazier looming. And Mitch Haniger out on deck. The pitch to Raleigh. Up and out with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball for ball 1.
It's not hard to spot the pocket in the order that Tim Meza would be facing.
You've got the left-handed hitting Adam Frazier, Carlos Santana, the switch hitter, Jared Kelnick, another left-handed batter. I mean, that's easily identifiable.
J.P. Crawford behind them, another lefty.
The 1-0 in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes.
Mound visit here from Danny Jansen, who's just going to go over the game plan against Cal Raleigh. Kevin Gausman just chucks that splitter right into the dirt. Never a shot of a swing from Raleigh. Nice block by Jansen. Kevin Gausman's going to go for a little walk behind the mound here. Catch his breath. This also buys a little more time for Tim Meza and the Blue Jays bullpen. If you're Kevin Gausman, you know the score. You know what's going on here. You know what's going on in the bullpen. You know you might have just 2 more batters in this game. So you're focusing on execution and retiring them.
Raleigh today 0 for 1. He walked his first time up. Gausman got him on strikes, facing him the second time. The 2-0 in the air out to left. Speeding forward. Here comes Tapia. Dives, and he can't make the catch. The ball rolls in front of him. It's retrieved by Bichette quickly in deep left field. Tapia hit the ground hard. Had that ball in his grasp, but it jarred free on impact. Tapia hesitated for a moment, perhaps the wind getting knocked out of him when he landed. Now he's trying to collect himself. The trainer, Jose Ministral, jogging into left field. He's headed to our left. Pete Walker is heading to the middle of the diamond to make a mound visit.
Yeah, you hope it's just the wind being knocked out of him and not anything more severe than that. Tapia is up and in a crouch right now. Bo Bichette kneeling in front of him. Jose Ministral kneeling beside him. John Schneider just arriving on the scene. Tapia came very close to making this play. The ball tinks just off his glove. Pete Walker and the entire Blue Jays infield, save for Matt Chapman, now meeting on the mound, going over the game plan with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Saw a bit of the replay, too, with Tapia on impact. Not only did he land flush, but he got a big faceful of turf, too. That was a very hard impact. The bill of his cap going right into the turf. That is a jarring play. He's chatting with John Schneider, Jose Ministral, Bo Bichette, George Springer, Teoscar Hernandez. They were on left field with him. Now the crowd rallying for their support for the shaken left fielder.
Meanwhile, Tim Meza's had all kinds of time to get warm here. So the Blue Jays, Pete Walker, John Schneider will be able to make a move whenever they choose to. But first, Kevin Gausman's got to face Mitch Haniger with the bases loaded.
3 straight singles, up the middle, off to right, then rally the opposite way to left. Loading the bases for Seattle. The Blue Jays just tacked on 4 runs in the 5th. They now lead 8-1. This is a much more comfortable situation knowing that the Blue Jays had already tacked on 4. Mitch Haniger, the batter. The pitch. Dropped in for a called strike 1.
And knowing the way the Blue Jays are swinging the bats today, they have runs in each of the last 4 innings. Blue Jays hitters, after being absolutely dominated by Luis Castillo last night, have come here ready to swing it.
Bases loaded for the M's. 0-1 from Gausman. Pops the glove and misses low. 1 ball and 1 strike on Haniger. Struck out swinging in the first against Gausman and then got him to pop up to center. Carried the no-hitter into the 5th after retiring 10 in a row. Frazier got a leadoff single in the 5th. The 1-1 and the dirt. 2 balls and 1 strike on Haniger. Haniger's return to the lineup offered a calming effect for the Mariners, who at one point this season were 10 games under 500 at 29-39. They played better baseball going into the All-Star break. It included a 14-game win streak. That's the longest in the big leagues this year. The 2-1, fouled back. Even counted 2 balls and 2 strikes. What the result was, very tightly contested games against the Blue Jays when they were out in Seattle. That was in July, the 7th through the 10th, 3 one-run games and some very fluky plays. 2-2, tapped away, foul at the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Gausman sticking with the fastball splitter approach that he has ridden throughout this game. He's thrown only 7 sliders on the day.
Bases loaded around him. And a 2-2. Swing and a miss. Haniger down on strikes. Strikeout number 7 for Kevin Gausman.
Decision time for John Schneider and Pete Walker. They're talking about it right now in the Blue Jays dugout. Do they stick with Kevin Gausman against his old rival Adam Frazier, or do they go to the bullpen for Tim Meza, who's hot and ready? They're sticking with Gausman.
This is a matchup that dates back to the SEC, a Bulldog and a Tiger. Long time head-to-head. The pitch to Frazier. The left-handed batter takes low. That's ball 1.
This is a huge decision, Ben. Not going to Tim Meza here against the lefty, sticking with Kevin Gausman against a guy who hit a single off of him his last time up only an inning ago.
Bases loaded, the 1-0. Dropped in for a called strike, and it evens the count. You know, I checked in on our bullpen camera. I don't know how much of a decision it was because Tim Meza never really hesitated throwing. I wonder if this was a plan. If it gets to this, we like what our data tells us. We like what all of our insight says Kevin Gausman might be a better matchup than a traditional lefty on lefty. The 1-1, way outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Now, I have no deeper insight to that other than just watching the rhythm of a reliever. And Matt Bushman, this is why he holds the card behind anybody that is loosening in the bullpen, because these are things that are discussed, mapped out, planned for most of the time early in the afternoon or late morning in this case. Be very interesting to check in after the game about that. 2-1. Swing and this, and it's 2-2. Here comes Rogers Center again.
Even if this moment isn't consequential, I'm asking John Schneider about this tomorrow. Holy.
Frazier, now 14 for 34 lifetime against Gausman. The 2-2 in the air, shallow. It's on the right side of the diamond. Vladdy wants to take it himself, makes the catch. Infield fly roll into effect with the bases loaded, and there are now 2 out.
And here comes John Schneider. He says, okay, I gambled with my righty against Adam Frazier. Carlos Santana, the switch hitter, due up. Schneider's going to bring in Tim Meza to turn Santana around, force him to hit right-handed.
Kevin Gausman met by his manager on top of the bump. Covers his face with his glove. And now Rogers Center is going to show their love of what Kevin Gausman gave them today with everything on the line. Gausman getting a standing ovation.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Face him this year, and he's a power arm, so he's going to come after us, and just looking to jump on him early.
And I guess overall for you guys, as you're heading into an elimination game after such a long season, what's the mentality for the group in that room?
Yeah, it's not a best of one series, best of three. So we're here today, and backs on the wall, but we're just going to approach it, just like any other game, and put our head down, leave it all on the field, and go out there and look to win.
That's Danny Jansen speaking to the media earlier today on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Today's playoff slate, Phillies at Mets. After a 6-run top 9 yesterday, Philly took a 1-0 series lead over St. Louis. Today, first pitch flies at 8:37 p.m. Eastern, 5:37 p.m. Pacific. Aaron Nola will go for Phillies. Miles Michaelis will go for St. Louis. Taijuan Walker, remember him? He's also been added to the postseason roster for the Mets as a replacement for the injured Joely Rodriguez. And Padres at Mets, the Friars beat New York in a big way last night. They bombed Max Scherzer and the Mets 7-1. And today the Padres look to advance to the NLDS. First pitch flies at 7:37 p.m. Eastern. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Let's get you back to Ben Wagner and Arden Zwellin.
Thank you, Show. The Blue Jays go with their left-hander, Tim Meza. He has been rock solid out of that bullpen for Toronto. They'll inherit 3 base runners with 2 outs. Bases loaded for the Mariners. The Blue Jays in front, 8-1. Meza deals, and the pitch spiked, and it bounces away from Jansen to the on-deck circle. Scoring standing up on the first wild pitch on court by Meza has the Mariners back on the board, and it's 8-2.
Not at all how Tim Meza wanted to start this outing. Enters this raucous Rogers Center atmosphere, and his first sinker bounces essentially off home plate at 93 miles per hour. Don't see that an awful lot from Tim Meza. Had just 2 wild pitches this season, just 2 in 2021. Another one here.
Swing and a miss by Santana. 1 ball and 1 strike. First postseason appearance for Tim Meza. Runners lead at second and third. Suarez in front of Cal Raleigh. The pitch in the air out to left. Tapia racing back at the wall. He turns around, looks up, and it is gone. A 3-run home run for Carlos Santana. The Blue Jays turned around the veteran. He jumped on the right side of the plate, and he hits a 3-run home run to draw the Mariners within 3. Blue Jays lead in the 6th, 8-5.
The Blue Jays got the matchup that they wanted. Carlos Santana, just 3 of his 19 home runs this season against left-handed pitching. But he goes down for this Tim Meza sinker that honestly is located pretty well down and away from Santana. Santana's lunging out over the plate, somehow gets the barrel on it. It's at 395 feet over the left center field wall. Boy, these last couple half innings have had some drama.
My goodness. The Blue Jays looked like they were ready to roll away with this one, leading 8-1. Here's Dylan Moore off the bench, pinch hitting. And the first pitch is on the outside corner. That's strike one. The right-handed hitting more for Jared Kelnick, who leaves 0 for 1 with a sacrifice fly. Boy, it feels like a brand new ball game, doesn't it? The pitch in the air, up the line into right. Hernandez racing over, won't get this one. Drops foul. Strike two on Moore.
Jimmy Garcia is now up in the Blue Jays bullpen, getting ready in a hurry. Got to figure Meza will get Kelenic and Crawford. He's got to face 3 batters anyway. Then Jimmy would be for the top of the Mariners lineup if it got there.
Carlos Santana with a 3-run home run. The pitch, Moore fouls it back. Stays no balls and 2 strikes.
I mean, Ben, we were talking about the decision to leave Gausman in to face Adam Frazier. Now do we have to talk about the decision to not let Gausman face Carlos Santana? To bring in Tim Meza, who went wild pitch, 3-run homer.
The 0-2. Moore takes in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that was the sequence, too. Meza's first pitch bounced off the plate, allowed the Mariners to plate a run. And then the very next one put into play off the bat of Carlos Santana. And we've got a 3-run game. 8-5 Toronto here in the 6th. Check swing foul back. And it stays 1-2. Such a fever pitch, quelled, and now very nervous energy at Rogers Center. Nobody on. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Moore is down on strikes. That will retire this side. 7 men come to the plate in the 6th inning for the Mariners. They played 4 runs and are right back in the ball game. Midway through the 6th, it's 8-5. Toronto leading Seattle in Game 2 of the American League Wild Card Series. Blue Jays baseball is served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Peoples of the internet, I am Algorithm. Call me Al. My job is to take your job.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in the room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The Room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Looking for stories about Black culture, Black news, all Black everything? Then listen and subscribe to the podcast Beyond Black History Month. From influential newsmakers like Soledad O'Brien.
I try to use Twitter to explain, this thing is not good, but let me explain to you why it's not good. And let's talk about what framing is.
To why Game of Thrones fans can believe in dragons, but not a Black Targaryen. Or Valerion, technically. Find Beyond Black History Month on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
Great to have you joining us from Rogers Center this afternoon with the co-host of At the Letters podcast, Arden Zwelling. I'm Ben Wagner. The Blue Jays and the Mariners are in Game 2 of the American League Wild Card Series. It is a do-or-die situation for Toronto. They need a win today to continue their season and force a decisive Game 3. In the bracket, the winner of this series moves on to play Tuesday night against the Houston Astros in the Lone Star State. George Springer opens up the home 6th. Matt Festa, the new right-hander, kicks and brings home the pitch. A slider's low and away, ball 1. Jared Kelnick was pinch hit for by Dylan Moore. He has stayed in the ball game. He's in left field. The Blue Jays with an 8-5 lead. Vesta deals. Springer hits it sharply on the ground. It's picked up at third. Shuffle step and a throw by Suarez over to first. One down.
In an instant, it's a 3-run lead for the Blue Jays. Remember how they entered that top of the 6th inning, leading 8-1. Blue Jays bats here are going to try to extend that lead a little bit further. Meanwhile, John Schneider and Pete Walker are going to have to really talk over their plans here and how they want to approach retiring these final 9 outs.
1 up, 1 down here in the 6th. Bo Bichette the batter. Swings and fouls it back. Strike 1. And it happened quickly for Tim Mason. His first pitch spiked off the plate. The wild pitch brought home a run. And then he got Carlos Santana to swing, put him behind 0-1, and then he hit a 3-run home run. It gave the Mariners life. The pitch. Bo takes a strike. Fastball at 93 miles an hour on the outside corner. Let's go, Bo. Echoing at Rogers Center. The 0-2. Bichette hits it high in the air. Out to right. Haniger retreats into the track where he makes the catch. Bo making a bid for an opposite field home run. It hung up too long. He's retired. 2 down in the 6th.
Yeah, Bo got a nice slider to hit there and tried to just ride it over the right field wall, but didn't get quite enough barrel on it. Only 97.5 miles per hour off the bat. Not enough to get it out. Now Vladdy will try to do the same, except take it over the wall.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. drove home a run with a single back in the 3rd inning. The pitch. Fastball on the inside 3rd, a called strike. He was hit by a pitch in the 5th. The 0-1. Guerrero smokes it right back up the middle. Slowed down, a bounce off the bump. Flagged at second by Frazier, and a throw to first in time to retire Guerrero and the side. The Blue Jays retired 1-2-3 here in the 6th. We're going to the 7th. The Blue Jays in front 8-5 over Seattle. This is the American League Wild Card Series as Game 2 continues from Rogers Center. Blue Jays baseball is served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
That bell means there's a new tire store in West Chicago, Bell Tire. It also means you'll get up to $200 off a set of 4 tires at our grand opening sale. We want you to come get tires, but we don't want you to come back until you have to. That's why Bell Tire will give you up to $200 off 4 tires, plus more free lifetime tire services to help you get more out of your tires. $200 off 4 tires. What are you waiting for? Come get the lowest tire price, period, at Bell Tire. See store at belltire.com for details. Now open on West North Avenue.
Do you ever wonder about dreams or deja vu, that feeling on a first date?
Yes. The spark is real.
Maybe about where the aliens are, if they exist.
The universe could be infinite. So where is everybody?
My name is Mike Simpson. My podcast is called I've Got Questions. How do some animals change color? What's the best cure for the hiccups? Do you wash your denim?
I usually wait 4 to 6 months.
Kind of feels like a long time. Search for I've Got Questions on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. New episodes on Thursdays.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
9-1-2 coming to the plate for the Mariners as we move into the 7th inning. With Arden Zwelling, I'm Ben Wagner. Special thanks behind the scenes here today to Brett Armstrong, David Siss, and Tom Young. Ben Wagner, Arden Zwelling, and Sho Ali all here at the ballpark. The Blue Jays with an 8-5 lead over the Mariners. J.P. Crawford goes lefty on lefty with Tim Mesa. Mesa's pitch Fastball on the outside corner and a called strike one. Pitching changes this season are brought to you by Certainteed, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. Certainteed, pro all the way. 0-1, fouled away. No balls and 2 strikes. Huge day for Teoscar Hernandez and the Toronto Blue Jays. Opened up an 8-1 lead. Kevin Gausman ran into a little trouble in the 6th. Carlos Santana clobbered a 3-run home run, and the Mariners are right back in it. The 0-2, a fastball just inside. Crawford had a waggle of the bat, had an idea, but it was in off the plate. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Big spot here for Tim Meza, who obviously gave up the big bomb to Carlos Santana in the last inning. John Schneider asking him to come back out, get one more out.
The fastball outside. Again, not missing by much, but missing just enough.
And Meza not quite as automatic here as we've seen him at times this season. The postseason is a different animal, appearing in it for the first time in his career.
The 2-2, fouled back off to our left.
Nerves a bit higher, anxiety a bit higher.
Which you wouldn't expect in a daily conversation with Tim Meza. I mean, his heartbeat is steady. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase the fastball. Crawford was baited by it earlier, and he let it rip. The second time, Meza tempted him. A strikeout for Meza, 1 away in the 7th.
8 outs to go for the Blue Jays, and John Schneider's going to ask Jimmy Garcia to get at least the next 2 of them as he's taken Tim Meza out of this ballgame.
And no surprise, Julio Rodriguez, the top of the card, the challenge for the veteran, one of the more tenured players in this Blue Jays clubhouse and owning some of the most postseason experience as well that any Blue Jay possesses. Jimmy Garcia jogging in with this pitching change brought to you by Certainteed, pro all the way. The Blue Jays on top 8-5 with 1 down ahead of the stretch. Let's go over to the left side of the podcast booth. Here again, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we get to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, more audio, more from Danny Jansen speaking to the media before today's action getting started. Danny speaking on how Kevin Gausman prepares before every big start.
Danny, you've been in the pregame pitchers meetings with Kevin Gausman. You know him well. I guess what can you say about his mentality and how he prepares and how that might play into a do-or-die game?
Yeah, you know, he's a veteran guy, so he's been around. He's been in big games, so it's a guy that prepares really well, and he's gonna attack, and he's gonna use he's gonna use three different pitches well and mix and match and keep guys off balance. So really excited for him.
That is Danny Jansen speaking to the media earlier today on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. In the NHL, we have some more preseason hockey. Leafs take on the Red Wings for the home and home. Puck drop for that game is at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific at Scotiabank Arena. Other Canadian action, Habs taking on the Sens tonight. That game about to get started in Ottawa. The regular season, meanwhile, gets started on October 11th with just this coming Tuesday. Leafs opener is on Wednesday against the Canadiens in Montreal. And in the NFL, Broncos QB Russell Wilson underwent a procedure on his throwing shoulder after the loss to the Colts this past Thursday, although the intent is for Wilson to not miss a game with this mini bye week after Thursday Night Football, despite the procedure. And on the playoff side of things, in baseball today, Padres at Mets. The Friars beat New York in a big way last night. They bombed Scherzer and the Mets 7-1. Josh Bell, Trent Grisham, Jurickson Profar, and Manny Machado all launching homers off of Scherzer. Tonight, the Padres look to advance the NLDS. First pitch flies at 7:37 p.m. Eastern. Jake DeGrom, Blake Snell will pitch in New York. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. We're at Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. Here's Ben Wagner and Arden Swelton.
The Blue Jays have an 8-5 lead over the visiting Seattle Mariners. Toronto hosting the best-of-3 wild card series. Jimmy Garcia against Julio Rodriguez, who swings and fouls the first pitch back for strike 1. Rodriguez in the ballgame today is 0 for 3. 1 for 3 and hit a couple of times last night. Both times he was plunked. He came in to score. in a 4-0 shutout victory in the opener of the postseason for the first time in 21 seasons for Seattle. Blue Jays trying to even it up. The 0-1 on the outside corner at 95 miles an hour, and it's 0-2. The Blue Jays have made the postseason for the second time in 3 years. The pandemic season sent them to Tropicana Field. After that morphed 60-game campaign, Toronto made it, but were bounced in 2 ball games by the Rays. The 0-2 fouled off to the right. This is the first time that this collection of Blue Jays have experienced meaningful September baseball, a push for the postseason, and enjoying the thrills of Rogers Center and what it can provide. It has been electric here this afternoon. Everybody jumped out of their chair when Teoscar Hernandez hit his first of 2 home runs. Blue Jays had a 2-0 lead. It was 3-0 on Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s RBI single in the 3rd inning. Hernandez struck with a solo home run in the 4th. The 0-2, Rodriguez takes outside. A check swing down to first, and this time Brian Knight draws the ire of 47,000. He'd been pretty emphatic looking at check swings throughout this ball game. In my opinion, watching it, I don't think he went.
Agree with you. I think that was the right call.
1-2 the count. The pitch, way outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jimmy Garcia working on back-to-back ball games against the Mariners. Made an appearance last night, just a 1/3 of an inning, allowed a base hit. John Schneider asking him to get the final 2 in this 7th. The 2-2 inside. Fastball at 94 miles an hour moves the count to 3-2.
Certainly not Jimmy Garcia's first time on a postseason mound. He was on one last night, as you said, and this is his 17th career postseason experience. He's been here before. He's felt these nerves, these emotions before. John Schneider and Pete Walker have a lot of trust in him in this spot.
The 3-2, swing and a miss. Got him with a fastball. 2 down in the 7th. Of the 17 postseason appearances, the majority of them last year with Houston, making 10 trips out of the bullpen.
Garcia got a battle from Julio there, but he comes out on top. And in case anyone's wondering, Jordan Romano's doing his pace around the bullpen and stare out at the mound thing right now.
Ty France, the hitter, swings at the first pitch, loops it in the air, shallow and right. Hernandez is there, makes the catch to retire the side. Meza struck out Crawford. Garcia comes in, gets Rodriguez and France. A 1-2-3 7th inning at bat for the Mariners. And in downtown Toronto, it's time to stretch at Rogers Center. The Blue Jays 8, the Mariners 5. You're listening to the American League Wild Card Series. Blue Jays baseball is served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays, let's play baseball.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikey's accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At TELUS, we know a thing or two about goats. It's what makes us the best network to get the new iPhone 14 Pro, which of course is the greatest iPhone of all time. Yes, you get it. That and how we're also the most giving network. So now that it's here, visit us online at TELUS.com to order the latest, the greatest iPhone of all time for $0 up front with TELUS Easy Payment. TELUS, let's make the future friendly. Conditions apply, plus taxes.
Don't miss the Customer Appreciation Event October 13th through 16th at all Healthy Planet locations. Save 15% off the entire store, excluding produce, milk, and dairy products. Plus, get tons of blowout deals, including Iron Vegan Athlete's Blend unflavored 1 kilogram. Buy one, get two free, plus Jameson entire line. Buy one, get the second, 50% off. Healthy Planet, serving you safely in-store, curbside, and online at healthyplanetcanada.com. Live life healthy.
Clutch that lucky Blue Jays jersey just a little bit tighter. This is what the postseason is all about. The Toronto Blue Jays play here on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're back inside the Crown Rust Protection broadcast booth with 47,156 coming out of the 7th inning stretch. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. The Blue Jays have an 8-5 lead over the Mariners. Alejandro Kirk leads off the 7th and takes a fastball from Matt Festa on the outside corner, called strike 1. Kirk today has doubled and scored, officially 1 for 2 with a walk and another run scored. 0-1, down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike on Alejandro Kirk. Teoscar Hernandez, who has had some big thump today for the Blue Jays, one of 3 players in franchise history to have multiple homers in a postseason game. A 1-2 on the outside corner, called strike. Now 1-2 on Kirk. Matt Chapman would be the 3rd batter in this inning. Matt Festa was brought in the 6th. No action behind him in the bullpen. Starts the 7th clean. The 1-2. Fouled back. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Kirk.
And Matt Festa has restored order to the proceedings from the Seattle Mariners' perspective. Remember, Matt Brash came in, he did his job, but Paul Sewald was all over the place. Diego Castillo hit Whit Merrifield in the head. Matt Festa has come in throwing strikes. That's exactly what Scott Service and the Mariners needed.
The 1-2 fouled back. Kirk battling. Festa has done exactly that. It's a good point, Arden. 12 pitches, 10 strikes from the right-hander. Festa is making his postseason debut. 29-year-old from Brooklyn, New York. Mariners drafted way back in 2016. The 1-2. Low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is the offense the Blue Jays wanted to catapult from September, early October into the postseason. 8 runs on 9 hits. The 2-2. Kirk rolls it on the ground, past the dive of the shortstop Crawford into left center field. A base hit for Alejandro. His 2nd hit of the afternoon, and he's aboard for the 3rd time.
And he had to fight to get to that fastball. Festa started him with the heater, but then it was 5 straight sliders that Kirky was fouling off, taking off the plate. Finally, 7th pitch of the plate appearance. It's a heater that Alejandro Kirk can handle. 106 up the middle. He's on first for Mr. October.
Teoscar Hernandez joined Jose Bautista and Danny Jansen with a multiple homer game in the postseason. A 2-run homer and a solo homer. The pitch to Hernandez. Slider outside for ball 1. Hernandez was hit by a pitch when the bases were loaded back in the 5th inning. He has had quite the day. The 1-0. Outside. 2 balls, no strikes.
Great discipline here from Teoscar Hernandez. The Mariners have been trying to tempt him with sliders all night, all series, really. Teoscar stays within himself, lays off a couple tough ones from Festa.
The 2-0. Hernandez takes outside. It's 3 balls and no strikes. And what a rebound from Teoscar Hernandez from one game to the next. He looked lost at times against Luis Castillo, Andres Munoz yesterday. He has certainly righted the ship on all 3 times that he's been at the plate. Takes a fastball in the inside corner for strike one.
Yeah, he saw 3 pitches through his first 2 plate appearances yesterday against Luis Castillo, which was good for grounding into a double play and lining out to short. And then only 1 pitch in his 3rd plate appearance, another ground out on that one.
Runner at first, nobody out, 3-1. Hernandez fouls it back. That counts full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Blue Jays a 3-run lead, hitting in the 7th. Jordan Romano just kind of milling around on the bullpen mound, flipping the baseball up and down. Wouldn't be uncharacteristic to see Jimmy Garcia go out and start the 8th. 3-2. Hernandez hits it on the ground sharply. Diving stop to his left by Suarez. Goes to second for one. Hold of the baseball by Frazier. Put that ball in his pocket at second base. Fielder's choice allows Hernandez to reach. There's 1 down.
Nice play by Suarez on a real missile by Teoscar Hernandez to the left side. Seattle only able to get the 1 out at second base. Yeah, Jordan Romano doing his caged animal thing out there in the left field bullpen. But actually now he's on the mound. And now he's delivering pitches. And now I'm wondering about how many outs John Schneider's going to ask him to get.
This is fascinating. We know what Scott Service is thinking. He's thinking about a pitching change in his own right. The Mariners are going to go back to the bullpen. Perhaps Matt Festa is in conversation with his skipper. And there's the point. Festa's lifted from this ball game. Penn Murphy is coming out for Seattle. A lot going on here at Rogers Center as the Blue Jays are trying to save their season. They want 1 more game here in front of their fans. They want Game 3 on Sunday. It will take a win to make that happen. In front, 8-5 here in the 7th. With this pitching change brought to you by Certainteed Pro all the way. We pause and we find Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we get back to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, some more audio. Matt Chapman speaking to the media today. He started with Sportsnet's own Shai Davidi.
Having played in the 1-game wildcards before, just how did you find those experiences and coming into this series? How did that maybe change your thinking or impact sort of the way you viewed the series?
I think for me, it just gave me the experience. You know, I've played in the playoffs before. I've been there before. And I think it's nice to have those 2 experiences to help me out. You know, I felt comfortable yesterday. I was excited to play. I was excited to be able to share that moment with my teammates. And I'm glad all the guys on our team that didn't have experience in the playoffs got that experience yesterday, and they get to, regroup and come back today and have another crack at it. You know, my first experience, I lost and I had to wait a whole nother year to play. So these guys get to play today. And I think that maybe some of those nerves and things we could shake off and just go out there and play our game of baseball today.
That's Matt Chapman speaking to the media earlier today on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Phillies at Cardinals, misspoke on that one earlier, after a 6-run top 9 yesterday, including the first runs in the postseason from Gene Segura in his first ever playoff game. Philly took a 1-0 series lead over St. Louis today. First pitch flies at 8:37 p.m. Eastern, 5:37 p.m. Pacific. Aaron Nola will go for Philly. Miles Michaelis will go for St. Louis. Padres at Mets today. The Padres look to advance the NLDS. First pitch flies for that game in about half an hour. Blake Snell, Jacob deGrom in the Mound matchup will join that game in progress after Jay's talk with Blair and Barker. Taijuan Walker has also been added to the postseason roster for New York as a replacement for the injured Joely Rodriguez. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Let's get you back to the action. We're at Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. You heard Matt Chapman earlier. He's now in the batter's box. Here's Ben Wagner and Arden Zwelling with the call of the game.
Single and a double last night for Matt Chapman. He is 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly, helping the Blue Jays at the time build an 8-1 lead. Now it's 8-5 Toronto. Teoscar Hernandez stands at first. The pitch by Penn Murphy up and out. That's ball 1 on Chapman. Love talking with Matt Chapman about the game, the intricacies, what it means for this clubhouse to move deeper and deeper into October. For him, it's a chance to be in a series, not just a one-and-done scenario. The 1-0, fouled back, 1 ball and 1 strike. And as familiar as that is for Matt Chapman, wouldn't you know, here he is in a situation again on a ball club where today has become the one and done.
3 wild card games for Matt Chapman, right? With the Oakland Athletics. Or is it 4? I think 3. All I know is that he's lost them. And it's left a sour taste in his mouth.
Runner goes, the 1-1 high and tight. Here's the throw by Raleigh down to second, and it is not in time. Hernandez gets the swipe. I actually asked Matt Chapman about this. He participated in the 2 one-and-dones. In 2020, when the Athletics made the postseason, he was not part of that. Mariners asked for a moment. They want to utilize their shot clock, whether or not to review that play at second base.
Right, because he was injured in 2020.
Hernandez was in there safely, just in front of a sweeping tag by Frazier. So a runner in scoring position. The Blue Jays have an 8-5 lead. They want more. The 2-1. Strike called with a slider from the right-hander. Evens the count at 2-2.
And you understand Teoscar picking that spot to steal a base. You can think about Penn Murphy as sort of like Seattle's Adam Simber. Sort of a funky right-hander, low arm slot, not a ton of velo, pretty deliberate delivery. So he's a guy that you can run on.
The 2-2 straightens up Chapman as he backs away. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Murphy does that thing where he's got that weird 3/4, almost sidearm slot. The fastball comes out low and looks like it's coming up at you as a hitter. It's an uncomfortable look for a hitter, even though it's only 88, 89 miles per hour.
1 out. Runner at second. The 3-2. A little tapper towards first. Charging in. France has it. A race to the bag. Bobbled by the pitcher covering, and everybody is safe. It was a juggle as France tried to lay it up for Murphy. He clipped Matt Chapman, who tumbles over first. He's safe, and Hernandez stands at third at the end of the play.
Mariners are going to take a look at this. I want to take a look at it as well because it was bang, bang at first. Matt Chapman put everything into this sprint up the line, dove head first towards first, reached out that left hand, and looks like he touched the bag just an instant before Penn Murphy barehanded the ball.
It was a barehand grab, a little bit of a juggle on the feed from the first baseman. Ended up making the pick midair. Chapman did get his fingertips on the inside part of first base. He is safe at first. Hernandez is at third. 1 out, and Danny Jansen at the plate. The pitch, low and away, ball 1. Jansen has a big day at the plate as well. A couple of hits, an RBI double, part of the big rally in the 5th, where the Blue Jays scored 4 runs.
Matt Chapman measured at 29.7 feet per second. Moving up the first base line, he was all out.
1-0, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike on Jano. He is sneaky fast. We have seen that speed on display, cutting the bases. He used every bit of his stride to beat that play at first. 1 down, runner at third. Chapman's on at first. The 1-1. Jansen lines it to the gap in left center field. That's down for a base hit. Hernandez will score. A 3-hit day for Danny Jansen. He drives home his 2nd run, and the Blue Jays tack on a little insurance here in the 7th. 9-5 Toronto.
And that's more of what we've come to expect from Danny Jansen. Remember, his last time up, he went the other way, up the right field line. We see him do that so seldom, but this is the classic Danny Jansen pull approach. Takes this slider into left field. You can see it in his eyes off the bat. He knew he got it. He knew it was going to fall in. Teoscar Hernandez jogging home easily from third base.
3 for 4 with 2 ribbies for Danny Jansen. Runners at first and second. Raimel Tapia gets his first plate appearance. Came in for Whit Merrifield. Swings at the first pitch and drives it out of play to the left. Strike one on Rymel. Tapia, really nice addition in the absence of Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Played the last 25 ball games for Gurriel. Hit .291, getting everyday play down the stretch. Had 3 doubles, a couple of triples, and a pair of home runs. The 0-1 takes a strike on the outside corner, and it's 0-2.
Rymel didn't start this game against the lefty Robbie Ray. He came in when Whit Merrifield got hit in the dome by Diego Castillo. Well, this is actually a nice matchup for Rymel Tapia against a soft-tossing righty.
Started last night for Toronto. The pitch, foul back, and a big hack by Tapia. Shears back the fastball.
Tapia, a guy who makes a ton of contact, very good bat-to-ball skills. So if Murphy throwing at 88, 89, Tapia will just have that much more time to get his bat on the ball. He doesn't have to hit it 400 feet. He's just got to find a hole in the outfield or some outfield grass, and Matt Chapman's going to be flying home.
Sneaky speed with Chapman and Jansen on. The 0-2 pitch is low. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Tapia. Made his postseason debut with Toronto last night, got the start in left field. It was 2017 with the Rockies that he made his first ever postseason appearance. The Blue Jays ring the bullpen phone. Pete Walker was just checking in. Anthony Bass on the far bump in the bullpen out and left.
Interesting because Jordan Romano was up and throwing earlier this inning.
A 4-run lead for Toronto. 1 out, first and second, the pitch. Swinging a line drive into left field. Moore freezes, moves to his right, makes the catch. Solid contact the opposite way, but Moore plays perfectly, hauling it out number 2.
Yeah, nothing Tapia can do about that. He's just hit the ball directly at the left fielder. Moore got good wood on it, just found an outfielder. And hey, look, Santiago Espinal again.
He's atoned for an early error that extended the first inning for Kevin Gausman, who went on to be magnificent in his start today for Toronto. Espinal is 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored. Came in on a Vladimir Guerrero Jr. base hit in the 3rd inning, singled again in the 5th, and then worked himself around and scored on a wild pitch. A single and a double, 2 runs for Espinal today. Trying to flip the card here in the 7th. The Blue Jays have a 9-5 lead over the Mariners.
We haven't even mentioned it, but doesn't look like the oblique's bothering him at all.
The pitch. Check swing at the slider. He went around. Strike 1. No, I don't think anything could be more indicative of how that oblique is feeling than that approach right there. The swing, the torque, the stop.
That's when it really hurts with an oblique, is when you swing and miss, and when you have to pull the bat back. That's when you're really engaging those core muscles.
11 for 29 this season against the Mariners. The 0-1 popped out of play off to the right. No balls and 2 strikes. Remember, Santiago Espinal faced the Mariners and had good numbers not only against the M's, but everybody in the front half of this season. That's why he went to Los Angeles and was one of 6 All-Stars named by Major League Baseball. Not all 6 went to Chavez Ravine, but Espinal was rocking the red carpet, wearing a bright pink suit. Now he's wearing his alternate blue uniform top of the postseason here in Toronto. The 0-2 popped him up on the right side. The first baseman, France, is underneath it, calling for it and making the catch to retire Espinal and the side. The Blue Jays are back on the board. Danny Jansen drives home the run in the 7th, and we go to the 8th with the Blue Jays in front 9-5 over the Mariners. You're listening to the American League Wild Card Series with Blue Jays baseball being served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
What would you do with an extra 20 hours a week? How about 40? Get part-time or full-time help with a virtual assistant from the room. Trusted by entrepreneurs, executives, even busy families. The Room's virtual assistants are trained, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and matched to fit your needs. Work smarter, delegate more, and get your time back. You have a lot more programs to listen to. Visit trytheroom.com. That's trytheroom.com.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
The listening you love is on the free Odyssey app. Your trusted local radio stations, coverage of your favorite teams, live news from your hometown, and millions of podcasts on demand. Best of all, you can completely customize your listening experience. Follow topics you care about, like leagues and teams. Pause or rewind your local sports and news, and add shows to your queue to catch up later. There's a lot to listen to, so get started and download the free Odyssey app today.
This is the AL Wildcard Series.
Teoscar Hernandez absolutely destroys a 2-run home run.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Hey, Blue Jay fans, you've won already over $9 million through Jays Care's 50-50 jackpots this season, and the pre-sale continues for the wild card round. All the sales online and in the stadium for the entire series, and the winning number will be drawn 1 hour after the conclusion of the wild card series. Don't miss your chance to be Jays Care's next big winner. All online and in-stadium sales entries are combined, and when the season is over for Toronto in this wild card series, or, well, actually, if the Blue Jays move on, they will draw the winner 1 hour after the final out. BlueJays.com/5050. BlueJays.com/5050. Blue Jays in front 9-5. They made a certainty pitching change. Anthony Bass is aboard. Eugenio Suarez jumps in, swings at a slider for strike one. Pitching changes in the postseason are brought to you by Certainteed Pro all the way. Bass pitching to open up the eighth. Blue Jays face a Eugenio Suarez, Cal Raleigh, and Mitch Haniger. Pitch by Bass. Slider low and away. 1-1 strike. Suarez is 1 for 3. Singled back in the sixth, and then came in to score. He was aboard when the 3-run home run was clocked by Carlos Santana. Suarez taps away the pitch. 1-2 strikes.
And you have to wonder if this would have been the spot for Jordan Romano if the Blue Jays hadn't tacked on that insurance run the previous inning.
You wonder because the Blue Jays don't approach this in a traditional sense. They look at leverage. They look at matchups. Where are the toughest outs and who is the best to get those outs? Romano is that guy. He very well could have pitched in a 3-run game in the 8th. 1-2. Off the outside edge. 2 strikes. This is the 3, 4, and 5 batters in the Mariners order.
That's what makes Matt Chapman diving into first base last inning so huge.
2-2 is low. 3 strikes. His hustle extends the inning for the Blue Jays, and they pick up a run.
Danny Jansen comes up, drives in Teoscar Hernandez the very next plate appearance. Massive moments, dramatic moments in this game.
The 3-2 fouled away at the plate.
Is this not October baseball at its best?
It is its best. Everything is intense. Everything seems to swing on a decision, on a moment, on a play. Outfield deep and lined up straight away with Tapia, Springer, and Hernandez. Bass deals. Suarez hits it high in the air out to left. Racing over near the line. Tapia reaches out and he can't get it. Stumbles as the ball hops over his head. He retrieves it in the warning track as Suarez strolls into second. Leadoff double in the 8th for the Mariners. That ball hung in the air forever. Randall Tapia has good speed when racing back into his right, over near the corner, but couldn't close the distance in time.
Tapia was playing well into the left center field gap. Maybe could have laid out for it like he did earlier in the game when he got a face full of turf. Opts not to, pulled up, plays on a bounce. Suarez running hard all the way, gets into second.
Second postseason double for Suarez. A 4-run lead for Toronto here in the 8th. Blue Jays looking to find 6 outs. Pitch to Cal Raleigh, ripped up the right field line, hooking into the corner and foul. Just missing extra bases. Just for Cal Raleigh, who has provided the most dramatic swings of the season for the Seattle Mariners.
It's dodged. Just foul from Cal Raleigh. Looked really similar to that pitch that Alek Manoah left up to him in the first inning last night. Raleigh took that one into the seats. This time he hooks it just foul up the right field line. Anthony Bass gets a second life.
1 for 2 with a walk and a run scored today.
Don't leave that fastball up in the zone.
0-1. Line to the gap in left center field. That's down for a base hit. Suarez turns the corner at third. He's coming home to score. Ball picked up in the gap by Tapia. A long RBI single from Cal Raleigh. Another hit for Cal Raleigh. Another RBI. And another moment where he cashes in. And it's made it a 3-run game again. Now 9-6, Toronto in the 8th.
Tough to fault Anthony Bass here. This looks like a two-seamer that's tailing off the plate. It's outside the zone, and Raleigh just serves it into left center field in front of Raimel Tapia. I am thinking back to that Suarez ball to lead off the inning that Tapia couldn't get to in left. Look, Tapia hit last inning. John Schneider had the option to put Jackie Bradley Jr. in as a defensive replacement for Tapia. Opted not to. I promise you he thought of it. And I promise you there's a reason that Jackie Bradley Jr. isn't playing outfield for the Blue Jays right now instead of Tapia. But it's a decision that's looming large.
Suarez gets a double at the end of that play and scores on Raleigh's RBI single. Pete Walker went out for a visit. The pitching coach is back in the third base dugout. That tension arrives again at Rogers Center. Nobody out. The pitch. Swing and a miss by Haniger. Jordan Romano up and loosening again for the Blue Jays. Haniger is 0 for 3. Couple of strikeouts. The 0-1. Down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Robbie Ray was knocked out in the 4th inning by the Blue Jays bats. Toronto scored 4 on their former left-hander. Kevin Gausman pitched into the 6th. Officially charged with 4 runs. The 1-1, swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Gausman struck out 7, walked 1 in 5 2/3. He was much, much sharper than the final line would dictate. Remember, you have to think back. The 3-run home run by Carlos Santana. 2 of those 3 runs were hung on the ledger of Gausman. The pitch. Soft liner in the middle of the diamond, a base hit into center. 3 straight hits off of Anthony Bass. And here are the Mariners in the 8th, bringing the tying run to the plate. And nobody out.
And here's the moment where John Schneider has to be thinking about Jordan Romano. He's on the mound out there in the bullpen. Does he take Anthony Bass out and ask his closer for 6 outs?
That might be the move. The Blue Jays manager is off the top step and making his way towards the third base line. We have a moment in this series that is developing. Jordan Romano has been asked for more and more as this season has gone on, and the moments become larger and larger, and the man from Markham, Ontario has thrived. It's his biggest appearance in his young career, and he's trotting out of the bullpen as the lights have gone down and they start to flicker, the red and white for the Ontario native. A pitching change brought to you by Certainteed. Certainteed Pro all the way. The Blue Jays have a 9-6 lead over Seattle. The tying run will be in the batter's box in the 8th with nobody out. Here's Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we get back to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, some audio. The players speaking today before the game got started. More from Matt Chapman, Blue Jays third baseman, with the media this afternoon.
Is there something you're looking for from your teammates, just attitudinally or whatever, the way they come in today?
Nothing in general, just hopefully just a little bit, just being themselves. And I think yesterday, first time home playoff game, I think for a lot of these guys, they played in the playoffs in 2020, but hadn't played in front of real fans. So I think for us as a team, we got that experience yesterday and today, just hopefully come out here and have fun and be ourselves. And, not worry about the moment and just try and play baseball. Not that we didn't do that yesterday, but I just think that, the more opportunities you get, the more comfortable you're going to be.
That's Matt Chapman speaking to the media earlier today on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Rays at Guardians. If you missed this one, that one over in the bottom of the 15th inning. Oscar Gonzalez walking it off with a solo bomb off of Corey Kluber, sending the Guardians to New York to take on the Yankees beginning on Tuesday. If you missed this earlier, here are some stats. According to ESPN, the longest postseason game by innings in either team's history, also setting a record for the longest scoreless postseason game in Major League history. Back in the 14th inning, the fans at Progressive Field getting a win and also get to go home ahead of the ALDS, which begins on Tuesday. Cleveland had an ERA of 0.38 over these two games, allowing just the one run in both games combined. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. We're at Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. Jordan Romano's on the mound. Here's Ben Wagner and Arden Zwelling with a call of the game.
The tying run stands in the batter's box for Seattle in this slugfest. Both teams pinned into the corner, came out fighting at various times today. 9-6 Toronto. Romano's first pitch is a slider that spins high for ball one. Romano's services not asked yesterday. The Blue Jays were blanked 4-0. He was not a member of the roster when the Blue Jays made the postseason in 2020. His debut in October. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Frazier, the left-handed batter, was tied up mightily by another slider. Even a count of 1-1 strike.
Doubling up on the slider, Jordan Romano, as he tries to get the first of what the Blue Jays are hoping will be 6 outs. You like drama? We got drama.
1-1 strike. The pitch to Frazier. Swinging a line drive into left field, a base hit. Charged quickly by Tapia. Station to station for Raleigh, Haniger, and Frazier. Frazier comes through with his second hit of the day. It loads the bases and plants the tying run at first. And Carlos Santana, who slugged the Mariners back into this ball game with a 3-run home run in the 6th, now swings here in the 8th.
Romano follows up those back-to-back sliders with a fastball, but it's only 96. Adam Frazier stays on. It goes the opposite way. Santana's going to step out here as the crowd is getting to its feet.
High intensity in Toronto. Bases loaded. The pitch. Santana swings and he vaults it high in the air behind the plate. Jansen looking for a chance, won't have it. It's 6 rows deep. And strike one on Carlos Santana. Santana pausing for a moment after that big swing, comes away hobbling, leaning down on his right knee. And if this game couldn't have more twists and turns weaved into it, here's another one. Carlos Santana, who had one of the big swings for Seattle today, appears to injure himself, reaching back, not for the knee, but for the left hamstring.
He's in quite a bit of discomfort here.
It was odd. It was on the follow-through of the swing.
This is going to have ripple effects in that clubhouse for the Mariners. This is their heartbeat. This is their new leader, the guy that ushered along a lot of the young players when he was acquired, brought a lot of fun and energy and all the experience that Carlos Santana has. One of the more tenured postseason vets, 23 postseason games for Santana, played with Cleveland, really in some discomfort after that big swing.
And it was his back left leg too. So the back leg in his left-handed swing, the one that he would have already transferred power out of. Wonder if it's something that was pre-existing. It's an unusual spot to be feeling a hamstring pull. Santana's going to try to stay in this here. Jordan Romano's got to come right after him. Try to take advantage of a possibly compromised Carlos Santana.
He's got strike one in the at-bat. The Blue Jays are trying to find 3 outs in this 8th inning. He's not right. He's hesitant, getting back into the left-handed batter's box. Trying to find some calm in that left leg. Now he swivels back out.
Yeah, he's feeling it. He's just trying to let the discomfort die down as much as possible before he has to step back in and face Jordan Romano.
Nobody out, the bases loaded. Tying run at first. The 0-1, swinging a foul back. No balls and 2 strikes on Santana, who kicks that leg through the air. Trying to shake out a little bit more discomfort.
Still took a healthy cut. Interesting that Romano came back with the slider. He's now doubled up on sliders to Santana. Does he go to the fastball 0-2?
The 0-2, check swing, a slider. Did he go? No. Rogers Center on every pitch.
When he went, the replay shows Santana went. Incorrect call from the third base umpire.
Blue Jays coaches incensed. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with a slider. It only took an extra pitch to strike out Santana. 1 down in the 8th.
And Santana walking with a bit of a limp back to the Mariners dugout. That will be something to keep an eye on if this series is extended into a 3rd game. He's the designated hitter tonight, not like he has to go field a position. But he was easy on that left leg as he swung through a Jordan Romano slider.
1 down. Dylan Moore at the plate. The pitch. Check swing. Slider on the outside corner. A called strike 1.
7 sliders from Jordan Romano. Only 1 fastball to this point.
A leadoff double from Suarez. Kyle Raleigh with an RBI single. Another base hit by Haniger. The 0-1, fouled back. No balls and 2 strikes on Moore.
8 sliders.
Adam Frazier came in, loaded the bases with a single. Santana down on strikes. Moore behind 0-2. Romano trying to blow the lid off of Rogers Center. If he can get through this 8th. The 0-2. Just outside. The fastball was just outside. Think about this moment. Jordan Romano, a chance to pitch in the postseason for a baseball team that he watched growing up on television. Came to watch play live, taking a 30-minute ride in from Markham. Let go by the Blue Jays, returned to the Blue Jays, and now in the big leagues. A 1-2. Fastball's outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And he is pitching in the biggest moment in this franchise's history in 6 years.
And I hope it's coming through. Rogers Center is absolutely
deafening right now.
The 2-2. Fouled back by Moore. He stays alive.
I mean, Jordan Romano is having trouble hearing his pitch comp. In between pitches, he is bending over, putting the glove up to his left ear and leaning over just so he can hear the pitches that Danny Jansen is calling for him.
Bases loaded, the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with another slider. Moore down on strikes, 2 away. Four more outs for the Blue Jays to find to extend their season. A left-handed hitter in J.P. Crawford coming to the plate. Bases loaded around Romano. 2 down in the 8th. The pitch. Swing and a fly ball, shallow in center. Springer racing forward. He reaches out, dives. Nobody can get it. It's down for a base hit. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. 3 runs are in. J.P. Crawford with a blue base hit into shallow center field, clears the bases, and he ties the game at 9. And the Blue Jays are down in a heap into the triangle. Springer and Bichette collided, both trying to make the play in shallow center field. The ball lands. It was a rat race to the dish. Rowley, Haniger, Frazier all running on contact with 2 outs in the 8th. And now the ultimate concern for the Blue Jays is the health of their superstars.
A weak flare to shallow center field, just beyond second base. Bo Bichette racing out from shortstop after it. George Springer racing in from center field after it. They collide at full speed as the ball drops between them. Springer's still down on his back. Bichette is up and walking around, but he was down for some time. A lot of concern around George Springer right now, lying on his back in shallow center field.
Just in the last month, we have seen the significant discomfort on Springer's right elbow. We have seen him wince and plays on the bases when he does the head first dive. They know there's discomfort in the right elbow. We've seen him throw. This, obviously, the collision. We've seen his left wrist also in an issue, and now he is up.
And John Schneider has called to the dugout for Jackie Bradley Jr. So George Springer's coming out of this game. He's being helped to his feet right now.
He is in significant pain, upright, dazed.
Oh, he's not right.
He is needing help to stand up. He cannot do it under his own power. Members of the training staff flank each shoulder. And I believe they're calling for a cart. Yes, they are. They will assist George Springer off of the field of play. Springer is upright, but he is laying his arms over the shoulders of 2 trainers to stand upright.
He's having a hard time standing under his own power right now. He is standing, but he's holding on to Jose Ministral. He's going to be helped over to the cart right now.
We have not seen a clean replay yet of what the collision endured between Bo Bichette and George Springer. But Springer is now sitting on the back of the cart. He's being tapped on the back by Vladimir Guerrero Jr., John Schneider, another member of the medical staff, on the cart next to Springer, trying to collect his breath, looking out. He is communicating with members of the medical staff as the cart starts to motion forward and head towards the open gate in left field. Rogers Center, very, very concerned. It went from absolute deafening noise to stone cold absolute silence.
Bo Bichette, meanwhile, who is also shaken up
in that collision is staying in the game. He's walking over to shortstop position here. He's going to try out some throws. George Springer amping up the crowd, waving to the crowd right now as he is being driven off the field of play.
It's a moment usually reserved for the gridiron when a player gets injured and leaves on a cart and gestures to the crowd. Springer trying to rev up the crowd. Jackie Bradley Jr. takes over in center field. Jordan Romano is going to have some warm-up tosses. The Blue Jays have been playing catch defensively. We look at the replay. Springer and Bichette, they made a collision. It was not head-on. Springer left his feet, did a barrel roll at the very final flashes of that play to avoid contact. He clipped it, looked like the leg and the right arm of Bo Bichette.
It looked to me like Springer's head went into Bichette's left arm, and Bichette came up holding that left arm with his right hand. Springer's head went directly into it at full speed. He appeared dazed as he was helped to his feet. Really tough moment for the Blue Jays at Rogers Center.
The focus is back on the ball game. It's been a 4-run 8th inning for the Mariners. It's 9-9. There are 2 outs in the 8th. Crawford, who doubled home 3 runs on the collision play in shallow center field, leans away with the go-ahead run, and Julio Rodriguez, the standout rookie, likely the rookie of the year in the American League, will be intentionally walked. And that will bring Ty France to the plate as the 9th hitter in this 8th inning. Jackie Bradley Jr., who came in for George Springer, will lead off the bottom of the 8th. Go ahead run at second. The pitch to Ty France, fouled back. Strike 1.
Just clarifying, it was Bichette's right arm that Springer's head made contact with as he was diving. As both were diving for the ball. Springer's neck whipped back in the collision. Both of them went flying. A lot going on in that play.
The 0-1, way outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. It wasn't a full throttle clothesline, but it was certainly a jarring clip of Bichette's right arm extended off his body. He was starting to reach down to brace himself for impact on the turf, and Springer was flying straight forward at him. 1-1, lined off to the right. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes. Rogers Center starting to come back to life again. Go ahead run at second. A 1-2, down and away.
Bichette appeared to catch Springer's right knee to the jaw as well in the follow-through of this collision. You made the gridiron comparison. This was a football hit then.
I thought something on the right side of the body hit Springer the way that Bichette was favoring his leg. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. France is down on strikes in an 8th inning that had every twist and turn that you could roll into one season of play. What a wild one in Game 2 of the American League Wild Card. The Blue Jays and the Mariners now tied 9-9. This is Blue Jays baseball.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Looking for cloud, data, or web help? There's no tech shortage in The Room. The Room is a talent community offering highly skilled, ready-to-work talent when you need it. The room's tech talent is trained to Silicon Valley standards, vetted through a rigorous data-driven process, and individually matched to fit your needs. Find top-tier tech talent fast, just like the kind of people who developed this cool streaming app you're on right now. Visit trytheroom.com/tech.
Do you ever wonder about dreams or deja vu, that feeling on a first date?
Yes. The spark is real.
Maybe about where the aliens are, if they exist.
The universe could be infinite. So where is everybody?
My name is Mike Simpson. My podcast is called I've Got Questions. How do some animals change color? What's the best cure for the hiccups? Do you wash your denim?
I usually wait 4 to 6 months.
Kind of feels like a long time. Search for I've Got Questions on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. New episodes on Thursdays.
The United States Deputy Sheriff's Association is a national nonprofit and the largest non-governmental provider of services to law enforcement. The USDSA assists city, county, state, and federal agencies with free safety equipment donations and officer survival training, along with cash donations to families of law enforcement officers who perish in the line of duty, college scholarships for the children of law enforcement, a citizen awareness program, and more. For more information on the USDSA and how you can help, visit usdeputy.org.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Luke Combs.
I am somebody who has struggled with anxiety a lot. A couple ways or tools, I guess you would say, to maintain my mental health is making myself aware to the things that I know I'm prone to. Information is key for things like that, and knowing what you're dealing with and how they operate. Being aware of the way your mind works in certain situations has been the most important thing for me.
More at imlistening.org. Talk saves lives.
To ninth their way back into this ball game, and then on a collision play in shallow center field, it ends up as a game-tying 3-run double for J.P. Crawford, and it's 9-9 moving into the bottom of the 8th inning. There's been a pitching change as well. Andres Munoz is aboard for the Mariners. Protect your vehicle with Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Book your appointment today. Crown, protect, maintain, save. Munoz aboard in a pitching change brought to you by Certainteed. Certainteed Pro all the way. Jackie Bradley Jr., who came in for the injured George Springer, leads off the 8th. The pitch. And the lefty takes low, ball 1. Munoz made an unbelievable pitching performance last night against the Blue Jays. The first pitch that he uncorked to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. had him marveling at the plate, nodding up and down as he unleashed a 103-mile-per-hour fastball. The 1-0. A slider on the outside corner to even the count at 1-1. Nine in the 8th. The 9th inning starts where the 8th inning began. Eugenio Suarez, Cal Raleigh, and Mitch Haniger. The 1-1, way outside. 2 balls and 1 strike.
I'm not sure what to say about this game then. This is unbelievable.
I'm glad we just have to describe it. You're the one that has to rehash it and write about it. I don't know where you start. You could do about 17 different versions of what happened here today at Rogers Center, and we're still not done. 9-9 the score. The 2-1, swing and a miss, and it's 2-2.
It was 8-1 Blue Jays going into the top of the 6th. We're 9-9 right now.
18 combined runs on 23 combined hits. The 7th pitcher for the Mariners today. The 2-2, swing and a miss. Bradley down chasing the slider. 1 down, leading off in the 8th.
Just your run-of-the-mill 93-mile-per-hour slider. I mean, that is ridiculous from Andres Munoz, particularly because he goes strike to ball with it. Starts it just above Jackie Bradley Jr.'s knees, and then it dives down beneath the zone. Man, good luck against stuff like that.
Bo Bichette who collided with George Springer back in the top half of this inning, gets it at bat. The pitch. Sliders outside, ball one. Bo is 1 for 4 at the plate, doubled and scored back in the 5th inning. Bo is certainly grimacing into some discomfort at the conclusion of that play, shaking out his right leg, shaking out the right arm. He gets the at-bat and the 1-0. Fastball called inside. A hesitation on the return throw by Raleigh. Very dejected that pitch didn't get called a strike. 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, Bo's right knee caught the turf. His right arm caught George Springer's head, and his jaw caught George Springer's right knee. So Bo taking impact in 3 locations on that play in center.
The 2-0, way outside. 3 balls, no strikes. A 2-homer day for Teoscar Hernandez. Danny Jansen with 3 base hits and a couple of RBIs. Kevin Gausman no longer can factor into the decision in this one after his 5 2/3. Robbie Ray has spit the hook in this ball game. 3-0 on Bichette. Fouled away at the plate in a big rip at that green light. 3-1 to count on Bo. 6th ever player in American League history to lead the league in back-to-back seasons in hits. Nobody did it more than the former Mariner, Ichiro Suzuki, who did it 5 consecutive seasons. (3-1). Lined off to the right. And the count's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Jose Altuve led it for 4 consecutive years. Herbie Puckett did it 3 straight, 87, 88, and 89. And then back-to-back campaigns by Whit Merrifield, George Brett, and, of course, now Bo Bichette. The 3-2 inside. A backup slider did that, but didn't come over the inside corner. Bo takes a 1-out walk.
Impressive stuff from Bo Bichette coming off of that collision in the top half of the inning. Steps in against Andres Munoz, throwing 102 with a 93-mile-per-hour slider. Bo works a full count and then lays off that backup slider for the walk. A big plate appearance in a big moment from a guy who got rocked in the top half of this inning.
Bo is the go-ahead run here in the 8th. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is coming to the plate. Vladdy is 1 for 3 today. RBI single back in the 3rd. Came in to score when he reached the 5th. Guerrero takes a slider inside, ball 1.
Rogers Center to its feet. Just the swings of emotions in the last 20 to 30 minutes, Ben. From Romano coming in for the 6-out save, to the J.P. Crawford flare, the collision between Springer and Bichette, and now to Vladdy trying to put the Blue Jays up again.
A move towards first, hustling back goes Bo. They don't get any better than the man standing at the plate, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Chance of Vladdy building in the seats. Runner goes, the 1-0, swing and a miss. Raleigh with a throw down to second. Not in time. The Blue Jays swipe the bag. Bo goes into second with the go-ahead run. Bo with a head-first dive into second base. A little slow getting up. Raleigh's throw sailed on him a little bit, tailed off to the right. That allowed Bo to easily pick up the stolen base.
There's just no questioning the compete level of Bo Bichette, how hard he plays the game. This guy's played 159 games in back-to-back seasons, just got absolutely laid out in center field. Here he is diving in headfirst to second base with a steal.
The 1-1. Guerrero takes low. 2 balls and 1 strike on Vladimir Guerrero Jr. At the end of the 2021 campaign, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. sat all alone on the far end of the third base dugout. I asked Vladdy 2 days ago, when did the pain finally lose? Grip of you, your mind, and maybe even at times physical feeling. He looked at me and said, until now. The 2-1, pulled foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Blue Jays, their bats were silent, couldn't score yesterday. What was the scene at the end of the game? Once again, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. left isolated on the far end of the third base dugout, pondering if this day would be his last in the 2022 season. Perhaps a decisive at-bat for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and the Blue Jays. Tied at 9 in the 8th. The go-ahead run stands at second. The 2-2. Guerrero bounces it out to short. Crawford charges in. On the exchange, throw to first in time to get the out. Bichette will take third base on that weak grounder. But there are 2 down.
It's a productive out for Guerrero as it moves Bichette to third base. He can score on a wild pitch. He can score on a passed ball. Vladdy obviously trying to do more with it than this. Nice play by J.P. Crawford, charging in hard and throwing on the run to first base.
Kyle Rowley is going to go out to the mound and visit with his right-hander and Andres Munoz about the approach with Alejandro Kirk, who handles the bat very, very well. And the home plate umpire is headed towards the hill as well, trying to break up this huddle. Reminder, Blue Jay fans, you can get in right now for the Jays Care 50-50 jackpot. Over $9 million have already been awarded, and the tickets will continue to be sold for the wild card round, combining online and in-stadium sales entries. The winning number will be drawn after the conclusion of the final wild card game. Don't miss your chance to become Jays Care's next big postseason winner. Anywhere in Ontario or at the ballpark, visit bluejays.com/5050. It's over $500,000 right now. The Blue Jays just want 1. That's the runner at third. The pitch to Kirk. Slider inside. Ball 1.
It was nothing but sliders from Munoz to Guerrero. Now he starts Kirk with another slider. His command of it has been inconsistent. Remember, that's what he walked Bo with in that full count earlier this inning. Blue Jays hitters obviously want to lay off of it, but it's tough when it's 92-93.
He was spot on last night. The 1-0. Kirk takes inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Last night, getting the final 5 outs in the Mariners shutout victory. 22 pitches, 17 strikes. The fastball was elite. The slider was electric, and the Blue Jays couldn't do anything with it.
He's thrown 8 consecutive sliders here, going back to the one that he walked Bo on. Does Kirk get a 9th, or does he get that 102 fastball?
The 2-0. It's a slider on the inside corner called strike. And the count is 2-1 on Kirk. 19 pitches, 9 strikes for Munoz. Takes a deep breath in and a long time deflating his chest. The go-ahead run stands at third for Toronto. The 2-1. Kirk backed up, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike.
11 consecutive sliders from Munoz. Is it the game plan to not throw his fastball? Does he not trust his ability to locate it
right now? We don't know. But Alejandro Kirk in a 3-1 count has to be thinking fastball, even though he's seen nothing but sliders to this point.
2 for 3 with a walk today. The 3-1. A slider, called strike. Kirk thought he had ball 4. It looked like it was upstairs. Kirk certainly thought it didn't have the strike zone. And Sportsnet TV on the replay tells us that StatCast had that as a ball, up and in. A huge swing.
Credit Cal Raleigh for pulling that pitch down into the strike zone and making it appear a strike.
Hernandez is homered twice. He's on deck, hoping for a chance. The 3-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. The second baseman, Frazier, has the play, throws to first in time to retire Kirk and the Blue Jays here in the 8th inning. Toronto had the go-ahead run 90 feet from scoring. Bichette is stranded at third. And we go to the 9th in a 9-9 game. This is Game 2 of the American League Wild Card Series. Blue Jays baseball is served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks over the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
What's up, everybody? Guess who's hosting a new podcast? No Mercy with Stephen A. Smith. Listen as I pull back the curtain on everything beyond the world of sports, interviewing influential guests, outspoken celebrities, and thought leaders across the political, financial, and social spectrum. You know me, I'll give you my unbiased opinion. A No Mercy episode drops every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. No Mercy with Stephen A. Smith, a presentation of Cadence 13 and Odyssey Studio, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to your podcast.
If a natural disaster comes knocking, how prepared is your family? You can't just close the door on earthquakes, floods, or hurricanes and hope they go away. That's why it's important to make a plan now. Ready.gov/plan has the tools and tips you need to prepare your family for an emergency. So if disaster shows up at your doorstep, you'll be ready. Visit ready.gov/plan and make a plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is the AL Wild Card Series.
The Blue Jays are going to win it! Vladimir Guerrero Jr. delivers in the 10th!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Off to the 9th inning and an absolute nail-biter here at Rogers Center. What was an slider cut on and missed for strike one. Romano had to find 3 outs in that lengthy 8th inning. There was a long delay with the injury to George Springer. Maybe that helped him retool the arm a little bit. Now the 0-1. Suarez taps it away foul. 0-2. Eugenio Suarez, Cal Raleigh, Mitch Haniger. The 3 lined up for the 9th. In the bottom of the 9th inning, Teoscar Hernandez, who has homered twice today, he'll lead it off. Matt Chapman and then Danny Jansen. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with a slider. A quick first out in the top of the 9th for Romano.
Ben, this game ends in one of only 2 ways. The Blue Jays season ending in absolutely devastating fashion after the club was up 8-1 going into the top of the 6th, or a Blue Jays walk-off and we do it all again tomorrow. That's it.
Game 3 would happen tomorrow, and it could be one of 3 different times on this holiday weekend. Blue Jays shipped off to the right with the left-handed batting Cal Raleigh. Fastball down and in, ball 1. Behind Jordan Romano, Adam Simber was stirring around in between innings. He is now throwing with purpose in the bullpen. 9-9 in the 9th. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Went after the high heat, couldn't get to it. 1 ball and 1 strike.
First fastball we've seen in a while from Romano. It's 95.5 miles per hour. I wonder if that's why he's so slider heavy today. Maybe doesn't quite have that 96, 97, 98. We've even seen 99 at times out of Romano. Maybe doesn't have that juice today.
1-1 outside. That's 97 miles an hour. And this is way off the plate to the left-handed batter. 2 balls and 1 strike.
All right, I'll take it back. He's got 97.
It's in the tank with Romano. The 2-1. Swinging a line drive to the gap in right center field. That'll split the outfielders and go all the way to the wall. Jackie Bradley Jr. retrieves it as Rowley rumbles into second, standing with his 3rd hit and reaching base for the 4th time today. This guy is in the moment for the Seattle Mariners. He had the magic to get into the postseason with the pinch hit walk-off home run just over a week ago. He drilled a first-inning 2-run home run for Seattle in the first inning yesterday, and it teed up a 4-0 Mariner win.
Yeah, he's playing his way into folk hero status in Seattle with his last few games.
Here's Mitch Haniger. Slider outside, ball 1.
Took Alek Manoah deep in the first yesterday. Today, as you mentioned, 3 hits and a walk. What a series so far.
Go ahead run in scoring position. Haniger pops up the 1-0. In the air, a lazy fly ball. Underneath it, Jackie Bradley Jr., a 2-handed catch, and 2 down.
It's one of those where Jackie Bradley just has such an amazing idea of where that ball is going to fall that he gets to the spot and has to wait there for like 3 to 4 seconds. I love those ones. His first step is so perfect and his routes are so clean. I mean, he was just waiting under that ball for what felt like an eternity. Jordan Romano now 1 out away from taking things to the bottom of the 9th.
He was asked to find 6 outs. 5 out of the 6 are in the book. The pitch to Adam Frazier, swinging a line drive into right field. That's down into the corner, a base hit, and the Mariners are going to take the lead. Rowley scores. It's 10-9 Seattle on an RBI double from Adam Frazier. The Mariners have come all the way back. A double hooked into the corner in right field from Frazier. His 3rd hit of the ball game. The Mariners are all the way back from a 7-run deficit. They have taken a 10-9 lead here at Rogers Center.
First pitch slider. Been talking about it all outing, how Jordan Romano was leaning heavy on that slider. It just tails in to that left-handed hitter's happy zone, down and in. Adam Frazier hooks it to the wall in left. Jordan Romano's night is done. Adam Simber is going to come in to try to get this final out, and the Blue Jays will be forced to either tie it or walk it off in the bottom of the 9th.
In the 9th inning, Teoscar Hernandez, Matt Chapman, and Danny Jansen are scheduled to come up with a season that is being clung to by the final few threads. The Blue Jays are down a run. A pitching change to bring in Simber, brought to you by Certainteed Pro all the way. Here's Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. Let's check on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. In the NHL, we'll start. We have some more preseason hockey. Leafs taking on the Red Wings for the home-and-home. Game tied at 1 in the first period intermission. Nylander scoring for Toronto at Scotiabank Arena. Don't forget, the North American regular season opener gets started on October 11th, which is this coming Tuesday. Leafs openers on Wednesday against the Canadiens in Montreal. The NHL regular season having already gotten started with the overseas games between Nashville and San Jose in Europe. On baseball right now, Padres at Mets, Game 2 underway at Citi Field in New York. Francisco Lindor with a solo home run. Mets lead 1-0. A win for San Diego will send them to the NLDS. A win for New York will force a Game 3 tomorrow afternoon. Phillies at Cards after a 6-run top 9 yesterday, including the first runs in the postseason from Gene Segura In his first ever playoff game, Philly took a 1-0 series lead over St. Louis. And today, first pitch flies. In about half an hour, Aaron Nola will go for Philly. Miles Michaelis will go for St. Louis. And one more time on this one, Rays at Guardians. This one over in the bottom of the 15th inning. Oscar Gonzalez walking it off with a solo bomb versus Corey Kluber, sending the Guardians to New York to take on the Yankees beginning on Tuesday. Cleveland had an ERA of 0.38 over those two games, allowing just one run in both games combined. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Let's get you back to the action at Rogers Center here in downtown Toronto. Ben Wagner and Arden Zwellen with the call of the game.
All right, thank you so much. Adam Frazier, parts of 7 seasons of the major leagues, well-traveled, just delivered the biggest hit for the Seattle Mariners. A go-ahead RBI double here in this 9th inning. It's 10-9 Seattle. Carlos Santana intentionally walked before Adam Simber will work on the right-handed batting Dylan Moore. And they will opt. Remember, Santana had that little bit of a hamstring issue on his prior at bat. So Taylor Trammell will pinch run. Two down. Runners now at first and second. The pitch. Whoa, way outside from Simber. He nearly spun the slider to the backstop. A sprawling grab made by Jansen.
Not the first time we've seen it from a Blue Jays reliever. Remember Tim Mays' wild pitch on his first pitch of the ball game.
The 1-0. Slider outside. 2 balls into a strikes. And this game is 10-9 Mariners. The 2-0. Moore takes outside. 3 balls and no strikes. Slider, 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 slider. That's all we see from the Blue Jays bullpen. The 3-0. Clip the outside corner with a fastball. Now 3-1.
This game ends one of 2 ways. It's either one of the most unbelievable comebacks and Blue Jays losses that we've seen, or it's a walk-off win to set up Game 3.
The 3-1. Fouled back. 3 balls and 2 strikes. This will have Frazier in motion at second. Trammell behind him from first. The Blue Jays want that final out to get to the plate in the 9th. Scratching, clawing, fighting for a chance to host this series. The 3-2 is outside, ball 4. Went back to the fastball, and Moore watched it sail wide from the sidewinder to load the bases. This will bring up the left-handed hitting J.P. Crawford, who is in the thick of the collision in shallow center field. With his flare that dumped in front of Springer, out of the reach of Espinal and Bichette. All 3 runs came in to tie the game at 9. Now the bases are loaded again. Crawford takes down and away.
Adam Simber faced 293 batters this season, walked only 13 of them. And here he is walking the first he faces to load the bases in the top of the 9th.
Crawford waits the pitch. A fastball on the outside corner called strike. That'll even the count. J.P. Crawford is 1 for 4.
Among big league relievers, Adam Simber had a bottom 10 walk rate this season. You want to tell me the playoffs aren't different?
The 1-1, swinging a liner foul off to the left. There is tension on every pitch. It sounds and it feels like October in Toronto. Bases loaded. The 1-2, check swing. Did he go on the appeal? No. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Frazier delivered the go-ahead double. He's at third. Trammell, the runner, at second. Moore aboard at first. The 2-2. Ground ball out to second. Down to a knee. Espinal stays with a difficult hop. Pops up. Throws to first in time to retire the side. The top of the ninth has come to an end. Adam Frazier delivers a go-ahead RBI double to score Cal Raleigh and give the Mariners an opportunity to advance into October and the American League Division Series. The Blue Jays are fighting for their postseason life. Teoscar Hernandez leads off the bottom of the ninth with the Blue Jays down 10-9. This is the American League Wild Card Series. Blue Jays baseball is served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
And now coming down the walkway is Gordy in a high-vis plaid quilt-lined flannel jacket from Force Field Protective. Man, this is the perfect Scarborough dinner jacket. Good, Gordy. He's looking good, and he's showing up great.
Fashion meets function with Force Field protective clothing and accessories. High visibility gear for the job site, designed to stand up to tough weather conditions. It's the ultimate in comfort and safety, plus free shipping on orders over $49. Visit highvissafety.ca. That's HIVIS safety.ca.
Welcome to Wagner Field, and here's tonight's starting lineup. Leading off is Armstrong Brilliance, sure to bring colorful Cardinals to your backyard feeder. Up next, Armstrong Jays Blend, the feed that Jays just can't resist. Finally, it's Finches for Days with Armstrong Gold Standard.
You'll be amazed at the action in your backyard when you serve up Armstrong's lineup of premium blends.
We're in for a big game tonight. Fans are tweeting about it already.
Armstrong Bird Food, feeding Blue Jays and other feathered friends since 1986.
A swing and a belt, and the series can change in an instant. This is what the Blue Jays live for. The Toronto Blue Jays play here on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays baseball, served up by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snack. Joe Adley at the Rogers Centre in downtown Toronto, where the Mariners lead the Jays 10-9 as we head to bottom 9. Don't forget, 90 minutes of Jays talk follows after the final out. Blair and Barker will take your calls and texts. 590-590 is the text line. Name and location, please. Blair will also throw out the numbers to call after the final out. Quick check at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Padres-Mets, Game 2 underway at Citi Field in New York. Francisco Lindor with a solo home run. Mets lead 1-0. A win for San Diego will send them to the NLDS. A win for New York will force a Game 3 tomorrow afternoon. DeGrom on the mound for the Mets. Snell pitching for the Friars. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We're at Rogers Centre in downtown Toronto. Here's Ben Wagner and Arden Zwellen with the call of today's game.
The Toronto Blue Jays have their season hanging by a thread, down to their final 3 outs, trailing by a run. 10-9, the Mariners give the ball to the rookie, George Kirby, who will make his first ever postseason appearance and his first ever appearance out of the bullpen. Looking for a postseason series-clinching save. The young right-hander looks in. Teoscar Hernandez takes down and away. Ball 1. The Blue Jays had an 8-1 lead. Teoscar Hernandez was part of the manufacturing of that advantage with 2 home runs. The 1-0. Hernandez takes a strike. 96-mile-an-hour fastball from the 24-year-old. Leadoff batter at the plate in the ninth. The 1-1 poked out a play to the right. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Hernandez. Matt Chapman is out on deck, and Danny Jansen, the third batter of this ninth.
George Kirby, a 3.39 ERA this year over 25 starts.
The 1-2 fouled back. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Hernandez.
Has never appeared out of the bullpen. Mid-90s fastball, low 80s curveball, high 80s cutter, a slider and a changeup in there as well. Lots of weapons at his disposal.
The 1-2 muscled foul off to the right. Let's move to the bullpen, brought to you by Certainteed. Certainteed Pro all the way. Seattle 10, Toronto 9. The 1-2 is a slider just outside. Boy, that was close. Hernandez has been baited by those pitches at times this season. It has spiraled him out of hot streaks, but he takes that one.
What a swing decision by Teoscar Hernandez. That slider was just outside.
The 2-2 popped him up. Foul ground, first base side. France gives it a watch, but it's about 10 rows deep. So many twists and turns through this ball game, including the 4-run 6, a 4-run 8. Carlos Santana with a 3-run home run in the 6th inning. Corked it off of Tim Meza. J.P. Crawford with a 3-run double. The 2-2. Hernandez fouls it back.
Teoscar about to see a 9th pitch in this plate appearance. He has fouled 5 off, giving Kirby everything that he has right now.
The 2-2. Swinging a hard ground ball in the middle of the diamond. Speared by Crawford. Whips the sidearm throw to first. 1 away.
Heck of a battle by Teoscar Hernandez. Fouled off 5 pitches in that plate appearance. Kirby chucking up 97 and 98. The velocity up out of the bullpen. He knows he's not out there for a long time. Teoscar just can't put a good barrel on this pitch. He'll bring up Matt Chapman.
Chapman 1 for 3 with a sacrifice fly. The Blue Jays down a run. The pitch fouled back at a good cut. Elevated fastball at 98 miles an hour. Chapman shears it straight back. A win for the Mariners clinches the best of 3. The 0-1. Poured right across at 98 miles an hour. Chapman in the hole 0-2.
Ben, I don't know how this game's going to end, but I know we're going to talk about it for a really long time.
Kirby out of the wind. The 0-2. A fastball at 99 just outside. It seems like this is not only a defining moment of a season, of the unit, for however long this core stays together, but this is a ball game in franchise history. The 1-2. Fastball's outside. Borderline 4-seamers from Kirby. Chapman with a keen eye has taken the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Can't fault the focus from Teoscar Hernandez and Matt Chapman here. They're making really good decisions at the plate.
The 2-2. Chapman takes outside. Close pitches. Kirby's not missing by much.
Credit Todd Tickner, who has called a good zone so far in this inning.
The 3-2. Down and away, ball 4. The Blue Jays have life in the 9th. The tie run is on. Danny Jansen goes to the plate. Jansen's had a big day. A 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs.
Kirby was just missing off the plate to Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman took some really tough pitches.
From an 0-2 to a walk with a winning run on. 1 out in the 9th. The pitch to Jansen. Takes high, ball 1.
Kirby's bringing it. 97, 98, 99. Popping Cal Rally's glove. You can feel it and hear it around this ballpark.
Everybody out of their seat. The 1-0. Check swing. On the appeal to first. Went around. Heavy dose of fastballs in the at-bat with Chapman. Started out Jansen with the heater. Puts a wrinkle on the slider. Jansen tried to hold up. Couldn't check. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out. Bottom of the 9th. A season on the line. The 1-1. Outside. That fastball missed about as bad as any that Kirby has released.
Yeah, Kirby's been just off the outside edge to these right-handed Blue Jays hitters. That one missed by much more. You gotta like the approach from the Blue Jays here. They are doing everything they can.
The 2-1. Fastball on the outside corner, evens the count at 2. A good pitch from Kirby. Jansen takes it. Might have been a double play ball if you roll over a pitch like that. The Blue Jays have to keep it off the ground. The tying run stands at first. 1 out. Bottom of the 9th. 10-9 Seattle. The 2-2. Tapped off foul. Glanced off the glove of Rowley.
Elevated heater. Jansen takes a healthy cut at it. Fouls it straight back. Raimel Tapia, by the way, in the on-deck circle, one of the best contact bats the Blue Jays have.
Jansen made loud contact over the last month in the big leagues, hitting .344. The 2-2. Jansen fouls it back. Jetta was really locked in down the stretch. Got the start last night as the DH, went 1 for 3, had a single in the 5th inning. He's got 3 hits today. Had a 1066 OPS over his last 31 games with Toronto. Winning run at the plate. The 2-2. Jansen fouls it back to our right.
The Blue Jays are about to make George Kirby throw a 23rd pitch in this inning. They are battling him right now.
The battle is external and internal with the Blue Jays. The gutting feeling as the lead evaporated. It was 8-1. Now 10-9 in the 9th. Mariners by a run. The 2-2. Jansen takes strike 3 on a pitch that was off the outside corner. Jansen thought he checked his swing. The pitch was called a strike, and there are 2 outs.
This pitch is not a strike. It is a slider well off the plate. Did Jansen hold back his swing or not? I don't know. We haven't seen that view yet. Here it is. Looks like he probably would have been rung up by the first base umpire anyway for going around. Regardless, the result's the same. It's a strikeout. Raimel Tapia with the Blue Jays season on the line.
Tying run at first. Kirby deals. Tapia swings and misses at a high fastball. Strike 1. Tapia acquired in a trade for Randall Grichuk right before the start of the regular season. The Rockies made the deal. The Blue Jays got a 4th outfielder. He's been pressed into large service time in chunks this season, including now. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Chased another high fastball. And Toronto is down to their final swing in the season.
George Kirby has got 97 past Raimel Tapia twice. 0-2. Advantage Kirby.
Tying run at first, winning run at the plate. 2 outs. An 0-2 count on Tapia. And a pitch by Kirby. Lined into center field. On comes the center fielder. Rodriguez is there. Makes the catch to finish the ball game and end the Blue Jays season. As the Mariners storm out of the first base dugout, celebrating over the mound, jumping up and down as they rally from a 7-run deficit and absolutely gut the Toronto Blue Jays, stopping their season in front of 47,000 rabid fans here at Rogers Center. The Blue Jays are absolutely stunned. No one has moved in the third base dugout. They are watching the Mariners celebrate winning the wild card. They will move on and face the Houston Astros on Tuesday night in Game 1 of the American League Division Series.
Ben, I'm emotionally drained from watching this game. I can't imagine the feeling for a Toronto Blue Jays player right now to have played in this game, to have experienced it on a physical level on the field. The Blue Jays were up 8-1 going into the top of the 6th inning, and the Mariners charged all the way back. The biggest swing coming from J.P. Crawford against Jordan Romano in the 8th. A flare to shallow center field. George Springer sprinting in from center. Bo Bichette racing out from short. A violent collision between the two. A ball that drops in. Bases cleared, 3 runs in. Tied game against the Blue Jays closer. George Springer carted off the field, waving to the crowd. Bo Bichette limping around after the collision. And that was just one of a series of unbelievable moments in this ballgame.
There is so much to unpack, from strategic moves within the ballgame to dramatic moments that the athletes took over and performed on the diamond. It was an unbelievable contest all the way through, from start to finish. The dynamic of Kevin Gausman, signed as a free agent in free agency by the Blue Jays early in the process. Robbie Ray, who won a Cy Young Award, opted for a 5-year deal, almost equal money, signed with the Mariners. They went toe-to-toe in this one and squared off, and it looked like the Blue Jays got the best of their former teammate. And then when maneuvers were made in the ball game, including leaving Kevin Gausman on the mound and lifting him after 5 2/3, going for Tim Mays in a ball game that seemed to be in hand. I mean, there's so much to unpack in this ball game, start to finish.
Plays not made in the field, calls that went against the Blue Jays, 19 runs in it, 25 hits. Could not be more dissimilar from Game 1 of this series, in which Luis Castillo did anything he wanted and absolutely dominated a Blue Jays lineup. If you were watching this game in the 5th, after Teoscar Hernandez had hit 2 home runs, as the Blue Jays were bringing a 10th batter to the plate in a bat-around 5th inning, you would have thought the Blue Jays were cruising to victory and that this series would be extended to a 3rd game on Sunday, and you would have been wrong.
The Blue Jays lose this contest 10-9, and it's in. The Mariners are continuing their celebration. They are forming on top of the mound for a celebratory wild card clinching team photo. Blue Jay fans are left stunned, many of them still in their seats, thousands of them slowly shuffling up the aisles as their Toronto Blue Jays season is done in the blink of an eye. A handful of Blue Jays still left lingering in the third base dugout as the Mariners hold up their hands, shout into the distance, celebrating with their team photo in between the mound and home plate with a 10-9 win to sweep the American League wild card over the Blue Jays.
There are absolute shockwaves that will come off of this game, Ben, when you think about the collision in center field, when you think about the Kevin Gausman performance, when you think about a rookie manager and the decisions that he made pitching-wise, defensively, pinch hitter-wise in this game, the decision to bring in Tim Meza against Carlos Santana, turn him around to the right side, he hits a 3-run bomb off of Tim Meza in that spot. The Blue Jays season, one more win than last year. So much promise. A second year in a row with Cy Young contenders on the roster, with a player who's leading the American League in hits, with multiple All-Stars, with a team that just seems to be less than the sum of its parts, maddeningly and confusingly, and that exits the postseason after only 2 games. Another year of George Springer's prime, Kevin Gausman's prime, and the youth of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Bo Bichette and Alejandro Kirk and Alek Manoah. Another missed opportunity for this core.
It took over 4 hours to complete. The Blue Jays thought that they had 9 more innings lined up and a decisive Game 3 to find out who would advance to take on Houston, the number 1 team in the American League for the Division Series. Instead, the emptiness of an offseason sinks in very, very quickly for the Toronto Blue Jays. 10-9, the Mariners sweep the Blue Jays, winning Game 2. Arden, thanks so much for being part of the broadcast this season and, of course, in this wild one here at Rogers Center today.
Ben, I'm exhausted, but thanks for having me.
Unbelievable turn of this season. Just an unbelievable finish in this one as well. Thanks to all of our listeners. We've got a couple of more things to do on the housekeeping end before we get to Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker and their 90-minute edition of Jays Talk, which will feature your reaction. What say you? Light them up on the phone lines, text in, tweet in. We want to hear from you across our network. The final score here at Rogers Center in the final game of 2022. The Seattle Mariners come from behind, and they stun the Blue Jays with a 10-9 win in Game 2 of the American League Wild Card. We're back to take you through the totals, have our play of the game, and then get you ready for Blue Jays Talk coming up in just a couple of moments. This is Blue Jays Baseball, served up by Jack Link's Meat Snacks on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Somewhere out there, the sun is...
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy Paint Applicators, and GRK Screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Looking for stories about Black culture, Black news, all Black everything? Then listen and subscribe to the podcast Beyond Black History Month. From influential newsmakers like Soledad O'Brien.
I try to use Twitter to explain, this thing is not good, but let me explain to you why it's not good. And let's talk about what framing is.
To why Game of Thrones fans can believe in dragons, but not a Black Targaryen. Or Valerion, technically. Find Beyond Black History Month on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad. Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Hey, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path, because when you talk, they hear you. Learn more at underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
And one error, went 5 for 12 with runners in scoring position. 8 men were left on base today.
In a ball game that the starters would not factor in the decision, Robbie Ray spit the hook, lifted in the 4th inning, 3+ frames, allowed 4 runs on 6 hits. Kevin Gausman pitched into the 6th, 5 2/3 for him, 4 runs earned on 5 hits. He struck out 7. Tim Meza, Jimmy Garcia, Anthony Bass, who allowed 3 runs without recording an out, gave the ball then to Jordan Romano. He blows the save opportunity and takes the loss, charged with the decisive runs on 4 hits. Struck out 4, asked to get the final 6 outs in this ball game, and a contest that is taken by Seattle 10-9. It lasted 4 hours and 13 minutes here at Rogers Center, played out in front of 47,156. And in the end, watch the Mariners come all the way back and clinch the wild card. The Blue Jays got a couple of home runs today from Teoscar Hernandez, built an 8-1 lead, but then the comeback started. Carlos Santana against Tim Meza cranks a 3-run home run that gave this game life for the M's. The Mariners then would rally for 4 more in the 8th inning. Cal Raleigh with an RBI base hit, and he had a huge day, going 3 for 4, reaching base 4 times. J.P. Crawford, in the moment that completely turned it around for Seattle and tied this game 9-9, dropped a 3-run double with 2 outs into shallow center field. Bo Bichette, George Springer had the collision. The ball landed in between the 2 defenders and had to be retrieved. Running on contact, though, it was Raleigh, Haniger, and Frazier all coming to the plate and scoring. It was Frazier who was tapped the plate to score the 9th run. And then in the 9th, a 1-out double by Kyle Raleigh as he plugged the right center field gap with 2 outs. And a tie ball game, Adam Frazier stepped to the plate again. The pitch to Adam Frazier, swinging a line drive into right field. That's down into the corner, a base hit, and the Mariners are going to take the lead. Raleigh scores. It's 10-9 Seattle on an RBI double from Adam Frazier. The Mariners have come all the way back. A double hooked into the corner in right field from Frazier. His 3rd hit of the ball game. The Mariners are all the way back from a 7-run deficit. They have taken a 10-9 lead here at Rogers Center. That was the gut-wrenching play of the season against the Toronto Blue Jays, and the decisive run in this one for a 10-9 win for Seattle. And that allows the Mariners to celebrate in the visiting clubhouse here at Rogers Center. That's today's play of the game, presented by Bet365. Bet365 is the world's favorite sports book with 80 million members worldwide. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. There are so many people behind the scenes that help bring you Toronto Blue Jays baseball over the radio. Too many of them to name individually, especially on a night like this, where we want your raw reaction, the moments after the final out, and a season that comes crashing to a close here at Rogers Center. A 10-9 Mariners victory. In today's broadcast, our special thanks to Show Ali, Arden Zwelling, Brett Armstrong, David Siss, and Tom Young. I'm Ben Wagner. We look forward to warmer weather and greater promise in the 2023 season when the Blue Jays arrive in Dunedin for spring training in the early stages of the new year. We will talk to you on the Gulf side of Florida in the early stages of the spring. Now it is time for you and your reaction. Jeff Blair, Kevin Barker with plenty to unpack. I'm Ben Wagner. Enjoy the winter. We will wait on summer together. Here it's time for Blue Jays Talk.
All right, every time the Toronto Blue Jays go to Seattle, we talk about all the Canadian fans that come down and take over their ballpark. It's a running story. Right now, as I look out of the press box at Rogers Center, there's a couple of hundred Seattle Mariners fans over behind the visitors' dugout. There's friends and family as well behind them, all celebrating. And Kevin Barker, I know what I just saw. I saw the Mariners win 10-9. I've got the historical context here for people. The largest comeback win in MLB postseason history by a road team. The largest comeback win in MLB postseason history by a team attempting to clinch a playoff series. and tied for the second largest comeback win in MLB postseason history. Philadelphia Athletics in Game 4 of the 1929 World Series against the Cubs came back by 8 runs.
It's a long time ago.
That's even older than me. What did we just see today?
Well, we saw some bad pitching. This is the first time in a long time that we can say that the Blue Jays, an 8-1 lead at home in a playoff game after 5 innings, you think that's a slam dunk, especially seeing this bullpen with the Blue Jays the way it's been, the last couple of months. I mean, it's been about as shut down as you can get. Just for me, some guys coming out of the bullpen weren't ready to pitch. But I have to wonder, if you're going to push John Snyder in a corner and ask him if you had to do it over with Santana coming up first and third, or a couple of guys on base, do you leave Gausman in with 95 pitches? I'll bet you his answer would be probably so. That's the one thing for me, the one question mark, because Tim Mesa came in throwing 91, good location, but it's 91. It's just funny when he, sort of gave up the 3 runs, all of a sudden it's 93, 94. That's the thing, right? This time of the year in playoff games, facing some good guys that know how to handle the bat a little bit, you flip them around to the other side because they don't have as much power right-handed as they do left-handed. You got to come out with your best stuff, and it just seemed like Mesa didn't do that. And I just have to wonder if John, if you ask him behind closed doors, if you had to do it over with, would you left Gausman? I would think the answer would probably be yes.
416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590, 590 is the text line. We are going to be unpacking this thing for weeks. This is the type of loss, given where this team is, that results in major personnel changes. I cannot put it any more simply. This was a team designed to go on a deep playoff run. This was a team that many people thought was good enough to at least go to the ALCS. This is a catastrophe, at least in a sporting vein. Kevin, you talked about John Schneider and Tim Mesa, and we'll await to hear the post-game comments from the manager. The decision with Carlos Santana, you're turning him around. You pointed this out at the time. Yes, he's got less power from that side, but he's a better hitter. He's hitting what,
265 to 170 something.
170 something.
Yeah.
In that situation, I don't want to make him contact. To me, you forget the power and you worry about the contact. All he had to do in that situation was make contact. That's the issue, that I have with that. But you're right. Tim Mesa came in, didn't have it. Jordan Romano came in, and the play with Bo and George Springer, where George Springer was carted off, a cement mixer slider to the number 9 hitter, blooped into center field. And give me a break. The Mariners closed this out with a 24-year-old dude who was a starter all year, who was life and death to make the roster.
Yeah, Jordan Romano's had a really good year. I mean, I don't think we can argue that. But if you're J.P. Crawford, you're standing over there on the on-deck circle, and you see your buddies get 10 out of the 13 pitches or sliders, what are you going to look for? I'm going to look for a slider right down the middle. A slider hasn't been good in a while. When it's good, you can't hit it. When it's not good, you have a chance of making contact. And the whole point with, the bases loaded is to not let a guy put a ball in play. And, again, the velocity, we didn't see the velocity. We didn't see a ton of break on the slider. When you don't see those two kind of things from your closer, Anthony Bass didn't have it. I mentioned this on Blair and Barker about getting ahead and putting guys away with 2 strikes. We didn't see that from Anthony Bass. We saw the same old thing with Jordan Romano with the slider. Look, he's had a really good year doing it that way. But occasionally, certain parts of a lineup, you got to attack guys with some power. And right there in that situation, you gave a not such a good hitter, not a guy having a good offensive year, a chance to put a ball in play. And you see sort of what the result was when you put a ball in play. So this was a collection of a bunch of things. Again, this gets back to you're up 8-1 after 5 innings at home. it should be over. That should be a slam dunk. And you're thinking about how to set that thing up for tomorrow and win tomorrow's game and move on. And
Kevin, Scott Service is doing the same damn thing. He's going 8-1, fifth inning. Okay, I got to start thinking about guys for tomorrow. He brings Andres Munoz in, who last night was throwing 103, 104. All he did was throw sliders. Like, that's the thing. There were still some opportunities for the Jays.
Yeah, Munoz is throwing a slider because they're hitting about $120 off it this year. That's why he's throwing a bunch of them, because you have to cheat to hit 103. And you think, okay, I know you throw 103. He knows he throws 103. The little element of surprise is you get open up the front side, you can beat him with a slider. That's exactly what happened. You see Vladdy doing that. He's trying to cheat to hit the heater. He jams himself on a slider. It's a ground ball. That's how you get people out. So for me, the Jays beat themselves by not being ready to pitch when it mattered the most.
All right, we're going to go to the phone lines, and here's what we're going to do. I understand there are big picture issues out of this game, obviously. But let's focus on the game at hand right now. There's plenty of time to get into, and I'm sure we'll take calls on Blair and Barker this week. There's plenty of time to get into who has to go, who should come back. Does the manager stay? Does the manager go? Nobody's going to make that decision in the next 24 hours, I don't think. Nick from Kitchener, you're on Blue Jays Talk. You're our leadoff hitter.
All right, thanks. Barker, your question about Schneider should have left him in. I would have said yes. Blair, personnel, were they built to go deep? I disagree. And that was actually the purpose of my call. You can't expect to go deep having a bullpen where you rely on Bass. I'm sorry. Just doesn't work.
But it did. It did until it did for much of the year. I mean, statistically, I'm the guy that mattered. But let me finish. Nick, let me finish. I'm the guy that was saying all along that I thought the bullpen wasn't good enough because they didn't have it. I wanted to see more velocity. I wanted to see more of what I see from the Seattle Mariners. Statistically, though, the bullpen through the regular season was good. They didn't have it today. I cannot disagree with that. And I guess in hindsight, I could look back and say that, back on May 20th, when I thought the bullpen stunk, I was right. But I can't overlook the work that these guys did during the year. And further to Kevin's point, other than taking Gausman out when you did, we can have the decision with bringing in Mason, turning Carlos Santana around. We can have that discussion. Other than taking Gausman out when you did, I mean, John Schneider kind of managed the bullpen the way he managed it most of the year.
Well, you could also say, too, Jimmy Garcia got 8 pitches and 2 batters. You could also ran him back out there and let him have a little longer leash, too. So there's some things you could pick at, too.
But, Nick, I'm not –
scratch your head on wondering why it happened the way it happened.
Yeah, and Nick, thanks for the call. Listen, I'm not climbing on you because the bullpen wasn't good enough. At the end of the day, this bullpen was not good enough.
I think to Nick's point, he seems to think that it's a bullpen that's can win regular season,
yes.
But to go deep in the playoffs, you're probably going to need more.
And I can't, and Nick, cannot argue with you. Nope. Cannot argue with you. Tony and Maple, you want to talk about Jordan Romano?
Yeah, we'll talk about him. Because the most prominent thing that happened there. And I agree with you, Kevin, gentlemen. What is he doing throwing pitch after pitch in the mid-80s? Now, he's not a guy that smokes at 103 either. But you know what? Probability would say that it's much harder to hit a ball that's 99 miles an hour than one that's 86. And it's coming at 86 and 85 over and over and over. That's his mistake. And then also I'm going to blame our pitching coach. If you see this, the season's on the line. Why aren't you out there?
Well, I mean, you can't go out there and say, hey, dude, throw 99.
It seemed to me like he couldn't throw 99.
He couldn't throw 99.
He was topping out at 97. It was more 96. For me, I don't understand. I think it's sort of when you fall into a pattern of over and over and over and over again. I mean, 10 out of the 13 before Crawford walked to the plate with sliders. Like that's a theme. Like there is no,
that's a trend.
I'm not a guesser, and you don't even have to guess. You go up, look slider right down the middle, and to the caller's point, it's in the 80s. It's not in the high 90s. It gives you a better chance, especially hitting in a 9-hole. You're hitting in a 9-hole for a reason. It's because you have trouble hitting the hater. I understand why Romano, I think, does it because it's worked all season. But sometimes you got to adapt to the part of the lineup where you're at, and just so happens. I mean, he got a couple of big timeouts. The bases loaded, and then to let the 9-hole hitter beat you. I understand where the ball went. You couldn't have ran it out there and dropped it in any better place. But the point is, you gave him a chance to do that, which you didn't have to do.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean George Springer. This series was, it was like it was like an injury magnet essentially. I'm surprised part of the roof didn't fall on top of him the way things were going in this series for George Springer. We certainly wish he's okay. We hope he's okay. He was carted off. Hopefully, we'll get an update soon. We have plenty of time. I mean, I'll tell you this: George Springer doesn't need his X-ray tonight. He can have it tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday because, folks, the Blue Jays season is over. And I'm like you. I'm not ready for it to be over. Like, there are seasons where I go, okay, it ended. I was not ready for this season to be over today. I wasn't. I was not at all ready for the season to be over. 8-1 lead. I'll tell you, 8-1 lead. I thought this team comes out tomorrow, beats the Mariners, and away you go. Boy, I was wrong. The Jays just didn't. Pitching just didn't have it in it today.
Didn't step up when it mattered the most.
That's right. They needed a bunch of people to step up, and I mean, it didn't happen. You can't put it any other way. And I know that there are those of you out there on social media. I almost sent this out in a tweet, but I thought, the wound's too fresh. Yes, I thought back to 2013, Maple Leafs losing 5-4 in overtime in the Eastern Conference quarterfinal to the Boston Bruins. Yes, that was my thought. A collapse that forces an organization to take a real deep look inside itself. There are decisions that have to be made. At the end of the day, this team was not good enough. Jason in Vancouver.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Well, it's going horse crap. If you want to know the truth, Jason, but go ahead.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you for you and Kevin and the people that work behind the scenes for a great year of just listening. You guys have provided great insight, and I'm sure the people behind the scenes, all your producers, have brought on great guests. So just thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And I do want to give a shout out to Sho and Julia and Blake Murphy and everybody else, because, well, you know what? Hold the line. Hold the line. We'll go to John Schneider right now.
Hazel May with Sportsnet. John, what was your message to your team just now?
It's postseason is great and postseason sucks because at some point, if you're not the last team standing, you have to rip the Band-Aid off and your season's over. Couldn't be more proud of those guys. My lasting message, if anything, was remember how they came together as a group over the last month or so. And I think it's a start of something great. There's ups and downs, and we ultimately didn't achieve what we wanted to achieve at the start of the season. So as hard as that is, 29 other teams feel the same way. It's a special group, a group that's going to be together for a while. And, it's right now it's just tough, but the guys are going to be better for it.
Was there a turning point in this ballgame for you, John, where the momentum shifted?
Yeah. What was it? 8-1. They chipped away, and we took. It's a 4-run lead in the 8th inning, and you feel good about that, and reliving it and mapping it out. I think it was the play in the 8th inning that fell in center probably changed the momentum for sure, and everything else leading up to that plays a part of it too. But sometimes the ball doesn't go your way, and that's a part of baseball that sucks. So it's probably that Crawford hit in the 8th.
Quickly, John, how is George doing?
He's doing okay. He's going to be evaluated for a couple of different things. He said some nice things to his teammates just now. So we'll know more in the next couple of days.
On the far right there. Keegan Matheson with MLB.com. John, what do you want your players to take from this? What do you want younger guys to learn from an experience like this?
I mean, getting to play these 2 games here at home for one, understanding and feeling the magnitude of what every pitch and every at bat and every play means. And they're going to be right there again. This group is going to be right back in this situation next year. And if anything, I think it's, the last month of how personalities, talent, people and players came together. And I think if you start the season that way, that's when great things happen.
And beginning from when Gausman left, starting with Meza through the bullpen battle there at the end, how did you feel about how that sequenced out and how that was how your pitchers handled that?
I thought it sequenced out pretty well. Timmy Meza is a tough guy to get underneath and hit the ball out of the ballpark, especially, we like that with Santana right-handed as opposed to left-handed. Gausman was outstanding, I think. And yeah, there's always going to be times where I could sit here for about 6 months and second guess myself. But right now I don't. You trust the guys that got you here. You trust your entire roster. And today, we didn't get it done and they beat us. And that sucks right now. But again, the guys that did the job they did to get here, I'll never have any fear about putting them in again.
Go on the back left, Shai Davidi, Sportsnet. John, can you run us through what happened on the blooper to center, and where exactly did the contact between Bo and George occur? Did did George take an elbow or an arm to the head? How did that? What was sort of the point?
Yeah, I think Bo and George kind of both going for it. I haven't even had a chance to look at it on video yet. But I think it was Bo's elbow to George's shoulder head area. I'm not quite sure. At that point, you're still trying to navigate through the rest of the game, but I have to look at it to be more sure.
Go in the third row there in the middle. Hi, John. John Chidley-Hill from the Canadian Press. Merrifield also left the game. I was wondering if you had an update on how he's doing.
Yeah, he's fine. We were just trying at that point in the game in the 6th inning, we're putting an outfielder in an outfield spot. And Witt, not that he hasn't done it before, didn't feel like we were losing anything by putting Tap in. And, that's how we've played it all year. And, today it didn't work out.
You also pregame said that there is no bad blood with Robbie Ray, former Blue Jays teammate. But it seems like the fans were on him pretty hard. I was curious what you thought of the fans' reception for Robbie Ray.
Well, for one, the fans' reception to us the last 2 days was remarkable. And, we don't ever want to take that for granted because it hadn't been here for the last 2 years. Their reaction to Robbie Ray, I think, is, typical, a competitive fan base communicating with the guy that was here and that left. So that's part of the game. But again, I think, I know myself and I think all the guys in the clubhouse, they have nothing but good things to say about Robbie. So I think that's just part of the game.
Go in the middle.
Hey, John, Caitlin McGrath, The Athletic. I know how devastating last season was for this team, different context, but it's, again, a tough loss. I mean, I know this club has talked about their resiliency a lot. I mean, how do the guys get over this over the offseason and yourself as well?
It's going to take some time, probably take a vacation or two. But it sucks when you're going through a process that ultimately is going to lead you to where you want to be. And what was communicated with the guys after the game was great. Not for me, but from them speaking in front of their teammates. And, they'll get past it. Right now it sucks and it's going to suck for a while. And, if you can get, we talked about getting incrementally better this year as opposed to last year. It starts in the off season and it starts in spring training and you keep trying to do those things. But right now it's, what I hope they take from it is when kind of the dust settles and you look back at what they did, you can hold your head up and be proud and you learn from it because like I said, that group is going to be right back in this situation next year.
Go in the middle, just to the right.
Hey, John, Mitch Bannon, SI. You talked about what you want the team to take from this. What do you kind of personally take from this experience, the playoffs, but also the last couple months of being this team's manager?
I would change the outcome of today and yesterday for sure, but I wouldn't change anything else in the last couple months. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch a team of individuals come together as a group and to be a part of that. I'm very thankful. not just to the players, but to the entire coaching staff. It is a very tight-knit group, and something that doesn't happen all the time in this sport. So for me, it's you learn from it. When you look up in a game like today and it seems like everything that could go wrong did go wrong in a very short period of time, you learn from it and you say, what could I do better the next time? And it's gonna take a while to kind of wrap your head around it, I think, but couldn't be, I couldn't be more proud to be, the leader of the men in that clubhouse for the last couple months, including the last 2 games.
We'll go on the left here.
Hey, John, Rob Longley from the Toronto Sun. What did your team show you today in the way that they came out in a must-win game and took control of it? And the fact that you built such a big lead, how much more excruciating is it to you the way it kind of unraveled?
They showed what they've been showing, throughout the course of the entire season, how they bounce back and how they have one another's back. There was no talk about losing today. There was talk about how to beat Robbie and the Seattle Mariners today. So it just showed me more of the same of the makeup and the character and the resiliency of those guys. To have the game where it was and to have it end the way it did. It's it's probably the worst possible outcome, because of the belief and because of the chemistry that's in that group. It's a really tough thing to just turn it off. So it's you don't want to say you wish you got blown out and it made it a little easier. It would still suck if we lost 15-0 today, but to have it unwind the way it did and unfold the way it did, it's gonna take probably a couple more weeks to let that simmer a little bit.
Go on the left side, Ben.
Hey, Ben Nicholson-Smith with Sportsnet. John, just wondering, first of all, the Kirk call in the 8th inning, it looked like Tickner missed that one. How much does that sit with you or resonate you, bother you, if at all? Do you think about that?
Sometimes, you want the players to decide the outcome of the game, right? That's everyone in baseball would say that. And umpires are human beings. They're not perfect. It's you still like your chances with Kirky with 2 strikes. Munoz is about as tough as they come, but calls are going to go one way or another for both sides over the course of a game or a season. Umpires are doing their best, and they're here in the postseason for a reason as well.
And more broadly, this group can basically be back next year, with the exception of Stripling and Phelps and maybe a couple others. Sounds like from what you're saying, this is a group you would like to see back basically as is. Am I putting words in your mouth by saying that, or how do you view that?
Oh, that's above my pay grade. That's a tremendous group of people in there that have played together for a while, and with some of the new additions that have come in, it's a tough group to say goodbye to. I could put it that way, but you get close to people over the course of the season, not just as players, but as people, and that's a group that I'm pretty tight with.
Right behind.
Yep. Hey, John. Chris from Block TO. We were just speaking to fans outside, and they're understandably upset, angry. What's your message to them right now that after you guys blew the 8-1 lead?
Baseball sucks sometimes, and that this group will be back in the exact same spot very, very soon. Sometimes, when you think you have an advantage, you don't win. And, I understand the passion and the emotion of the fan base right now. And people aren't perfect. And sometimes you get outplayed. So understand it. And if they weren't that way, they wouldn't be the kind of fans that they are. So my message going forward into the off season is, as much as it sucks right now, it'll make that group better.
Thanks for coming in, John.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
That's John Schneider, manager of the Toronto Blue Jays, interim manager of the Toronto Blue Jays. One of many decisions, Kevin, that we need to see this front office make, and hopefully that decision will be made rather soon. I don't want to get into the ifs and whys and wherefores about it right now, because I need some time to process it myself. Just tell you what, folks, a little bit of what's going on here. And the lines are open, 416-870-0590, *590, 1-888-666-0590. If you remember last year, Jerry DiPoto, the general manager of the Seattle Mariners, who has never seen a trade that he doesn't want to make. Remember how he had to have a closed-door meeting after the trade deadline because he got rid of Kendall Graveman? I just saw Jerry DiPoto get beer showered by 4 of his players. So that's as the Mariners come out on the field with beer and champagne and cigars and out in the field celebrating. 416-870-0590, star 590, 888-666-0590. One more call, and then we'll go to a break. Brian in Ottawa, you want to talk about John Schneider?
Yes, Jeff and Kevin, first-time caller. Yes,
welcome.
Well,
join us next year.
Well, I might. Anyway, what I have to say is, I just think that there's, in general, too much use or misuse, actually, of relievers. I mean, not so much in today's game, although the timing was wrong. But there are teams that use 7-8 relievers in a shutout. Today, the starting pitcher was breezing by at an 8-1 lead. Why would you take him out? I understand that they loaded the bases, but Schneider left him in to get the next 2 outs, which he did. So what's the problem?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a great question.
It is a great question. And John Schneider didn't. I mean, he might have got asked that, but I think he used the old manager's line about, I'm sure when I get a chance to sit back and look at it, there are things I would do differently. And my guess is when he does sit back and look at it, that may in fact be one of those things. I mean, the only thing I could think of is, Carlos Santana did almost homer off him. He hit a double off the wall, right center field wall. Again, not being able to say to John Schneider, what were you thinking? That was the first thing that went through my mind. But then once he did that, again, we get back to this decision with Carlos Santana. Hits more home runs from one side, is not a dominant hitter, but hits for a higher average from the other side. You pick your poison, and Tim Mayza is a guy that John Schneider's gone to, and Tim Mayza, by and large, has come through. That's all I can say. But as my friend Mr. Barker said, at the end of the day, this team was outpitched in the bullpen, and I don't know if I'd say they were necessarily out-hit. They did put, 9 runs on the board today. They certainly didn't have any answer for Luis Castillo yesterday. But they're not as good as the Mariners. They're not as good as the Mariners. Top to bottom, they're not as good as the Mariners. I thought coming into this that their lineup was better than the Mariners. I don't know. I may have to reevaluate that. Kevin?
Yeah. Look, again, I think John, once he goes home or he's on a plane or in his car, I'm sure he'll be thinking about the starter. Why did you take him out with 95 pitches? It's an 8-2 score. You live and die by the best that you have. At the time, it was Kevin Gausman. Tim Mayza wasn't ready to pitch in my mind. It was, you just look at when he came back out in the 7th inning, it was 94.
That's a great point.
When he came out in
Yep.
the 6th inning, it was 91. 91 don't play at this level. Even if it's somewhat located, you got to make a better pitch with your best stuff this time of the year. If you don't, good teams will beat you. And that's exactly what happened. Anthony Bass didn't do good with 2 strikes. Jordan Romano abuses the slider. I could go up, look for slider. I'm 47. It doesn't take a brain surgeon to know that most of the time, late in the game, this time of the year, if you've watched Jordan Romano, even if you're standing on the on-deck circle, you see 10 out of 13 pitches are sliders. Jeff, it don't take a brain surgeon. And they almost have to be perfect. You throw that many, you're trying to spin that many crossfire with not great mechanics falling off to one side of the mound. Sooner or later, you're going to hang one. And a decent hitter, not even a good hitter. J.P. Crawford's having a bad year offensively. He's a really good defender. He's hitting 9th for a reason. They got beat by bad pitching.
We're going to take a break right now. I do want to mention a couple of good things, though, before we break, because I know when we get back to the calls, it's going to be all, it's going to be doom and gloom. Teoscar Hernandez, a couple of home runs today. Teoscar Hernandez showed up today. Kevin Gausman showed up today. And with that, I will take a break. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. 590 is the text line. We'll go to the text line. We got another hour for your calls. I know you want to vent. I know you got stuff to say. This is your chance to do it. It's Blue Jays Talk on Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Every all-star, every slugger, every gold glover, speedster, or ace needs the right fuel to perform. Just like every bird needs the right feed to sing at their best. I'm Ben Wagner, and if you want to enjoy nature at its finest, Armstrong Bird Food has the perfect blend of seeds, suets, and treats to attract a wide variety of birds to your backyard. Now that's a performance to cheer about. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com for your nearest retailer. Armstrong Bird Food, feeding Blue Jays and other feathered friends since 1986.
And now coming down the walkway is Gordy in a high-vis plaid quilt-lined flannel jacket from Force Field Protective. Man, this is the perfect Scarborough dinner jacket. He's looking good, and he's showing up great.
Fashion meets function with Force Field protective clothing and accessories. High visibility gear for the job site, designed to stand up to tough weather conditions. It's the ultimate in comfort and safety, plus free shipping on orders over $49. Visit hivissafety.ca. That's HIVIS safety.ca.
Hi, this is Blue Jays analyst Joe Siddle. Being in the sports business, I've had my share of road trips. I know what it's like to live out of a suitcase. So when I'm in one place for an extended stay, I love staying at Premier Suites. It's not just a room. With Premier Suites, you get a really nice, fully furnished apartment with all the comforts of home.
Choose from over 1,300 suites in 38 cities across Canada. Find out more at premiersuites.com. Premier Suites. All comfort, no sacrifices.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and
membership fees apply after free trial. Cancel anytime. Guys, are you trying to stay in 20-year-old shape into your 30s and 40s and finding it, well, impossible? Then you need to listen to this. Beachbody, the company that revolutionized getting ripped at home with P90X and Insanity, has a brand new program just for you called Lift 4. It's part lift, it's part hit. With total body shredding results in just 30 to 40 minutes a day, right at home on the Beachbody On Demand app. That's how you get killer results as an adult. Go to beachbody.com to sign up now, and you can try Live 4 for free. That's beachbody.com.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Dr. Christine Moutier.
The way the culture is changing around mental health is amazing. There's this open-mindedness now to understand that part of being human is mental health. It's this incredible, I would say, just like a burgeoning area where we can all learn how that works for us and for our loved ones so that we can just be so much smarter. We can take the stigma out of the whole conversation, let alone if we need treatment.
More at imlistening.org. Talk saves lives.
Loyal listener, Blue Jays fan, just sent along a DM to me. I still remember every detail of walking from Exhibition Stadium to the car with my father on a chilly fall evening in 1985. The Jays' Game 5 collapse that night left me utterly gutted, and I feel the same now, only with my own daughter sitting beside me saying, "I'm sorry, Daddy, I really wanted the Jays to win. Can we still listen to them on the radio?" David, thank you very much for your kind words as well about the show. And yeah, I mean, as I said before the break, I'm not ready for this season to be over. And I don't always feel that way about a particular baseball season. I'm not ready for 2022 to be over, but alas, it is. The deal is done. Mariners fans have taken over the Rogers Center. Well, maybe 100 of them or so. They're still here. The Mariners players are on the Rogers Center turf. A franchise that is used so often to seeing Canadian fans come down from Vancouver and take over their facility when the Jays are in town. They have planted their flag right here. Not even in the Blue Jays' backyard, but in the Blue Jays' front yard. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590, 590. Let's go to the text line. Keaton in Alberta, this team learned some lessons the hard way. Next year, no quotes of this year's the movie or pressures for tires. Put your get down and go to work. Be humble. Ross is a big offseason. This should be his last chance. Get pitching in some left-handed bats. If there's no ALDS next season, Ross has to go. So embarrassing. There's going to be a lot of scrutiny on the general manager of the Toronto Blue Jays for the moves that he made and didn't make at the deadline. And I'm sure a lot of people will look at this loss, and one of the things they'll notice is that Jerry DePoto went out and added Luis Castillo at the trade deadline. Doesn't give a rat's ass about prospects. He went out and got a guy that I think in a lot of ways, Kevin, yeah, the Jays had an 8-1 lead here, and they lost the game 10-9. But given how Luis Castillo shoved it yesterday, he did. You'd have to say he put the Jays in the back foot.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, he would have done that to a lot of teams. Yeah, it would have been interesting to watch. Well, we may get to see it. Well, we are going to get to see it.
If it wasn't him, Robbie Ray might have started.
Well, we are going to get to see this against the Astros and see just exactly how good he's going to be, because they got a really good lineup. They got a balanced lineup, and the lefties that they have for the Astros are pretty darn good. So be interesting to see this power pitching staff for the Mariners attack that lineup of the Astros. But yeah, I'm with you. There's, when you tend to lose baseball games that you should be winning, that tends to bring upon change. And I would assume there'll be some major changes next year with the Blue Jays.
We will hear from Kevin Gossman in a minute. Let's go back to the phone lines. Marcus in Mississauga, you want to talk about John Schneider's decision to pull Kevin Gossman, and you want to talk about the collision in the 8th inning.
Yeah. Hey, guys. A huge fan of both of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No problem. I know last caller you guys already talked about Snyder's decision to take out Gossman. I can't understand for the life of me why you would do that. I mean, as Kevin would say, he's making 110 large. I know the bases were loaded and then he got 2 outs. And I mean, I know Santana almost hit a homer off them, but I don't get it. I mean, he's making 110 million. You telling me he can't get one more? It's 8-1 in the 6th inning. I know hindsight 20, but I know I always think of Jones over managing, and I just think about I don't know, guys. I don't know.
I'm with you. I feel it. And hindsight is 2022. It's not just 2020. Over managing, a lot of folks in the text line. I'm going through it right now. Did John Schneider outthink himself? John Schneider overthought this game. You paid Gossman $100 million to be in this situation. You took him out for a lesser pitcher and forced the bullpen for the rest of the game. From Ryan in Orangeville. A lot of people.
Yeah, I agree with the Gossman thing, but let's throw some things on the pitchers too. Tim Mesa didn't come out with his best stuff. Let's be honest. I mean, it was 91. He doesn't throw 91. It should be 93, 94 out the gate. It's a playoff game. It's an elimination game. He should be throwing harder. His best stuff. Good location, not hard enough against a decent hitter who's got some power. Maybe not right-handed, but still you make a pitch that's decent, that's 91. That allows the guy to get the head out with a little elevation in his swing, and you see where it ends up. Anthony Bass didn't get it done. Jordan Romano needs to make some adjustments in the offseason with the sliders. Got some great stuff. He throws hard. His slider's really good at times. If you abuse it at this level and give a guy a chance to have an educated guess at the plate, I mean, this is no-brainer when you're facing him. Even when he's throwing 99. You walk up to the plate, you look slider down the middle. You don't look on the corners. You don't look down. You don't look up. You look right down the middle. Sooner or later, he'll throw you one there. Just at the big league level, you can't miss those. And it gives a decent hitter, not a great hitter, a chance to put a ball in play. When you put balls in play, things tend to happen.
Kevin, what did Ron Darling tell us a couple of days ago? Relying on one pitch is great, providing it's a real good pitch on that day.
Yeah, and he also said, don't forget that you do have a really good fastball.
Exactly.
Even if it is 97. 97 somewhat located, it's still 97. Even though it's not 99, which he throws a lot of those 99s. Today it was 96, 97. Somewhat locate that. You got to adapt sometimes. You adapt to where the lineup is at, what you're doing. He did a really good job of getting the 2 outs with the bases loaded. He didn't finish the deal because he fell in love with the same pitch all the time.
Kevin Gossman just finished addressing the media. Let's go to Kevin Gossman.
Keegan Matheson with MLB.com. Kevin, What was that experience like for you watching that after you had left the game, and where is your head at with that loss right now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, tough. The way we lost, it's unfortunate. A lot of weird things that happened, unfortunate things. Obviously, George and Bo are okay first off. And so, I guess okay is, relative, but, nothing serious, I guess. So, first off, those two guys are okay, but, just, a heartbreaking loss. Tough to watch. It sucks when you're out of the game and you don't have any more say in it, right? So you're essentially just watching and hoping. That was tough.
Go in the front here.
Hey, Kevin. Caitlin McGrath, The Athletic. You've signed with this team long-term. You're committed to this team long-term. What can you and this group learn from this, I guess, as tough as it is to process it right now?
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of Schneider's, meeting, and the overall theme was, we're just very fortunate to be in this situation. I think playing with guys like Witt, who played his entire career, and, he only has 2 postseason games, and those were the last 2 days. And so very fortunate to be in this situation. And, now we kind of know what to expect, right? So a lot of those young guys that, made the postseason in the COVID year, there were no fans. And so, all of us who have been here and played in front of these big crowds, the talk going into the series was, it's going to be different than opening day. It's a different animal. And so now, now those guys go into the offseason, they know what it's like. And so, hopefully they, that feeds their hunger and their competitiveness to not see someone dance on our field, right? And so, you take punches in the face in this game, and you just hope that those punches, lead you in a direction to want to get better, and want to just fine tune some things and not let it happen again.
Go to Shy in the back.
Shy of 80 Sportsnet. Kevin, as you were watching, understanding you're not in the game at that point, but just when momentum seemed to swing to the Mariners there, just what was your feeling watching that, and maybe the difficulty for you guys in trying to arrest that momentum that swung their way?
Yeah, I mean, that's what postseason baseball is about. The momentum swings are even bigger in the postseason. And so, I was really happy that we were able to get the crowd in it early, as opposed to yesterday. Luis Castillo just kind of silenced the crowd with his pitching, right? And so to be able to go out today and come out strong and take the lead. I mean, at one point we were up 8-1, I think. And so, obviously I think about the 6th inning for me, a lot of blue pits, but, in my mind, the thinking is looking back on what I could have done to not be in that situation. Obviously I got 2 outs, but, if I could have just been a little bit better earlier in the game, maybe I have more pitches to kind of work with, and so that's on me. And it's frustrating to go into the off season, with what if, and obviously, hindsight's 2020. If Tim comes in and get the ground ball first pitch, everybody's, obviously, that's baseball, right? Sometimes things don't go the way that you planned, and it just really sucks that we have to go home because, there's a lot of really talented baseball players in there, and just a great group of guys, first off. And so love going to battle with them every single day, and, have friends for life in there. And, just a really close-knit group that I'm sad that we're all going home.
That's Kevin Gossman, who certainly lived up to his end of the deal today, Kevin. I guess if you're looking for good things to take away, We talked about Teoscar's 2 home runs. I don't think too many of us expect Teoscar back next year. But if you're looking for good things to take away, Kevin Gossman, that's what I expected from. That's what I expected from Kevin Gossman.
I think when you see Teoscar run around the field with sometimes lack of baseball IQ, you want Teoscar out of here as quick as possible. When you see the Teoscar that we've seen the last couple of weeks, I don't know how you can get rid of power like that. I mean, I know you'll probably have to figure out a way to get rid of somebody to get what you need, but man alive, I mean, power like that doesn't grow on trees. And I'm with you, Kevin Gossman. What did he throw? 95 pitches. He did 45 split fingers. He threw 43 fastballs and 7 sliders. Like, he almost abused the split finger because he had to. He threw 12. Well, you look at it. That was the one thing that I was looking for coming into this thing, and everybody I talked to with Kevin, when he does struggle, it's the non-competitive split fingers. He threw 12 of those. He had 6 called strikes with the split finger. That's a lot for him, right? He had 11 swing and misses with the split finger. He used it because he had to use it. He was really good. He gave him a chance to win a baseball game. I just wish he had about 4 more pitches out of it.
Stephen Halifax says, absolutely gutted by this loss today. Something's missing from this team. Difficult to put a finger on it. Is it power pitching, power on it, or is it power pitching and power hitting wins playoff baseball? Teoscar showed up tonight. Power bullpen doesn't exist in Toronto. I mean, I've talked about it. Statistically, this bullpen was pretty good this year. I don't know if the Jays think they can reinvent the wheel, but you saw what Seattle ran out last night. You need guys. The way this game is now, I'm sorry, you need a couple of dudes that can throw 99 to 100. As I've said all year, I'm tired of spinning stuff. You have a couple of those guys, but you can't. I just don't think you can go deep with a bunch of guys who are throwing 94 and 95.
No shift next year either. Remember that?
No shift next year as well.
Punch people out.
David in Toronto, you're at tonight's game. Where are you now? I'll ask you, what was the mood like in the crowd at the end of the game? Because I'm up here in the press box and I could see folks sitting in the stands. It took a long time for people to leave this ballpark. I got the sense that, like, those of us up here, a lot of you couldn't believe what you saw.
Yeah, I'm sitting in traffic. It's almost as bad as the game right now. The mood at the beginning of the game was phenomenal. Like, the crowd wished that ball that Teoscar hit out of the park. Mm-hmm. And we just got deflated. When we saw Springer and Bo go down, it was just, what is going on? And it really hurt. This was the entire season in one game. And lifelong Blue Jay fan, this one hurt because you always wanted something to happen, and it's there, but they just couldn't grab it this year.
Let me ask you this. I kind of threw this out a little earlier, looking back to that Leafs loss to the Boston Bruins, which basically, the Leafs have been in a funk since I've been alive for the most part. Well, minus 7 years. Is this, as a Jays fan, as a lifelong Jays fan, how does this organization come back from this? I'm not going to say can it come back, because I think it will, but has it changed your view of what this front office has done, what it needs to do? And frankly, has it changed your view of the guts of this team?
I think the core is there. I think this is the time to, back the truck up and give Manoah whatever he wants. You got to get one of Vladdy and Vladdy or Bo. And one of the problems is you look at the capital that they traded away. Where are they going to get it unless they spend? That's what I wonder about.
Well, and thanks for the call. And yeah, I mean, the one thing this front office has done, it has spent on
they will spend
on free agents.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin and I have been pounding this drum for a while. I think my takeaway from this trade deadline was that the minor league system isn't as deep as a lot of people think it is.
No question.
And I keep saying this, it doesn't matter what how deep the organization thinks its minor league system is. It's what the other GMs think. And, that's why you saw the trade deadline that you saw. Look, and I'll say this, Anthony Bass and Zach Pop, Anthony Bass especially, did a lot of good work this year after the trade deadline. Yep. Tim Meza did a lot of good work this year. Jordan Romano was really good for the most part this year. And we saw Jordan Romano turn into a multi-inning guy, but that wasn't good enough today when it had to be good enough, right? That's the whole thing. And that gets, I think.
Can you win a World Series with it? That's the question.
And that gets to the caller's point, I think, about something. You're right. So much in so many games this year, we were waiting for something to happen, and something didn't happen. It was I think we had Mark Shapiro on just late in the season, and he said it was it was a strange year for him. Just, it's almost as if a bunch of things almost fell into place and didn't fall into place. But that's baseball and that's sports. Dave from Loretto. Barker, I want to ask you this. He says Bo shouldn't have barreled into center field for that ball. If he'd let Springer catch the ball, Springer would have caught it. The outcome would have been different.
I mean, that's late in the game. That's 2 outs, bases loaded. Your season's on the line. You got 2 dudes hustling, running, and doing everything possible to catch a baseball. How can you complain about that?
Yeah.
I mean, I will never come on here and do that.
I'll complain about the pitch, but I'm not going to complain about the play that was attempted to be made.
Absolutely. You had 2 dudes heads down running as hard as they could run after a baseball to get an out for their team so they could move on. How can you argue with that? I can't. I won't.
Let's take a break. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. The text line, 590-590. We're on for another half hour, folks. If you're stuck in traffic like Dave, you got nothing better to do. Don't be swearing at the guy beside you or the person beside you. Don't be giving them the bird. You can give us a call. You can vent. Maybe find something optimistic to say. I don't know. You find something optimistic to say? I'm searching. Actually, Barker's got some optimistic stuff. We'll get to that next. It's Blue Jays Talk on Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Welcome to Wagner Field, and here's tonight's starting lineup. Leading off is Armstrong Brilliance, sure to bring colorful Cardinals to your backyard feeder. Up next, Armstrong Jays Blend, the feed the Jays just can't resist. Finally, it's Finches for Days with Armstrong Gold Standard.
You'll be amazed at the action in your backyard when you serve up Armstrong's lineup of premium blends.
We're in for a big game tonight. Fans are tweeting about it already.
Armstrong Bird Food, feeding Blue Jays and other feathered friends since 1986.
This game tip is brought to you by the always game-ready Jack Link's Meat Snacks. If you show up on the Jumbotron, shove a fistful of jerky into your mouth, stat. You'll make the highlights, and you'll be known as Jerky Guy or Jerky Girl. Jack Link's. Feed your wild side, baseball fans.
Baseball is in full swing. Why not enjoy great Pilsner taste from Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of MLB? 90 calories and 3 grams of carbs per 355 milliliters. Must be legal drinking age. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
And now coming down the walkway is Gordy in a high-vis plaid quilt-lined flannel jacket from Force Field Protective. Man, this is the perfect Scarborough dinner jacket. Good, Gordy. He's looking good, and he's showing up great.
Fashion meets function with Force Field protective clothing and accessories. High visibility gear for the job site, designed to stand up to tough weather conditions. It's the ultimate in comfort and safety, plus free shipping on orders over $49. Visit hivissafety.ca. That's HIVIS safety.ca.
We're 2 men and a truck, and we've got lots of men and lots of trucks. Whether you're planning a move to a new home or to a new office down the hall, big or small, we move them all. We even sell packing and moving supplies. But no matter what you need, we'll do it with a smile. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. So when you're planning your next move, call 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care. Anything can happen. So many moments for heroes. And the Blue Jays win it! Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All right, this is something I've always wanted to do. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted, Kevin Barker, in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated. I love that word. Without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How do you feel?
I feel good.
You nailed it.
10-9. The Seattle Mariners have beaten your Toronto Blue Jays. Congratulations to the Mariners.
Well, that's got to be mine.
Really. I really
Toronto
don't give a
Blue
rat's
Jays.
ass about the Seattle Mariners. Mariners go on and
Get beat by the Astros.
Mariners are going to get their ass kicked by the Houston Astros. Well done. By the way, the Cleveland Guardians are going to go on to take on the New York Yankees. The Guardians won a marathon game today. I'm making a call right now, Bark. You know what I'm going to say?
Do it.
Guardians in 4, not 5. Guardians in 4. And that's good because we'll have still a baseball.
They'll have to hit some more homers to beat the Yankees. Can they do it?
George from Port Dover with I guess the question tonight, George. So I'm just going to turn it over to you. Go ahead, George. You've got the question that I think Jacob from Port Dover. Oh, okay. Jacob from Mississauga. Yeah,
let it beat you.
That's fine. Well, I've got no names here. Jacob from Mississauga. Go ahead, Jacob.
Hey, how are you? Great show. A long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you, man, and welcome.
I just want to say, like it's been said before, we're paying Gossman how much money? $30 million a year. He's an ace in this league, and we're pulling him for Tim Meza. Like, what are we doing out here? I thought Schneider was our guy. I think he's got to go after this. Like, you can't come back from this. The whole new regime. Got to get rid of Bichette. We need a fresh start. I'm going to hang up and I'm going to listen to your conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I
don't know about the Bichette thing. It'll be interesting to see how they handle this going forward.
You know, there will definitely be interesting. I will say this: Bo was better than Vladdy for the last 6 weeks. Anybody disagree?
So you want to have this conversation now?
No, I'm not going to have it now. I'm just going to throw that out there. Look, this team, they need more power arms in the bullpen. They need at least one more starting pitcher not named Yusei Kikuchi.
And a plethora of left-handed hitters.
And they need some left-handed
really
hitters. And with all due respect, because I like the dude, better than Raimel Tapia. Right? And the organization's showing you this. It's why they tried to sign Jackie Bradley Jr. It's why they wanted to add a switch hitter like Jose Ramirez. It's why they went out and got Raimel Tapia. It's why everybody they brought in, for the most part, hit left-handed. This organization needs more balance, and somebody's going to have to go. And I don't want to have this organization now, but it's either Teoscar's got a year left before he's a free agent, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., or Alejandro Kirk. You have to ask yourself. Those are the three guys that are most likely to get you something in return, because you ain't moving Bo. Now, you may ask Bo to go to second base if you can sign a shortstop or trade for a shortstop, but anyhow, it's a little early, I think, to have that discussion.
What about John Schneider? What's your gut?
My gut is I like him back. If I'm Ross Atkins, I might want to interview some people.
You started the game like that?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Because I fired John Gibbons. That was my mulligan. I brought in, or somebody in the organization brought in Charlie Montoyo. He didn't work out. Had to get rid of him. And, with all due respect to Charlie, we were here that day. You couldn't find a player who was upset.
Nope.
So that made me think that, okay, Charlie was a bad hire. You done that. You put John Schneider in. I'd like John back. I like a lot of the things I saw from this team. But I think the caller's right. This is not another loss. This is a historic in-game collapse, not just in Toronto sports history, not just in Blue Jays history, in baseball history. This doesn't happen. It hasn't happened since like 1929. This doesn't happen that you torch an 8-1 lead in the 5th inning. It just doesn't happen. George from Port Dover, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Jeff, Blair, thank you so much. You've been a great season to listen to and get some insight. Thank you so much.
Thank Barker, too. He's the brains of the operation. I'm just the pretty face.
So true. So true. Okay, I'll go from
I
there.
like that.
Hey.
See, Barker, somebody said I'm better looking than you.
You finally found the only one that thinks that.
Anyhow. Checks in the mail,
$5
George.
in the morning. That's great.
Yeah, you'll get $5. All right. I might give you 10. Go ahead, George.
Canadian. I'm still good with Canadian.
Yeah. I'll give you 10 Canadian.
Hey, listen, I just gotta say, I'm all for it, but I get what you just said, because I had a whole thing about where do we go from here and how does the season progress, in 2023. But the fact of the matter is, like, we have to deal with some stuff, some luggage, right, from this year, where we look at and say, you know, where do we go? Like Schneid's has been amazing. He was amazing. He was a great piece in the puzzle. But so is Montoya. He was a great piece 2 or 3 years to take these guys from where they came up to this point, and now, you know, is Schneid's the next guy to take them to the next thing when he has no experience. So I totally agree with your suggestion that, you know, we need to have some conversations with who else is available at the time. So where do we go from here? I'm not exactly sure. Totally disappointed, totally heartbroken over the loss tonight, but, you know, still a Jays fan.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, look, there's folks, this is a team that won 92 games this year. It's a team that
lost 2 playoff games at home.
Shut up. It's a team that lost 2 playoff games at home.
What have you done for me lately? Stop saying 92
Here's the thing. Everybody around baseball is stunned. I guarantee you tomorrow, when you go online, you know, when you see what the national commentators are saying, watch the Mets Padres game tonight. They're going to be all over this. This is a team that a lot of people thought was good enough to go in a deep run into the playoffs. So, it's
you picked them to win the World Series, didn't you?
No, I picked them to go to the World Series. I did. I put my hand up. I got the Braves winning the World Series. I'm feeling very good about that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm feeling very good about that. Well, way to go out on a limb. Well, you didn't go out. You didn't pick the Braves.
Who did I pick?
You picked the Dodgers. Well, way to go out on a limb.
Hey. Potato.
Who are we cheering for now? Now the Jays
That's a
are
great
gone.
question. I'll have to think about that. Your Rays is out.
My Rays is out.
Your Jays is out.
My Jays is out.
I like the Padres.
Oh God.
I don't know. I just said that. I really don't.
I might hitch myself to the Guardians bandwagon. You know that? Because I'm going to watch them play, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to watch them play, and I'm going to think to myself,
nothing in the night.
How nice would Jose Ramirez have looked in this lineup? And would I maybe have sacrificed Gabriel
Sounded
Moreno?
to me like you didn't want to come here. Didn't it?
It did.
It sure did.
Mike from Mississauga. You're on Blue Jays Talk.
Excellent. Well, it was the first time I've called in. I usually listen to you every morning on my way into work. I listen to the podcast. So thank you so much for my beautiful drive every morning to work.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Guys, this is just the inexperience of a young, amazing team. If you take a look at what happened the last 2 days, it's all the emotional, mental part of baseball. From Manoah, who is a repetitive Cy Young winner, his first playoff game, and he just came amped himself up. That's why he couldn't do it. Contrast that with Gossman, who came in there calm and cool and hit his spots. Then you have Schneider. It's his first, and he just overmanaged. He just got amped up. He's in there with those 50,000 people, thinks he's got to make all these moves. He's just got to let it play out. Meza comes in. He's squeezing that ball. That's why he wasn't hitting that velocity. These guys are going to be fine. They're going to come back. They're going to learn from this. On the offseason, I would add a veteran piece, a calming person with a lot of experience in postseason. Just add that piece in there, and they're going to be fine. They're going to go next level next year.
That's a great call.
I appreciate the call, but George Springer was supposed to be that calming presence.
Did he get a hit in 2 games?
You're not asking me these difficult questions. No, today, hey, strikeout swinging. But I think we're going to find out that
he got a hit yesterday.
I think we're going to find out that there was something a little funky with that wrist. When he hit that wall and made that catch, he came in carrying his glove in his right hand. I think we're gonna find out that George Springer played with something broken.
Well, that's another thing
right
too.
now.
He might want to think about playing right field next year. So now you're looking for a center fielder who's left-handed. You're looking for power arms out of the pen.
If only
there was more left-handed bats. You need a new shortstop. You need
somebody
more depth in the rotation. I mean,
if only there was somebody in this booth who's been saying now for a year that George Springer needs to be your right fielder.
Well, he may have to be after you get rid of Teoscar.
Do we have Daryl and Whitby? We want to go to Daryl and Whitby. Go ahead. You're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey guys, how are you?
Well, I've been better, but at least I'm going to have Thanksgiving dinner on time tomorrow.
I'm not going to lie. I'm fuming. My head's about to blow up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a Leaf fan. I'm a Jays fan. I've seen it with Toronto.
I feel so bad for you. My God. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. and this stacks right up with the Leafs, up 4-0, 10 minutes left in the third period, and it all unraveled. But at the end of the day, I'm going to say one thing: with a team like this, with this much experience going into a game, and you're up 8-1 and you blow it, that's inexcusable. There's no excuse for that, in my opinion. I mean,
well said.
I mean, like you can start too. You can blame it. It's not just this game. I'm sorry, the management set this team up for failure going into any postseason. It's not a finished product, and they didn't put the right chips on the table or get the right chips to be an effective ball team going forward. There's too many unfinished products with this team, in my opinion.
I appreciate the call. Listen, this is an embarrassing loss for this organization. It happened at home in front of a big crowd. The first playoff series since 2016. This was the year again. I can't say it enough. This is the year the Jays are supposed to go on a postseason run, and whether or not they're going to win the World Series. I mean, once you get into the DS and the ALCS,
Sure.
it takes a lot of luck.
It does.
But by the way, I just got to throw this out. We saw kind of a nice scene over here a minute ago. Robbie Ray came over and embraced Voon Chong, the Blue Jays trainer who
love Voon.
Yeah, everybody loves Voon. Mm-hmm. That was kind of nice. And also Ryan Barucki, who is on the IL list with the Mariners, came over and said hello to everybody's favorite sideline reporter, Hazel May. So I thought that was kind of cool. And there are a couple of folks I'm happy for. I am happy for Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray was a good soldier when he was here. And, Ryan Barucki, man, sometimes it's just where you end up. 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590, 590. Jason and Thornhill, Jeff and Kevin, this was an epic loss for the organization. Schneider took a sure win and absolutely blew it. Gossman should have been pulled after hitting the sixth, but using Meza, oh my. Bass, the trade deadline pickup, could not get an out. And where was JBJ for late inning defense as well, choosing not to add Bradley Zimmer? Bit you right in the behind. I don't know about that. A team less than the sum of its parts from the top down. Want to ask you this, though. I can't believe Bradley Zimmer, but I want to ask you this. Whit Merrifield left the game with, I guess it was a head injury after he
didn't sound like it. John seemed to think that, or say that it was more you put a outfielder in an outfield spot.
There you go. Okay, you're right.
Anything to do with the slider getting hit in the ear or wherever he got hit.
Yeah, and that's another story about Mariners pitchers.
That's a slider.
Mariners pitchers, great control, third fewest hit batters in baseball this year. We'll talk about that maybe on Blair and Barker. But my point is this. No. Oh, yeah, I'm going to try to stir it up right now. It's freaking 9:42, and you just had your ass handed to you 10-9 by the Seattle Mariners. I'm going to stir it up. Raimel Tapia went into left field for Whit Merrifield. That double, now, play's not made. That double that kind of opened the door. I know a lot of folks in the text line are saying, why wasn't Jackie Bradley Jr. in the game for defense at that time? Why go with Raimel Tapia? I mean, my reaction would be probably, against the Mariners that you're going to see a lot of right-handed velo, and the only thing I can think is that the Jays like the at-bats. Raimel Tapia is going to get them compared to lefty hitting Jackie Bradley Jr.
Yeah, that's the only thing you think of. I had to look it up to see how much he played left field. He played left field 46 games in the big leagues, so he's played enough out there that he's an elite defender.
He's JBJ.
Absolutely. So you could argue that too. I don't want to pile on here, but in the ninth inning, would you walk Adam Frazier to pitch to Carlos Santana, who just almost pulled a hamstring and was walking around limping, and everybody was booing him because he was taking so long. Even if Scott Service pinch hits for him, dude been sitting over there for 4 hours. You take your chance against a guy sitting over there for 4 hours? I'm just saying, like short and quick, Carlos, down the middle, or a guy that just almost pulled his hamstring that you could probably get to expand the zone, or a pinch hitter.
Carlos Santana's done a lot of damage against the Jays this year. I don't know how I feel about that, Kevin. I really don't. Like so much out of this game.
It's a lot.
I would have to think about it. Hey, let's go to some audio from Matt Chapman, who is always, Matt Chapman's scuffling offensively, but he's always a good interview. And Well, Matt Chapman's a guy that does carry a lot of weight in that clubhouse, and a guy that will probably be counted upon to carry even more weight next year.
It sucks. I mean, you got to tip your cap to that team over there. They just flat out beat us. They did not give up. They kept fighting. They kept scratching and clawing their way into the game. And then every pitcher they brought in seemed to just kind of pass the torch and get outs. And, our guys were competing. We were trying to find ways to score more runs and shut them down. But, they just found ways to get the job done. And you got to tip your cap. And everybody except one team's always pissed at the end of the year. So, unfortunately, it happened to us a little earlier than we wanted to. But, I know this group will bounce back and be ready next year.
Still a young team to talk about next year. I mean, a lot of the core of this team is coming back. I mean,
absolutely.
Can you take something like this as a lesson? Got some postseason experience.
Got some more experience under our belt. Learned a lot. Learned how to navigate a full season, how to play meaningful games in September and finish them out. So, a lot of things that we can be proud of. And I just hope that we all use this as motivation to continue to improve and continue to, just be a little bit more consistent and find ways to just everybody get a little bit better, and hopefully we'll be the ones celebrating.
Matt, I know this is really fresh, but how is this feeling?
It's not fun. Unfortunately, we were all expecting to, big things this year. And when you come to the playoffs, everybody's very excited. Everybody wants to win. We lost yesterday, but we came in today. We felt good. And then they just kept chipping away and lose. So really sucks. Stings, obviously still in my uniform. I wanted to play a lot more baseball this year, but I'm just going to use it as motivation to get better so I can help this team win more games. And, I think I personally need to get better. So that's my focus now.
Matt Chapman's got another year in his contract. If I'm the Blue Jays, I'm tacking on another 2 because I think his defense is going to be irreplaceable with the shift gone next year.
I think you have to take care of Vladdy or Bo first.
And he's a dude. You have to have that discussion. Vladdy did seem to open the door a little bit this year. Bo, I'm not certain. You always get the sense there's a little more stress between Bo and the front office than there is between Vladdy and the front office.
You sort of feel it.
Yeah, and I don't know how that's going to be bridged. I'm very clear in this.
Money would help.
Money always helps. I'm very clear in this. I want both of those guys here for a long time. I would not be upset to have Bo at second base next year. Absolutely. And have a better defensive shortstop in there. But this whole, I look at this roster. I think you might have a new right fielder next year. I'm not entirely certain Lourdes is around next year. I think you might have a new second baseman next year. Catcher, you're set. You got catchers coming out of your yin-yang. The big guy at first base is going to be back. Chapman's going to be at third. I think maybe you got to get more balance. And whatever you have to do to get that balance, I think you consider doing it.
You need a new closer?
Blue Jays. Do I need a new closer? I need another closer. I need to find my Andres Munoz is what I need to find.
Good luck. They're hard to find.
I need to find that. I don't want to go out and sign some 38-year-old guy whose spin rate is off the charts. I want to find somebody who's 24 years old and is going to shove it up people's asses with a 99 or 98 mile an hour fastball, or now 101 or 102.
You ain't wanting much.
I don't want much. I'm at Christmas.
Greedy.
I'm greedy at Christmas.
Asking for everything.
Chris in Oshawa, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
How you doing, fellas? Great season from the two of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just your comments there on sort of reshaping next year's team. Wanted to hear your thoughts on moving forward with George Springer's role in that. Yeah, I mean, the guy plays his heart out. They're all very legit injuries, but it seems like you're almost just waiting for the next injury to happen.
Yes, sir.
And if the role continues, I mean, we're kind of struggling in center field. And what do you see moving forward with him? And then kind of beyond that, as far as the reshaping